and the potential afterlife. With that said, now let us look at the evolution of beast society through this prehistoric era. When it comes to the timeline of beast civilization and how it developed, we have discussed this in prior videos on the channel, such as my dragon lore video, so forgive me for a degree of repetition. But this was an idea introduced to me by the incredible work of Tarnished Archaeologist in their Fire Missoula lore video. And the idea that they introduced in that video is that we can trace the various prehistoric eras of the beastmen that basically follows the same trajectory as our own human prehistory, and we can do so through the archaeological evidence found throughout the game, as well as in-game lore. So first of all, let us justify why we are calling this period prehistory, and what prehistory actually is. Prehistory in the real world is the period of human history that generally predates the invention of writing systems, from the beginning of tool use and the development of societies, up until the written word. Prehistory is generally marked by three major ages, though there are various sub-periods beneath these: the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, and the Iron Age, all named for the main material used for tools and weapons. This is of course subject to variation, culture by culture, region by region, as human society advanced and developed at different rates throughout the world, but it is a good general framework to begin to understand this period of history. So with that in mind, let us chart the evolution of Beastmen society through Elden Ring's prehistoric era. As I have previously said, personally I've always seen the dragons as somewhat analogous to the dinosaurs of our world, an ancient and giant reptilian race full of primeval power, who were very dominant in the early stages of the timeline. And whether or not you agree with this analogy, very few civilizations in Elden Ring's world are named as becoming before the Erd Tree, and yet the dragon civilization is clearly placed way before this on the timeline, and are actually named as a prehistoric civilization via the Dragon Crest Shield Talisman. As such, given that Beastmen society is intimately tied to the dragons, we could feasibly infer that Beastmen society is also one that emerged during this prehistoric era. Thematically, this also makes perfect sense when we are talking about a species that developed into an upright, tool-using race, much like the real-world evolution of humanity from primate ancestor to upright, tool-using human who would move into prehistory. And interestingly, we can actually observe Beastmen society moving through the three major ages of prehistory we had mentioned earlier. Firstly, we see their history passing through the Stone Age, thanks to the description of Bestial Sling, which reads, "It is said that in the time before the Erd Tree, stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence. Stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence in this prehistoric era," again matching with human prehistory, where the Stone Age was the first era of prehistory, where humans used basic stone tools and weapons. Then we move to the piece of evidence that was first presented by Tarnished Archaeologists in their Fire Missoula video, in which they highlight archaeological evidence that could align the Beastmen with the real-world Chalcolithic era. The Chalcolithic era, for those unaware, is also known as the Copper Age, and is generally seen as a transitional period between the Neolithic, Tool Age, and the Bronze Age, and to quote Wikipedia, it is described as the following: an archaeological period characterized by regular human manipulation of copper, but prior to the discovery of bronze alloys. Tarnished Archaeologists identifies this era in the stratigraphy of Fire Missoula and the environmental storytelling, and that is in the ornate burials that we discussed in the previous chapters when talking about mortality. As we said there, these are clearly modelled on the Varna burials of Bulgaria, and this was a Chalcolithic era burial, and thus we can see the Beastmen also passing through this precursor age to the Bronze Age. And if you'd like a more in-depth analysis of the Varna burial and how it pertains to Beastmen society in Fire Missoula, I would highly recommend the really detailed video by Tarnished Archaeologist, which I will link below. Finally, we move into the Iron Age when we consider the current weaponry of the beastmen that we actually face. For example, the Beastman Cleaver, which reads, "Curved greatsword of colossal size, forged of dull iron, and wielded by the beastmen of Farum Azula." So a weapon forged of dull iron, and thus the evolution of beastmen prehistory is complete, reinforcing the fact that this is likely the very first, or one of the first cultures to develop in the histories of the lands between. The fact they are still using iron weapons, not steel or any other type of metal, shows that they really are from a time that is past. With that said, let us talk about the position of Farum Azula in the world itself. Again, a subject I have discussed previously in my dragons video, so I don't want to repeat myself too much here, but let's talk about it for the sake of completeness. Farum Azula was clearly not built as a floating city. Rather, it was once situated in the lands between, before being wrenched from it, made all the clearer by the segments of earth and trees still attached to its base. But even more compelling is the fact that we generally know whereabout it sat in the lands between, because part of this civilization still remains in the earth, namely the Bestial Sanctum found in Caelid. The Bestial Sanctum is not only where Geraint, a beast clergyman of this society, resides, but it also shares the exact same architectural hallmarks of Farum Azula. The burials, the lion iconography, and the exterior of the building, just to name a few. The final link is of course the site of grace just south of the Bestial Sanctum, which is called Farum Great Bridge. Indeed, this bridge that leads to the Bestial Sanctum is again of Farum Azula design, if you compare it to bridges that are sticking out the side of floating Farum Azula. And indeed, the land around the Bestial Sanctum at the side is ripped away and matches with the earth that we see at the bottom of floating Farum Azula. So in short, I believe that Farum Azula was attached next to where the Bestial Sanctum now sits, east of Liurnia. But let me know your thoughts on where it was once located in the comments below. With that said, let us now try and understand the structure and culture of this society. We've already talked about their obsession with death, as well as their beast clergymen and what they worship, but let's talk about the constituent members of this society. While the regular beastmen seem to make up the most basic members of society, it's hard to tell what species of beast they once were before they were elevated. But if we look closer at some of the other variants and the skeletons around Farum Azula, we can see that different species and animals clearly were given intelligence and made up this society. But at the very top of this society were clearly the dragons, worshipped by the beastmen clergy and probably the subjects of Farum Azula. And if you'd like an in-depth look at the dragons themselves for themselves, then I would recommend my Dragons Lore video, which I will link below. But in short, not only are they all-powerful, but they are incredibly intelligent. They aren't just wild beasts, and we can see this in the way that Fortisax and Godwyn developed a friendship, as well as the way that Lansax could transform into a human and commune with humans of Leyndell. Ruled over by Elden Lord Placidusax and his god, they were the Order of the Day who brandished the Elden Ring, the very tippy top of this ancient society. Indeed, Farum Azula, the crowning achievement of this entire society, seems to have been built in honour of a particular dragon, as the ashes of the Farum Azula beastmen read, "Spirits of beastmen from doomed Farum Azula, the slowly crumbling ruins in the skies." These ruins are said to be the remains of a giant mausoleum enshrining an ancient dragon, guarded by chosen beastmen who wield weapons clad in lightning. Again, this very much reinforces the subservience of beastmen within this society to the dragons. Not only is the whole of Farum Azula built to honour a dragon, but beastmen are the chosen guards, meaning they are some sort of honour guard in service to the dragons. Now, again, without going into too much detail on something I've covered in other videos, there's clearly a tie between the dragons and lightning, especially Placidusax, who can literally turn himself into a storm cloud, and who I believe to be the Storm Lord. Yet there is another species within Farum Azula that seems to have an association with the storm as well. That is the Stormhawks, of course. While most people will be familiar with the grafted hawks of Stormveil, we actually find the hawks in a more natural form in Fire Missoula, living in harmony with the dragons here, and it is the first piece of evidence that the Stormhawks may originate from this bestial society. To reinforce the fact these birds are very much part of this society, we can find bird iconography in the walls of Fire Missoula and adorning the clawmark seal, a seal of the Beastmen clergy. We know that this species of hawks are closely aligned with the storm, as the Stormhawk feather reads, "A feather from a hawk that lived as one with the storms." This also seems to be in line with what we see of the Stormveil community of hawks. This was a place where Stormhawks would come to roost, a relationship described by the description of the Stormhawk King, which reads, "Ashes of a hawk, revered by all others as sovereign, back in the day when Stormveil's winds still raged like no other. This ancient monarch is proud, however, refusing to answer anyone's summons." The two places in which we find Stormhawks are very much aligned with the storms, therefore suggesting again this innate relationship between hawks and the storm, a relationship well illustrated by the Stormhawk axe itself, a weapon forged in honour of these birds, and its weapon art summons the power of storms and lightning, reinforcing that connection. So why do the hawks have this connection to the storms, and how are they a part of this community of Fire Missoula? Well, I would like to make the following speculation, that the Stormhawks are not just aligned with the dragons, rather they are descendants of them. And I believe this would explain why the hawks are so innately connected to storms as the dragons are. Why do I believe this? Well, it is just speculation, but remember how I keep banging on about the fact I believe that dragons are analogous to the dinosaurs of the real world. Well, in the real world, birds are the descendants of the dinosaurs, hence why raptors, a group that hawks actually belong to, share the same name of the dinosaur species, raptors. If the hawks are descended from the dragons, it would explain why the two species share the same connection to the storm, and why they come from the same society. Now, let us turn to Sarosh. We don't find any lion-esque beasts per se in Fire Missoula, but there is plenty of evidence pointing to the fact that lions do make up a part of this civilization. Firstly, we have the various instances of lion iconography all throughout Fire Missoula and in the Bestial Sanctum. But aside from that, we also receive the Beastclaw Greathammer, a hammer which celebrates Sarosh from Geraint himself, again a clergyman intimately connected to the Fire Missoula Beastman Society. We also do see lion-esque natural enemies in the game, in the form of guardian beasts, again suggesting that lions as a natural creature exist in this world. Yet none of these lion creatures appear in Fire Missoula itself. Why? Well, it was as I suggested before. Despite the fact the regular Beastmen enemy don't really give away any heritage that they might have come from originally, we do see evidence of different types of Beastmen if we look closely at the skeletons and undead of Fire Missoula. For example, the undead Beastmen look closer to wolves than the regular Beastmen, their skulls having a longer snout, whereas the skeletons of the Beastmen found bound to the columns and buried in the wall are very much lion-esque, if you compare their skulls to real-world lion skulls. In addition, if you examine the skulls found in some of the Varna-esque burials, to me some of the skulls are sheep skulls, suggesting that sheep may also have been one of the early forms of beasts that were granted intelligence and would become part of this Beastman society. The current actually alive Beastmen are a little bit more amorphous, and so perhaps over time the Beastmen form converged via interbreeding between all these different variations. But let me know your thoughts below. But ultimately, I think the archaeological evidence shows that there were different subspecies of beastmen that came from original different beasts, sheep, wolves, and lions. Now that we've spoken about the constituent parts of this beast society, let us backtrack a bit, as we did just discuss two examples of lords, the Stormhawk King and Sarosh. And this is very interesting to me because Sarosh is described as a lord of beasts, and the Stormhawk King was considered as a monarch by all other hawks. While it is clear that the dragons were the ultimate ruling force and essentially gods of the early Beastman era, it doesn't make it impossible that there were lords among the beasts themselves, and Sorosh and the Stormhawk King seem like they were leaders in their own right. For whatever reason, the dragon civilization fell and their god fled, but they lived on through iconography and ideals that were picked up by Godfrey and his conquests. And as I said previously, Fire Missoula clearly once existed in the ground, in the lands between, and thus it makes sense that aspects of their society would bleed out into different regions, into different subcultures and successor kingdoms. The modern dragons, the descendants of the ancient dragons, would take up residence in Dragon Barrow and on the mountain tops of the giants. And specifically, we get a nexus of Fire Missoula history at Stormvale. Now, the civilization of Stormvale is something I discussed in my Godfrey lore video and how it affected his reign, and so I don't want to retread that here. So please check that out if you're interested in the legacy of the Beast civilization, so to speak. And I would also recommend Lore Hunter's excellent in-depth look at Stormvale in their lore video, and I will link that below. Now, the final constituent member of this society that I want to talk about is humanity. Now, this is a subject I have pondered on in passing numerous times, but I'd like to address it head on in this video. Firstly, we have the various human scenes found throughout Fire Missoula, and we could just write this off as generic artistic filler, but I don't ever like really doing that. I like to try and find some explanation for it, not in a From Software game. Many people point to the fact that dragons are able to take human form, something highlighted by Lansax's glaive, which reads, Lansax was the sister of Fortisax. It is said that she took the form of a human to commune with the knights as a priestess of the ancient dragon cult. But to me, Lansax taking a human form is a response to a specific situation, i.e. the establishment of the dragon cult in Leyndell and the diplomacy between the remainders of the ancient dragons and the civilization of Leyndell. And aside from this, there is a direct specific reference to humans that lived amongst the ancient dragons, via the Draconian race appearance preset in the character creator. The description of this appearance preset reads the following: the stony face of the people of the ancient dragon, among whom life is typically short. Now, there is a lot of interesting lore here to consider. Firstly, their life being typically short, and this would make sense if they were among the first humans, as human lifespan has greatly expanded as history has gone on, due to various factors, including better health, diet and hygiene, and improved medical care. And so if this is primeval man, this could be very much a nod to that idea. And to me, the human depictions in Fire Missoula are of actual humans that lived amongst dragons, and to me this draconian race are the most likely candidates. And we could just leave it there and say that humans at some point emerged and joined the main civilization at the time, given that Placidusax and his god were the ruling force, and it would make sense for any new sentient race to join this civilization. However, there is a wilder, yet far more interesting suggestion to be made here, that humans evolved from Beastman. This potential idea was first brought to my attention by Dark Tark, a content creator that does comedic explorations of each area, and they made the excellent observation that the skeletal undead beastmen of Fire Missoula drop human bone shards. So credit to Dark Tark, and I will link that original video below. Now admittedly, this could just be a drop, representing that beastmen eat or kill humans, but it doesn't drop from any other beastmen, and I don't think this is right, as the description of the human bone shard itself specifically states that these are found by hunting those who live in death, and these beastmen do live in death, suggesting these bone shards are actually from their bodies. We have already paralleled beastman evolution with human evolution in the real world, from primate ancestor to upright intelligent prehistory. So why not just go the full way? That humanity owes their evolution in this world to the beasts, from beasts to beastmen to humanity, making even more sense why human prehistory is being paralleled here in Fire Missoula, because they are to Elden Ring humans what hominids were to us. After all, Deathroot seems to affect beastmen in the exact same way that it affects humans, perhaps because they have similar or tied physiology. This has rather interesting implications for demi-humans as well. Clearly the demi-humans are meant to be related to humanity, much like apes are to us in real life. Perhaps the demi-humans are a separate branch that also evolved from the beastmen, just diverging at some point in history, and now remain humanity's evolutionary cousins. And there is a further connection between the civilization of man and beastman that comes in the form of a particular shield, the Sun Realm shield. We can find this shield in the possession of two specific enemies. 1. The human skeleton swordsman. 2. The skeleton beastmen, with both of these enemies being fully modelled actually holding the shield, reinforcing the fact it is not just a random drop. The description of this shield reads the following: Shield of Honour depicting a city crowned by the sun. It has seen better days. Much like the wear upon the shield, the seat of the sun is long faded away. I'd long believed that this seat of the sun, this city, was either an Easter egg nod to Anor Londo, or a reference to Leyndell, in the age when the light of the early Erdtree was brighter. A possibility I felt was even more likely, given we find lots of these skeletal swordsmen with the shields in the graveyards that surround the capital. Yet reassessing the potential evolutionary link between beastman and man has made me reassess this. Is it possible that this is another sign of a shared heritage, given that both beastman and human wield this shield? Is it possible that Fire Missoula is the realm of the sun? Or, given that Fire Missoula was once earthbound, was the Sun Realm a successor kingdom built by both beastmen and their human descendants? This is all just speculation, but some real interesting food for thought, and if man is descended from beast, then it adds greater weight to what we see of men like Hoaraloo, and the difference between the age of the Crucible and the age of the Erdtree, an age where man was more like beast. And remember earlier when I was talking about the dichotomy of the wisdom of beasts? Perhaps it is meant to shine a light on the true bestial nature of man. Revisiting that description of the ruler's mask, modern civilization is essentially a defanging process, a culling of the things that connect man to beast: violence, wildness, and animalistic lust and urges. One of the item descriptions that Hawkshaw highlights in the colour lore video on the chapter on Red is the description of turtle neck meat. Now, in the current version of the game, it has a very boring and generic description, but in version 1.0 of the game, it would have said the following: Turtle is said to boost virility, but none in the lands between seem to have much appetite for it these days. In lands between, the urge to reproduce has waned long ago. Now, while the urge to reproduce may also be tied to the deathless state of the world, or the role in which the Erdtree takes in providing new life, we do see it follow the pattern of more basic instincts and wild animalistic urges being suppressed as civilization has advanced, or at least that's how civilization in the Golden Order sees it in this world. This is something clearly seen in the examples of the Omen and Misbegotten, two subspecies very wild and animalistic in nature and appearance, who greatly suffered under the civilized Golden Order. Indeed, even the Crucible Knights, once great heroes of order, are seen as too chaotic and wild, and are sidelined as the ideas of civilization are codified, a point well made by the Crucible Knight gauntlets. Yet the relationship between beasts and champions is clearly still venerated in some quarters. Bernal's armour is covered head to toe in beasts, as we had already discussed, but this time I want to read the description from the chest piece of Bernal's armour, which reads the following: Beasts are drawn to champions and to lords, and this armour befits a champion worthy of becoming a lord, and that is what Bernal was, until his maiden threw herself into the fire. Bernal was himself almost a lord, and the beast symbology may be very well straightforward. Beasts are strong, violent, and brave, and as we discussed earlier when looking at the helmet, beasts have this sort of focus, this animalistic desire to complete their task and only their task, without a consideration for any other nuance. And again, this very much fits Bernal, both in his aspirations to become a lord, and later in his aspirations to burn the Erd Tree to the ground. In these ways, Bernal is more beast than beasts are, violent, focused, and strong. Being like a beast is losing that human nuance, human awareness, human morality, and focusing solely on your base instinct or goal, something very relatable to champions or heroes, who stand above the rest of civilization, and they are willing to do the violent, necessary things that the rest of civilization is not. Yet there is something else fascinating in the champion chess piece, as it states, beasts are drawn to champions. Now this was a sentence, again, brought to my attention by Loki, so again credit to Loki for raising the importance of this chess piece. Loki suggested that this makes sense given the beasts rallied around Elden Lord Placidusax, the beast being drawn to this lord, a champion and lord of unparalleled strength. To myself, it made me think of the relationship between Sarosh and Godfrey, a lord and a beast. And to me it not only reaffirms the strong connections between man and beast, but also on what Loki mentioned earlier. With intelligence came new weaknesses, a lack of savagery, a loss of that willful instinct to survive at all cost, and with it becomes the crippling awareness of death and the frailty of life. And perhaps in that respect, with the conscious loss of that feral nature, beasts are drawn to violent champions like Hoaraloo, who are more beast than beasts themselves, following the advent of beasts being given intelligence. For the beast within man, and the taming of it, is no better illustrated than by Godfrey and Hoaraloo. Upon taking his axe and title of First Elden Lord, Godfrey separates himself from his more bestial counterpart, his more bestial desires and urges and behaviours. And when he sheds his Godfrey affectations at the end of the game and becomes Hoaraloo once more, a transformation marked by a violent act, the killing of Sarosh, you would be hard-pressed at this exact moment to find a more beast-like being than Hoaraloo, even amongst the rune bears in the lands between. Here is a man fighting with his bare hands as a beast would fight with claws, ripping and tearing with wild abandon and the savagery of a beast. These are all points and themes we had discussed in our Godfrey lore video, a man of the age of the Crucible being a stage in history when men were closer in nature to beasts, where only the strong survived and thrived. But then the age of the Crucible passed because, with new ideas of civilization as it is in the real world, violence becomes less acceptable, and men are meant to behave in a more reasonable and poised fashion. Again, I say that with a pinch of salt. But perhaps in Elden Ring, this evolution of man from a more violent time to a time of civilization is more literal, that the beast within Godfrey and within all men isn't just tempered by civilization because humans are becoming more advanced and have different ideas of civilization, but because the beast within man in Elden Ring may be more literal than we first considered. Perhaps the beast within Hoaraloo is owed to the bestial heritage that all humanity has. It's just that Hoaraloo's is much closer to the surface, and that is why we can consider the more intelligent beasts of the Beastmen society as less beasts than violent men like Hoaraloo and Bernal, who are closer to the beasts from which they are descended. The Lands Between are a perplexing and magical place, a world that feels far distinct from the grounded reality of our own world, and this is no more evident than in Elden Ring's presentation of death. Indeed, death has always been a central focus to From Software games, but Elden Ring really takes it to the next level by having death represented by multiple different areas of lore. Death is one of the great philosophical and existential questions to ponder, as it is in our world, and the denizens of the lands between have varying beliefs and practices when it came to dealing with the end. In the modern Erdtree era, the systems of death have been hijacked by the Erdtree and Golden Order fundamentalism, with Erdtree burial being the nominal idea of ideal death. And yet there exist far older symbols of death, relics of different funerary rites, whose very image still elicits a tie to the other side. There are those who cling on to their own practices, beliefs, and divinity, separate from the dominion of the Erdtree. The death need guidance and corralling, and in these different systems, as we will see, there is always a shepherd or an usher figure, a psychopomp, a spirit who helps guide the dead according to their faction's beliefs and desires. At the outset of this video, I also want to shout out a few creators whose work has been instrumental for me researching this video. This includes Vati, V-Limit, Crunch, and Last Protagonist. A special big thanks to Last Protagonist for providing translations, and Vati in general for sharing his own lore notes with me, which helped me visualise the section on Ghostflame immensely. A perfect place to start when analysing the concept of death is with ourselves, the Tarnished, we who are dead and yet live.
Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all.
Death is one of the first aspects of the lore that the player will stumble across, even if they don't think too deeply about it. In an interview with Weekly Famitsu in March 2022, Miyazaki describes that the Tarnished, the player, are descendants of those who were originally exiled, alongside Godfrey. And now I'm going to quote that passage from Weekly Famitsu. The people who live in the lands between have a golden glow in their eye from the grace of the Erdtree. Some people, however, have lost that glow, and they were called the Tarnished and exiled from the lands between. The player character and the other Tarnished to appear in-game are descendants of such people. After the Elden Ring was shattered, the guidance of grace appeared to the Tarnished and others who could not die, telling them to return to the lands between, gain audience with the Elden Ring, and become Elden Lord. And that is how the game begins. So we are descended from those who were originally exiled by Marika and the Greater Will, alongside Godfrey when grace left his eyes.
In Marika's own words, my lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Well, perhaps that might serve you in lieu of a maiden's guidance.
Even at this stage, it's clear that Marika expects the Tarnished to go outside the lands between, battle, and die, before being brought back by grace in due course. And from what we see of Godfrey, we know this to be true. Godfrey is shown to have died at some point as a Tarnished in the introductory cinematic, before being brought back once more as Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. So right at the offset of the game, we are immediately introduced to the idea that there is some degree of fluidity in regards to death, and it is a necessary building block of any From Software game. In every single game, death and the respawn mechanic has been built into the lore itself. In Dark Souls, the very nature of our curse is more directly addressed right from the onset, and while it has a lot of depth and nuance, notably explored in Dark Souls 2, the idea of the Curse of the Undead is more head-on tackled in Dark Souls, whereas in Elden Ring, the idea of being tarnished is a little bit more obscure in the lore, and isn't as essential as the Curse of the Undead is to Dark Souls. And while that is true, another facet of the lore is thrown in our face early on, and that is the idea of the guidance of grace, which exists to guide us tarnished. And indeed, the Erdtree and the Two Fingers need us, and so will not let us die, and thus grace keeps us alive. And while this is greatly implied in the game, it is directly stated by Miyazaki himself. In an interview with Miyazaki in the Overture of Elden Ring book, Miyazaki says the following on the immortality of the Tarnished. The immortality of the Tarnished stems from the power of the guidance of grace. Tarnished that die outside the lands between are given new life through the guidance of grace, and are beckoned to the lands between. This is basically the start of the game. I guess the guidance doesn't want the player character to be freed. So this now mechanically makes sense, as when we die we do resurrect at the last sight of grace. But what is grace? How does it have the power to literally prevent us from dying? Grace seems to be an extension of the Elden Ring, of its power and influence, as the golden rune item description suggests that having grace is the same as holding these runes. It reads as follows: grace that dwells within the inhabitants of the lands between, the lingering trace of gold. Runes are the nourishment for the development of any tarnished, provided a finger maiden can be found. Runes are fragments of the Elden Ring, and if runes are grace, then it means that grace is an extension of the Elden Ring, hence why those without grace are seen as tarnished, as dirty, as without grace. The tutorial notes the fact that grace is essentially a tool to transmit the Erd Tree's directions for the tarnished. In short, grace is just another extension of the Erd Tree in Elden Ring, and through it, the tarnished are bound to its power, shackled beyond even death, until their task is completed, or their usefulness is outlived. The point of highlighting this example is that it is the first example of the many mechanisms through which death is manipulated and corralled by the Erd Tree and other forces. It also shows this idea of being guided. Throughout this video I'm going to talk about the idea of psychopomps, and we'll get on it soon. But in short, psychopomps are spirits that guide the dead, and the tarnished are the dead that yet live. And so in a way, the tarnished are kin to the other dead that are manipulated and corralled by these psychopomp forces. Throughout this video we will see many examples of how the dead are seemingly lost and will only act according to the guidance they are given. Is this any different from ourselves? When we first picked up the controller and played the game, would we even know what to do had it not been for the guidance of grace? I want you just to bear that in mind when we talk about all the other dead that are shepherded throughout this video, that we, the tarnished, may be no different. And with that being said, I now want to pick up one of the oldest symbols of death in the lands between, the death rites and the death birds. To me, the most interesting facet of the practices associated with these sinister birds is that they were developed in a world absent the Erd Tree, before the Erd Tree was around. And for the player, this should immediately be intriguing, as the lands between we actually get to explore is so dominated by the Erd Tree, both physically and culturally. And we learn that these death rites were developed outside the Erd Tree's purview before its arrival from the explosive ghost flame spell, which reads as following: sorcery of the servants of death. In the time when there was no Erd Tree, death was burned in ghost flame. Death birds were the keepers of that flame. As I discussed in my Erd Tree lore video, clearly there was a period of time when cultures and society developed and existed outside of the dominion of the Erd Tree, and given its function in regards to the processes of death, it makes sense that prior mechanisms and funerary rites needed to exist. I argue in that same video that there was a period of history between the reign of the ancient dragons and Queen Marika's reign, in which there was no Elden Lords that we know of, and there must have been some sort of power vacuum, unlike what we see in the current Erd Tree era, where everything is culturally dominated by the Erd Tree itself. As such, in this period, it seems as though there was an outer god that was able to spread, and its rites, its death rites, would become the dominant funerary rite of the world at this era. I'm of course referring to the outer god that is linked to what we know as the Twin Bird, a being we learn of via the Twin Bird kite shield, which reads as follows: shield featuring a vividly painted twin bird. The Twin Bird is said to be the envoy of an outer god, and mother of the death birds. This is the only direct mention we get of this Twin Bird, and its associated outer god. Yet that being said, this small piece of evidence actually gives us a lot to work with and chew over. First of all, it directly links the death birds and their rites to an outer god, as well as placing the creation of these death birds at the feet of this twin bird, an envoy to that greater god. Now, this twin bird is described as an envoy, and an envoy is of course a messenger, meaning this bird was a messenger or representative of this outer god. As Vati says in his great video on the death-related bosses, the image we get of this twin bird is indeed very reminiscent of the mythological phoenix. The phoenix is of course a bird heavily associated with death through its endless cycle of death and rebirth. However, I think we can also learn a little bit more from the appearance of this bird, as it is known as the twin bird, and we can see from the shield that this title is reflective of their actual or presented appearance. Two heads and two halves of a body, both represented with different colours. If I was to guess what this is representing, I would hazard that one half is meant to represent life, and one half is meant to represent death, symbolising its remit over the cycle of life and death. In Crunchy's Helfin lore video, in his pinned comment, he makes an interesting supplementary point to the video content. He states the following in that comment. The twin bird kite shield depicts a black bird against a red background and a red bird against a blue background. If the black bird is somehow represented or manifested by the death birds, it begs the question what the red bird is. In alchemical symbolism, this would represent the raven and the phoenix, symbolising kind of physical death and release into the spiritual world, whether literal or metaphorical. I agree with Crunchy that these halves are different facets of the one whole, and that the death half is most certainly manifested by her raven deathbird children, though this does leave us curious about the potential children of her other half, or whether it is actually also represented by the deathbirds and we are just missing some of the greater picture. We don't know much about the outer god that's connected to this twin bird, but as with all outer gods that we know of quote unquote in the game, we have to assume that their actions of their followers and their servants, in this case the deathbirds, must be representative of their ideals and their remit, so to speak. And at this point I'd like to shout out another great lore video, and it's Mr. Holthen. In his lore video on the outer god of the deathbirds, which I will link below, Mr. Holthen suggests that the outer god of the deathbirds is one of death and of battle. The reason he does this is he thinks that there is a link between certain items that suggests that this outer god rewards those who die in battle. The first item that he points to in order to prove this theory is the blue-feathered branch sword, an item that we'll see later is closely associated with the deathbirds, and is an item that is dropped by them, in fact, and its description reads as follows. The heart sings when one draws close to death, and thus does one cling so tenaciously to life, to render up a death worth offering. And this similar idea is also reflected in the red-feathered branch sword, which reads as follows. The heart sings when one draws close to death, and a glorious end awaits those who cling so tenaciously to life. As Mr. Holthen states, it suggests that those who cling so desperately onto their life, who fight for their life, are to be rewarded in death. And indeed this idea of people being rewarded for being great heroes is something that's also reflected in Erdtree traditions, for we find many great hero ashes who seem to have been granted an Erdtree burial as an honour for their actions in life. And this repeated theme and this repeated idea seems to give water to what Mr. Holthen is suggesting here, that this outer god is possibly one of death and of battle that rewards warriors after life. Mr. Holthen then also links it to the Helfin steeple sword, something I will cover later in this video for other reasons, but in short, Mr. Holthen repeats the idea that is said on the Helfin steeple item description that shows that those who have died a warrior's death will be guided by the Helfin in the spirit world, i.e. being rewarded for their heroics and battle prowess. It's a really great video and actually one of the best explanations or theories on what the outer god of the deathbirds could represent. So I'll link that video below and highly recommend you check Mr. Holthen out and give them a sub. But moving on from the outer god, And back to the deathbirds themselves, I want to talk about their symbolism, their appearance as ravens or crows. As is always the case with From Software, nothing is really done or selected by chance, and neither is choosing to make this branch of Death Custodians to have a crow or raven form, as birds crop up throughout history and cultures as a symbol or messenger of death, and no birds are more associated with death than the crow or the raven. To many people, internally, they already associate ravens and crows with death, and the reason this is the case is because they are carrion eaters. No doubt on the battlefields throughout history, these birds would have been a common sight among the dead, and thus where there was death, there would be crows. I will soon discuss the idea of psychopomps, spirits who guide and shepherd the dead, a common theme in Elden Ring as far as I see it, and birds and crows are quite often seen as psychopomps, which is why many believed they gathered near where the dead were, that these birds were getting ready to guide them, and ultimately this is what the death birds actually do in game. They gather the dead and do guide them to the other side. And they fall into the category for me of death shepherds or ushers. They are just one of many, and we will discuss the rest soon. And while the crow or the raven might be closely associated for death with us in the real world, for those in the lands between, it was the death birds that were closely associated with death, synonymous with it indeed. Indeed, we will see that the association of death and these birds is so deeply ingrained within the culture of lands between society, leading to people taking the form of the bird to represent death in many instances. And to me, that death is so synonymous with these birds suggests that maybe they were one of the first representations or first manifestations of death in the lands between. Indeed, the fact that we can face so many in the game spread throughout the map shows how important the spread of this cult really was. One great bit of lore that helps exemplify how important they are to Erdtree society in regards to death comes from the Hidden Plumage item description, a cut content crafting material from the game, which reads as follows: Death's bearers were once said to have taken the form of birds, symbolised by these black feathers. But this does indeed carry over into their lore, and to what their role actually is. They were the shepherds of death, overseers of an ancient funerary practice, who presided over the burning of the dead within ghost flames. And so now let's take a look at these funerary practices themselves, the ghost flame and necromancy. We learn of these practices via the instruments that they wield, the Death's Poker, the description of which reads as follows: The birds are graveyard fire keepers. It is said they rake out the ashen remains of the dead from their kilns. These birds are the overseers as something known as the graveyard fires. Now, being someone who pays close attention to semantics in these games, this sentence is of great interest to me. First of all, graveyards. Now, graveyards are not necessary in Erdtree society, for we have the catacombs, as burial is not done in the ground as we would traditionally see it in the real world, for example, but in fact the dead are taken to the catacombs to have an Erdtree burial, to be reabsorbed by the great tree roots. So what are the graveyards that we see everywhere in game? Well, given what we've just heard in this item description, I would suggest that most of the graveyards we see in game, such as in Liurnia, Limgrave, and the mountaintops of the giants, are leftovers from this death rite practice that was once overseen by the Deathbirds. And it wouldn't be the first example of us seeing the remains of other ancient civilizations and cultures strewn about the lands between, built around by the new Erdtree society. This item description also suggests that in these graveyards there were great fires or kilns in which the dead were burned before their ashen remains were scraped out by these pokers. Fire pokers, of course, are actual instruments used for clearing out ash and moving around coals, etc. in a fire. Now, the burning of the dead is of course a very common practice throughout real-world history, such as in ancient Greek society, ancient Rome, and Hinduism, just to name a few. However, to my own experiences and cultural background, it specifically reminds me of Western Protestant crematorium funerals, of which I have personally attended one. For those unfamiliar with these practices, the deceased are placed into a coffin. The coffin is then placed into a kiln before the ashes are then retrieved and typically placed into an urn. And then optionally, those ashes can be buried or kept by the family. So quite clearly, that is the role in which these death birds play, overseeing the funerary rites of a sort of crematorium practice. And specifically, the dead are burned within something known as the ghost flames. And this is told to us by the Rancor pot item description, which reads as follows. In times of old, the dead were burned with ghost flame, and from those cinders arose vengeful spirits. The ghost flame is a curious phenomena, because while the death birds did use it to burn the dead, it also seems to have been produced from the dead themselves. This is something we learn from the story of the Fallen Hawks, the zombie-like expedition that found themselves trapped underground and desperate, and in their desperation, they took to burning the bones of their fellows and produced the ghost flame. And this is something we can learn of via the ghost flame torch, which reads as follows. Metal torch that burns with cold ghost flame, tool of the fallen hawks who prowl the underground rivers. When the band's last embers were used up in their long search, they began to burn the bones of their fellows, acquiring the cold ghost flame, but sealing their fate as dwellers of the underground for all eternity. So it appears as though burning bones produces this ghost flame, but it isn't as simple as that. It seems as though burning the bones of the dead produces the ghost flame because it is intrinsically linked to the dead and the spirits within. And I say this of course because we also see the ghost flame in another circumstance, when those who live in death are resurrecting, something pointed out by Crunchy in his Helfin lore video. Now, we do have a fairly tentative way of explaining why the ghost flame appears at this point of resurrection, because it seems that ghost flames are also tied to vengeful or strong spirits, as seen in ancient Death Rancor, where it is implied that from these ashes can be found vengeful spirits, and I would suggest that the ghost flame appearing around the bones of a resurrecting undead is symbolic of their vengeful spirit, once again inhabiting their form and refusing to dissipate entirely. This idea of those who live in death being a life form that is in essence a spirit that refuses to die is something that can be backed up with a translation. And once again I turn to fellow content creator Last Protagonist, who's provided a fascinating translation of one of Rogier's dialogues. In the English, Rogier says the following: "You may find this peculiar, but I've discovered something in my examination of the Knight of the Black Knives. These souls have committed no offence. They have every right to life, only they happened to touch upon a flaw in the order." However, according to Last Protagonist's own translation of the Japanese, he reads it in a slightly different way. "You probably think I'm strange, but I'm in the middle of researching the night of the plot. They haven't made any transgressions, just living determinedly, and because of that, they've run into a flaw of the order. Living determinedly, i.e. wanting to live so much, to keep themselves alive so much, that they in essence refuse to die. And thematically this ties into something I've looked at already, the blue and red feathered branch sword talismans, which introduce the idea of people holding on so tenaciously to life. And again, the repeated thematics seems to give some weight to this translation by Last Protagonist. And this determination to live, to me, well explains the manifestation of the ghost flame and the resurrection of those who live in death. They simply refuse to die. They are living determinedly. The point being is that the ghost flame is a little bit more complex than it first appears to be. It isn't just a flame from the bones of the dead, it is intrinsically linked to the dead and their spirits. I think this idea is further backed up by the curious grave violet item description, which had me perplexed for a long time before I had pondered these very questions. Its description reads as follows: "A purple flower that blooms in graveyards. Material used for crafting items. The hue of ghost flame. It's believed to be useful in calling forth spirits." Now, the grave violet is of course used in one recipe, the Rancor pot, and so is a material that produces spirit fire, or ghost flame. Now what follows is of course my own speculation, but I believe the fact that this plant specifically grows in graveyards means that its growth must be connected to the dead and or their spirits. The fact the flower itself can be used to summon ghost flame and the associated rancor spirits to me suggests a sort of cycle, that these flowers are directly connected to the dead. They have grown from the dead, whose spirits are in turn connected to the ghost flame, and thus these flowers, these grave violets, are infused with the same power. The ghost flame isn't just born from burning the bones. It is an element, a metaphysical element, intrinsically linked to the dead and their bodies, which is why we can get the ghost flame from the bones of the dead, or this flower, which has grown from those areas in which the dead are also located. The understanding that the ghost flame is an intrinsic part of the spirit and the dead, rather than just a practice or magic of the deathbirds, is essentially an understanding how it is also associated with other death practices, and I find the grave violet to be a cornerstone in that understanding. But more on those other connections later, just bear it in mind for now. Now, returning to the idea that the deathbirds are able to summon vengeful spirits through the rancor, this does seem to fit into the logic of the world, given that we know the dead can be controlled and summoned via ash. In the case of the deathbirds, these vengeful spirits, these rancor, can be summoned or found within the ash raked from the fires of the deathbirds, and this is something we learn from ancient death rancor, which reads as follows: summons a horde of vengeful spirits that chase down foes. They are cinders of the ancient death hex, raked from the fires of ghost flame by deathbirds. Now this is very similar to our ability to use the spirit calling bell to summon forth spirit from the ash, and yet the rancor spell suggests that the deathrite birds were able to manipulate spirits in a more primitive degree, recreating a vengeful facet of the deceased, rather than a one-to-one creation of the spirit, like the spirit calling bell can. They draw upon this exact aspect of the dead, the vengeful aspect, and they fire forth a one-tone version of the spirits within the ash. Is it possible the more sophisticated version of spirit calling, via the spirit calling bell, was developed by building off the practices of these deathrite birds, the practice of summoning vengeful spirits? I certainly think this is plausible, as both practices do directly draw upon an aspect of the spirit from the ashes of the dead. The idea of deathbirds harnessing the power of spirits is further augmented by our understanding of the augmented wings that we see on upgraded deathbirds, known as deathrite birds in the game. These versions of the deathbirds have huge magical wings in which sit a number of ghostly people. It turns out that deathbirds would have been supported in their death rites by certain priests, and this is something we learn via the deathrite spear, which reads as follows: the priests became guardians of the birds through the rite of death, which also serves as an oath sworn to their distant resurrection. Now, this is a really interesting idea of dying so you can be revived in the future, and is something we will come back to when we visit the mausoleum and the soulless demigods. But in general, it seems as though, collectively, the practice overseen by the birds and their priests were known as the Rite of Death, the Death Rites, hence the Death Rite birds. I find it interesting that there were clearly humans involved, priests that served the manifestation of an outer god, the Death Birds, and perhaps these priests were priests to that outer god itself, the outer god that we discussed earlier in this video, and no doubt the priests venerated the Death Birds and their twin bird mother as well. These priests wielded these staffs and made an oath to become the guardians of these deathrite birds in exchange for future resurrection, being dead now and being brought to life in the future. And as most will be aware, these are the priests that are visible in the wings of the deathrite birds, the upgraded versions of the death birds. And it appears as though this is how they act as guardians, as the presence of these wings and the presence of these priests do grant the death birds, the deathrite birds, far more power than their lesser kin. To me, the deathrite priests, present as ghostly visages in the wings of the Deathrite birds are channeling their powers, granting the Death Birds their enhanced powers, and this is evidenced by the ghostly glow present on these models that is not present on the regular Death Birds. And for those who ask me to explain why these Death Birds are so difficult to kill, there's your answer. The Deathrite priests in the wings of these powered up Death Birds are granting them all those horrendous powers. So these priests are the reason why the Death Birds are so traumatic to fight. Now, the Deathrite priests are interesting to me because I've suggested that they channel the power of the Death Birds. And now I want to segue into a subject that deals with another human trying to resurrect and channel these powers for their own ends. I'm now going to talk about the subject of necromancy and the necromancer Garrus that we meet in-game. Let's try and unpack this lore by first of all looking at Garrus himself. He is wearing the Sage's set, tying up with the name of the cave, the Sage's Cave, that we find him in. This set reads as follows: thick burgundy robe, attire of the wise sages who were deemed heretical, evidence that the wearer was driven from town. I discussed this in my Millennia lore video, but we do meet another sage-wearing person in-game, Sage Gowry. In that video, I argued that the town that Gowry was driven from, as is mentioned in the Sage set, was in fact Celia. Not only was he located near Celia, but is also very intimate with the secrets of the town and its sorceries, which themselves are secret. However, Gowry has become an adherent of Rot and its incantations, which he can teach to you, and I conclude that it is these interests and veneration of the Rot in general that have had him driven from his former town. Now, I don't necessarily conclude that Garrus is also from Celia. However, I would suggest that he has suffered a similar and parallel fate, that he was once a sage of some order, only to be expelled for his heretical magics. Yet for Garrus, these heretical magics were necromancy, not rot, and this no doubt led to his expulsion from whatever town and order he was a part of before. His motivations for doing so, for studying a heretical sorcery, is quite clear to us, as we can learn his motivations via the weapon he wields, the family head's flail, and that item reads as follows: 3 bludgeoning copper heads attached to a handle by chains, signature weapon of necromancer Garrus, the heretical sage. The heads were made to resemble those of his wife and 2 children. So for those familiar with Dark Souls 1 and its story, may find this story extremely familiar to that of the Pinwheel, a necromancer who stole some of the power of Nito the Gravelord in order to resurrect his wife and child. Here Garrus's aims can definitely be interpreted as similar, for what else could a man who is already mourning his wife and 2 children want with necromancy? Clearly, he only has one goal in mind: the resurrection of his lost family. Now, as to why I have included necromancy in this particular section, is because the branch of necromancy we encounter in Elden Ring appears to be an offshoot of the sorceries of the Deathrite, of the Death Birds. For example, we can tie the idea of rancor and controlling and guiding these vengeful spirits as something linked to the Deathrites and the Death Birds. And in fact it is the ancient Death Rancor which helps ties us together. And I know I've already read it, but I will read it again just for the purposes of this section. Summons a horde of vengeful spirits that chase down foes. They are the cinders of the ancient Death Hex, raked from the fires of Ghostflame by Death Birds. This now appears to be an ancient art that has been resurrected and revived by the necromancer Garrus, for the Rancorol spell reads as follows: Sorcery of the Servants of Death, summons vengeful spirits that chase down foes. Once thought lost, this ancient Death Hex was rediscovered by the necromancer Garrus. So this is an interesting bit of lore for a number of reasons. Firstly, it appeals to my obsessive need to understand and place the Elden Ring timeline. It uses the term ancient, indicating to us that the time of the Deathbirds and their associated practices happened a long time ago, as well as the fact that it was a long time ago when the world was absent the Erd Tree. Secondly, it also links this branch of necromancy to the death rites. But unlike the death rites, the necromancer Garrus is not as interested in the whole rites as a whole as a religious practice, but is instead interested in the ability to control the spirits from the ash of the long dead, and his need to somehow control and recreate the spirits of his lost family. And this motivation and objective seems to have been achieved to some degree, and this is backed up by the skill found on Garrus's weapon, called Familial Rancor, and the description of that skill reads as follows. Gently rattle the copperheads to summon vengeful spirits that chase down foes. The anguish of a spouse and children invites accursed wrath. Given the description of this skill and the description of the Rancorol spell, I conclude that Garrus has looked in and researched the spells of the Death Rite to harness the spirits of his long dead family, and in a way he has succeeded. But as we have already discussed, the Death Rites and their control of Rancor only provides a primitive aspect of the deceased spirit. It isn't a one-to-one recreation, it only draws upon their vengeance. And while Garrus has managed to resurrect his family in a sense, I can hardly believe this pale and tortured imitation was his end goal, and thus I see Garrus's story as another one of tragedy, something far too common in Elden Ring. So while what we learn of the Deathrite birds may be threadbare, their legacy is far more prominent, as these birds essentially become symbolic and synonymous with death. We see this on the attire of the Ravenmount assassins, including their cloak, which reads as follows. A ritual implement for transforming into a death bird, if only by imitation. We are the birds of prey, bringers of death. These assassins want to represent themselves as the bringers of death, to strike fear into those who would cross them, and to give weight to their promise as assassins. And thus they have taken the raven appearance of the death birds. But not only that, they attempt to mimic their movements by diving on their opponents from above, as we learn via their raptor talon weapons. And this is all because the assassins want to appear as death themselves, and to this world, there is no clearer indication of death than the death birds. It becomes clear that in the world of Elden Ring, the most recognisable symbol of death is the death bird, as it might be the skull for us in real life. And this really speaks to the cultural importance that these death birds once held. They were death in a world before the Erd Tree, and even now, people take their symbol as the symbol of death. But ultimately, the death birds aren't just death themselves, they were shepherds, shepherds of the dead, guiding the Deathrite priests in burning of the dead and controlling and shepherding the vengeful spirits found within the ash. Throughout Elden Ring, many of the beings associated with death play this role as guide or shepherds, and so in the next chapter, I do want to have a look at the idea of psychopomps and analyse the different shepherds and ushers of death that we find throughout the lands between. Now, I've mentioned the word psychopomp numerous times throughout the video, and now it's time to really get into it. The word psychopomp is derived from an ancient Greek word that is used to describe a being or spirit whose purpose is to help guide the dead to the afterlife. This idea is very much a repeated theme in Elden Ring, as the dead are frequently described as lost and or needing guidance and leadership. For example, the Rosis Axe reads the following. Usher of Death, Rosis, who shows the path to the catacombs throughout the lands between, is depicted on this ritual axe. The death easily lose their way, and have always been in sore need of a guiding hand. The Usher of Death, Rosis, is quite obviously the most clear example of a psychopomp in the entire game, and is actually one of the first characters that we will probably come across in our exploration of the lands between. He is of course the statues that provide the blue guiding light that lead us to catacombs. What's interesting is the idea that there are those who become lost in death, and this is an idea that we will see repeated when we examine the Tibia Mariners shortly. To me, it gives the impression that the dead are a sort of resource that each system belief can gather and guide in order to dominate the world's life cycles. Unlike the Deathbirds, however, it's clear that Rosis is a being or psychopomp that is aligned with the status quo, to be a guide to Erdtree burial, hence the blue lights that Rose's statues produce that guide us to catacombs, these sites of Great Root burial. Rosus seems to guide and protect the dead in other ways. Not only does he shepherd the dead to the roots of the Great Tree, but he also seems to overlook and protect the catacombs in varying ways. He very much is the psychopomp of the Erdtree Order and Erdtree burial. Converse to the Golden Order, we of course have those who live in death, and for an in-depth look into this area of the lore, I recently completed a very long video on the subject, and I highly recommend it and will link below. However, in regards to the subject of guides of the dead, I think most of you will know where I'm going when I speak of those who live in death. We're of course speaking of the Tibia Mariners. A good place to start with the Tibia Mariners is of course with the Tibia's Summons item description, which reads as follows. Summons a group of those lost in death. The dead have long been left to wander. What they need is leadership. As I mentioned earlier, we repeatedly see this idea of the dead becoming lost, or that they require guidance. But Tibia's Summons actually takes it further by capitalizing a title, Those Lost in Death, which I take to be a state of being comparable to those who live in death. Again, it gives me the idea that the dead are in this wayward state, and it's up to the varying factions to gather this resource to their cause, whether that be through psychopomps like Rosus or the Tibia Mariners. The Tibia Mariners, while not mentioned much in in-game lore, are actually dripping with lore, if you excuse the pun, especially when it comes to their appearance. They are once again linked to the aquatic themes of the Prince of Death, stagnation, Kigari, and centipedes. Again, all subjects I dive deeply into in my Godwin lore video. However, in short, the aquatic facet of the Tibia Mariner makes sense, especially in relation to the relevance of stagnant water to those who live in death. However, to most, their appearance is most likely more evocative of a famous character of myth, the most famous psychopomp of them all. I of course refer to Haron, the boatman of the river Styx. When sending their dead to the afterlife, the ancient Greeks would often place a coin on their dead, and this was so they could pay the fee demanded by Haron when they reached Hades. Upon receiving the fee, Haron would ferry the dead across the river Styx that divided the land of the living and the land of the dead. No clearer a psychopomp could there be. And I think there would be very little argument that the Tibia Mariners are not meant to evoke this same image. And in concert with the Tibia's Summons, we clearly see the Tibia Mariners are guides to bring those who are lost in death into living death, to join those who live in death. Indeed, we see them use another tool of theirs to this very end, their long trumpet, which doubles as both a paddle and instrument. Given the Greek themes behind psychopomps and the Tibia Mariners, I liken this trumpet to the salpinx, a trumpet-like instrument of the ancient Greeks, and you can see the long design of this instrument is very close in appearance to the same one that the mariners use. Historians have speculated that this instrument, the salpinx, was a military instrument, meant to give commands before a battle started, and in Elden Ring I speculate the Tibia Marina uses it in a similar fashion. They use the trumpet to guide and direct the dead, those who are lost to our world, those who are lost in death, and upon hearing the trumpet, they are guided to the Tibia Mariner's side, being pulled into our world and becoming those who live in death. And we do see this throughout our fights with the Tibia Mariners, that those they summon are those who live in death, new warriors for these mysterious boatmen. As Vati quite rightly points out in his Death Boss lore video, the Tibia Mariners can also be related to another talking point in regards to the psychopomps, Helfin's steeple, as the Tibia Mariner in the mountaintops of the Giants drops this item. And as we will see, it really will continue on these themes of guiding the dead. So let us start to unpack the ideas found in this item by reading its item description. Greatsword patterned after the black steeple of the Helfin, the lampwood which guides the dead of the spirit world. The lamplight is similar to Grace in appearance, only it is said that it can only be seen by those who met their death in battle. Again, we quite clearly see the reoccurring themes of the guidance of the dead, and I believe the choice of the name also illustrates this. The spelling of Helfin may not necessarily mean anything spelled out, but phonetically it is the same as the German word Helfen, meaning help or assistance in English. And this makes sense, given its role in helping the lost spirits of the dead in finding their way to the spirit world. Now, the idea of a spirit world is a fascinating concept for the lands between, especially when we get visual hints that there may be a spiritual realm in Elden Ring, and it's made even more tantalising that we get nothing else mentioned on it apart from this Helfin Steeple item description. And it is at this point I'm going to recommend another excellent video by the creator Crunchy, who did a deep dive on the concept of a spirit world in Elden Ring, and he covers this in his Helfin lore video, which I've already mentioned a few times throughout this video. I cannot recommend it enough, and please go and give Crunchy your support. That being said, let us break down what we know of the Helfin. According to the description of the sword, is modelled after a lampwood, or as Vati's translation in his video states, a lamplight tree, and again thanks to Vati for sharing these translations. So in short, the sword seems to mimic a black forked tree that appears in the spirit realm as a lamplight to guide them with a sort of grace. The fact that this is a tree that is also giving off a sort of grace suggests it may be some kind of mirror of the Erd tree in the Shadow Realm, and again this is something that Crunchy touches upon in his video. Vati theorizes that this sort of grace mimicking light could be red, due to the red gem found in the sword itself. Now the red is interesting because when the Tibia Mariners summon those who are lost in death to become those who live in death, a red light can be seen as they are summoned, as if the Tibia Mariners are harnessing or mimicking the power of the Helfin, and I do think this red light helps lend credence to Vati's ideas that this is a red light rather than a golden light, as it is for grace. And ultimately this idea of a light guiding the dead to where they need to be is also a theme that is backed up by the fact it is what Rosas does as well. He uses a blue light to guide the dead to his intended destination. Another facet of this sword that's interesting in regards to the greater themes of death is the weapon art attached to it, which is called Ruinous Steeple, which wreathes the sword in Ghostflame. Ghostflame is something we have discussed at length in this video, and it ties us back to the Deathrite and the Death Bird. As Crunchy points out in his video, the steeple of the Helfin sword is very similar to the Deathrite staffs, and also the red feathered branch sword talismans that were once used in ancient death rituals, doubtless the Deathrites, given that these items drop from the Death Birds. Is it possible that the Helfin tree was the model for these ritual implements as used by the Deathrites? And if so, does the ghost flame on the sword and the possession of this sword by the Tibia Mariner tie these two practices together? In my opinion, the answer is both yes and no. I think that Dee's initial dialogue makes it clear that the Tibia Mariners are essentially manifestations of the Deathroot and shepherds for those who live in death. They are spawn of the mark of the centipede.
Heed my warning. The village here has been touched by death, and worse yet, it is home to a mariner.
So they are something separate from the Deathrite birds. And this is of course reinforced by the fact that the Tibia Mariners are the main holders of the Deathroot, and this ties them very firmly to Godwyn. Yet those who live in death do seem to burn in the ghost flame after they die, before resurrecting. The ghost flame is wielded by the death birds, is wreathed on the Helfin blade, which is in turn borne by the Tibia Mariner. The ghost flame even appears tied to the mausoleums, as when we clear these skull barnacles from their feet, a burst of ghost flame is seen, and I would speculate that this suggests that the mausoleum attracts these souls or gathers them, and this is because of the soulless demigod entombed within. A nexus of death, if you will. There are a lot of connections here, and going even deeper, we can find further connections between all of these subjects, which can make it confusing. As Crunchy states in his Helfin video, the ghost flame could easily be described as fire, drained of colour, a white flame. The eclipse, tightly associated with the soulless demigods, is also described as the sun, drained of its colour. and as described in my prior Godwin lore video, last protagonist's comment on a V-limit eclipse video makes it clear that the Japanese or kanji for eclipse means worm-eaten, corroded, and the word rosis is a Latin word which means gnawed, eaten away. So what is the connection between all these subjects? Well, first of all, I wouldn't make it too literal and think that all of these practices are linked. I think it's just a thematic connection for death. As English speakers, there's lots of things we're not understanding, that thematically, these are all death subjects, and thus they will repeat a lot of the same imagery and themes and language to evoke a certain feeling from their audience. It's just that culturally, we are not up to the same speed as some of the Japanese players will be. But if you do want to try and tie it together in the lore as to why there's so many overlaps between these ideas, we all have to bear in mind that all of these practices, all these funerary rites, all these agents of different outer gods and the greater will, all draw from the same place, the spirit realm or the realm of the dead. I have already discussed how the ghost flame, while often associated with the deathbirds, is actually more an intrinsic part of all dead and all spirits, hence why it can be summoned via grave violet, which has grown from carrion, as well as why the ghost flame is associated with those who live in death, necromancy, and the Helfin sword. As in the real world, funerary rites cross over with one another, they take ideas from one another, and ultimately they deal with the same grand questions that we do in the real world, and this is why traditions in the real world and in Elden Ring, when it comes to death, often deal with similar subjects, just in slightly different ways. My point is that we have highlighted several different systems and different masters behind these different funerary rites and the different psychopomps that have their different motivations for guiding the dead to their own ends, but you will see similar forces at play in each of the rites because they deal with the same subject, and that is the dead and their spirits. So with that subject fairly well covered, there's some other connected subjects that I want to cover before we wrap up the video on all things death, and I move on from saying death for the 1000th time. The last subject I want to tackle is the mausoleum and the soulless demigods. I'd like to start this section off by first of all acknowledging that I have previously discussed this subject matter in regards to its connection to Godwin in my last video and in Mikla in a far previous video. So there will be a degree of repetition, but I will be covering it in more depth and more holistically, and you will see some thematic allusions and conclusions that I come to that you won't have seen in my prior videos. So let us start with what I see to be the introduction to this faction, so to speak. The dialogue of the ghost from the Weeping Peninsula, who says the following. So this dialogue presupposes that the mausoleum appears to hold a relation of Marika, a demigod. This is then something we can attribute to all mausoleums when we consider the mausoleum surcoat, which reads, "The surcoat depicts the mausoleum bell, which rings in constant mourning for the soulless demigods." So these structures and their soldiers are entirely formulated around deceased and soulless demigods that are contained within. This is of course in some way linked to Godwin's fate, given he too is soulless and is referred to as the first of the demigods to die, as mentioned by the likes of Rogier and as described on the Golden Epitaph item description. So we do need to consider how these demigods within the mausoleums became soulless. Of course it would have been after Godwin's death. To me it doesn't make sense that they too were killed on the night of the Black Knives. We looked at the mechanics of this event during my Godwin lore video, but in a nutshell the assassins actually physically carved the curse mark into Godwin's flesh. Not only that, but it was due to Rani's machinations in having the curse mark broken in half that would cause Godwin to die only in soul, and therefore this exact scenario would need to be repeated for each of the soulless demigods, thus unlikely. However, that being said, I am not Gideon all-knowing, and if you want a well-reasoned and contrasting view, I would recommend a Reddit post by GorseXI, who makes some excellent and well-researched arguments in favour of the demigods intentionally being killed during the Nights of the Black Knives, and so I'll link that below and highly recommend you read that after this video. However, in my opinion, what is more likely is that these demigods instead came into contact with the death root that was spread from Godwin's corpse from the roots of the great tree, and upon death they became the soulless. And given the connections found between the mausoleum and the revival of soulless demigods at Castle Sol, it does seem to me to firmly link them to Godwin's condition, i.e. the soullessness brought about by his own undeath. So why are they where they are now in the mausoleums in the way that they are? Well, firstly, it seems as though they are preserved in this manner because of the loyalty of their liege followers, who seem to want to preserve their fallen lords until they are able to be revived. A good source of evidence for this is a description of the mausoleum knight armour, which reads as follows: armour worn by headless knights who endlessly watch the wandering mausoleum. A self-inflicted curse that ties the spirits of these loyal knights to the land, having willingly beheaded themselves so that they may serve their masters in death. So the fact this says their masters suggests that these warriors were the forces of the demigod when the demigod was alive. They are their soldiers in life and in death. And this can explain why the mausoleum soldiers and knights have armour in keeping with the rest of the forces of the demigods of the living world. This piece of lore also indicates that they then became headless on purpose, through some sort of ritual that binds these warriors as undead, immortal guardians, tied to their purpose. Indeed, we do see every single mausoleum warrior and knight is without a head. And in fact, this also matches up with their masters. Each of the soulless demigods found within the mausoleum are also without a head. But why? The warriors seem to do this as some sort of ritual to become immortal guardians. But why are the demigods themselves beheaded? While this is a fairly threadbare area of the lore, there are some interesting connections that we can make. We have already commented on the fact that the funerary practices of the world sometimes overlap when it comes to ideas, beliefs, and symbolism. And in this case, there is a most notable overlap with the Mausoleum Knights integrating Deathbird imagery. Of course, looking at the Mausoleum Knight armor set, we can see the wings of the Deathbird have been taken upon their backs, symbolizing death. Now this is of interest to me because the decapitations associated with the Mausoleum Knights could also be tied to Deathbird imagery. One-Eyed Dragon Powell made a comment on V-Limit's Eclipse video, suggesting that the sacrificial axe may have had some connection to the process behind the Mausoleum soldiers' decapitation. Firstly, axes are often used historically in the process of decapitation, and secondly, this axe is also symbolically tied to the Deathbirds, for its description reads, hatchet used in ancient sacrificial rite. A Deathbird is depicted as a malevolent deity. The power of the rite yet lingers. Given the Mausoleum Knights have already incorporated Deathbirds into their symbolism, it isn't a stretch to imagine they also could have built this ancient sacrificial rite into their practices. While I would like to stress that this is speculation, it does tie in very neatly. The beheadings and the axe obviously tie in together nicely, and it ties together with the Deathbird imagery that the Mausoleum Knights already use. Furthermore, the axe mentions an ancient rite, and that the power of this rite still lingers, as if there is a real power to the sacrificial rite being performed. Is it possible that this ancient rite mentioned in the hatchet is also the rite mentioned in the Mausoleum Knight armor? I will leave that thought with you, but for me it is definitely possible, and I thank One-Eyed Dragon Powell for that insightful comment. The only other question remaining about this burial practice, about having the soulless demigod in the mausoleum, is why the demigods themselves are beheaded before being interred. So to that end, I do have a pretty speculative theory that I'm basing on my own knowledge of real world burial practices and decapitations. So just bear with me a moment. So decapitation is obviously something that has happened in real life throughout history for varying reasons, most often for banal punishment or execution, and you wouldn't think there's much here to relate it to the burial of a soulless demigod. However, in some cases, there are symbolic purposes behind decapitations. For example, some are done to prevent a soul from reaching the afterlife, or it was often used to prevent the unquiet dead from reanimating, i.e. zombies. Fear of revenants or the dead rising is a fear that's reported all the way back in the Roman era, and dismemberment was hoped to be a cure for such reanimation. And relating this back to the soulless demigods, I do not believe these are random or just a artistic choice, but are instead a measure to make sure that the bodies of the soulless demigods are able to remain as they are until their resurrection comes. Consider Godwin's fate. His body has grown grotesque and monstrous due to his lack of a soul. And as we learn from Lutiel's ashes, as well as the events at Castle Sol, the eventual goal of the mausoleums and their knights is to protect their soulless demigod until they are able to be revived. And in comparison to Godwin's corpse, the corpses of the soulless demigods seem pretty secure, pretty nice, and pretty uncorrupted. They are preserved. I may obviously not be right here, and I am stretching credulity a little bit, but I do believe the idea of decapitations, putting the unquiet dead to rest, feels right to me. These are corrupted, soulless demigods at the end of the day. And bear in mind that this practice of the Mausoleum Knights seems to be supported by the Erd Tree Society, given that Lutiel earns an Erd Tree burial through her actions as a Mausoleum Guardian, meaning that the practices of the Mausoleum must not be contrary to the beliefs and ideals of the Erd Tree. And I think, therefore, by decapitating a soulless demigod and preventing them from joining those who live in death, not only do they preserve their lord until their revival, but they also prevent the spread of those who live in death, and therefore it makes sense why a hero like Lutiel, giving her life to defend such an ideal, would be given an Erd Tree burial. But that is just my speculation on the matter.
Hear me, demigods, my children beloved. Make of thyselves that which ye desire, be it a lord, be it a god, but should ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices. The Erd Tree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the Order, or divest thyself of it. To wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erd Tree.
The Lands Between are a realm that is home to many a legendary and powerful figure, and as the Tarnished, we get to rub shoulders with these giants, even if they have seen better days. Yet at the centre of it all is Queen Marika, the Eternal, the god of the world, and the vessel for the Elden Ring. For the mystery of the game starts with the opening cinematic that declares that Queen Marika is missing. It is she who ushered in the age of the Erd Tree through bloodshed and battle, and symbolised an era of bounty under its boughs. Marika's hand is felt everywhere in the Lands Between, through her children, and through an entire culture that has been built around her image and God-given authority. Yet the grandeur of the Erd Tree and the realm of Marika would not last forever, despite that being the intention. Marika's duty was an immense burden, and to understand Marika is to understand the incredible stress that she must have faced over hundreds, if not thousands of years. The flaws of the Golden Order and the machinations of others had chipped at the foundations of the world, and the final blow would be delivered by Marika herself. With a swing of her hammer, Marika destroyed herself and the Elden Ring, leaving the world crooked, broken, and without leadership. Yet despite these immutable facts, and spending hundreds of hours surrounded by her statues, Marika remains one of the most enigmatic characters in the entire game, and multiple questions will always remain. So join me this week as we examine the Erd Tree and Marika, the god of an epoch. And I'm really excited to bring you this video, as I find both of these subjects some of the more difficult to comprehend in the entire game. And to that end, I've referenced the work of other great content creators throughout this video, such as Eridan, Ziostorm, Ashen Hollow, Quelaag, and Last Protagonist, the latter even being kind enough to provide me with some translations for certain pivotal items. I think for subjects like this, we are enriched by drawing upon each other's work, much like traditional scholarship, especially since the lore of Elden Ring encompasses such a large breadth of themes and ideas. So consider checking out these creators below, as they're all fantastic members of this community, and their views and perspectives on these subjects has helped round out my perception of this subject matter. I've decided to structure this video by first of all exploring the origins of the Erd Tree, before then tying it together with a history and analysis of Marika in the latter part of the video. The origins of the Elden Ring's influence upon the world began with the coming of the Elden Beast, something we learned via the Elden Star's incantation, which reads as follows. It is said that long ago the Greater Will sent a golden star bearing a beast into the lands between, which would later become the Elden Ring. The Elden Beast would then become the Elden Ring, and thus would begin the primordial age of the dragons, where the ancient dragons would rule on behalf of the Greater Will. The setup of this rule is very similar to what we see in Marika's era, a god and an Elden Lord. This is something we learn from the remembrance of the Dragon Lord, which shows that Placidusax was the Elden Lord to a god that we don't know much about. Indeed, we can even see what appears to be a more primordial version of the Elden Ring engraved in Far Missoula, the capital of the dragon civilization. And this engraving of the Elden Ring in a different form just reinforces what we really know already and what we'll explore in this video, that the Elden Ring's power has changed form over time. In the modern era, it is represented by the Erd Tree, and the Erd Tree of course has its origins in the Crucible. Now, whether this engraving of the Elden Ring found in Far Missoula is representative of the Crucible or of an earlier version of the Elden Ring is unknown, and not really that particularly relevant for this video. The main important takeaway is of course that the Elden Ring has changed over time. And now let us go back to the Crucible so we can understand the origins of the Erd Tree. It is a basic piece of lore, but the Crucible is an earlier form of the Erd Tree. I'm sure most people understand that by this stage in the game's history. But let's cover it anyway. So it's something we learn of via the Godskin Noble set, and it reads the following. Not unlike the Crucible, the Erd Tree in its primordial form. This means that to understand the Erd Tree, we must first of all look at the Crucible, as they are essentially two evolutionary stages of the same force. The timeline in Elden Ring is not extremely clear, but I believe the era of the Crucible overlaps with both the prehistoric era of the dragons and the early era of the Erd Tree. I think this idea can be supported by some imagery we find in Far Missoula, and shout out to Quelaag who made this connection in one of her videos, and I will link the relevant video below. In Far Missoula, there are reliefs in certain parts of the area that have some interesting implications. These reliefs seem to show a tree flanked by two unusual looking creatures, who to me must either be some kind of dragonkin or, as Quelaag suggests, misbegotten. As shown by the description of Siluria's spear, as well as the actual imagery of the weapon itself and her helmet, appears to depict the Crucible as a sort of wild and natural looking tree, and given the Crucible is the primordial form of the Erd Tree, this makes perfect sense. The Crucible is distinctly linked to the Greater Will and the power of the Elden Ring, a period of red gold rather than pale gold of the Erd Tree and Golden Order. The idea of red gold being used as an indicator of the Crucible's influence is an idea that we can learn from the Gilded Great Shield, which reads the following. Metal Great Shield coated with gold, carried by knights loyal to Godric. The red tinge in the gold coat mirrors the primordial matter that became the Erd Tree, the colour of homeward yearning. The nature of this gold is interesting because the two different colours of gold tie it back to an allegiance with the Greater Will, but the different shading of red and pale symbolise two different eras of golden rule, a point well made by Ordovis's great sword, which reads the following. This sword is imbued with an ancient holy essence. Its red tint exemplifies the nature of primordial gold, said to be close in nature to life itself. The red tint of the gold seems to be symbolic of the themes of primeval life that we often see associated with the Crucible, hence why we see this gold adorning the Crucible Knight's armour and weapons. And thematically, the red gold ties in here with the idea of life being closely associated with the Age of the Crucible, something we will again examine when we come to the Age of Abundance chapter, an overlapping period between the Crucible era and the Erdtree era. The evolution from Crucible to Erdtree, from wild life to refined life, explains the differences between earlier Greater Will beliefs versus those of the Golden Order, and in turn leads us to understand why the Golden Order views the worship of the Crucible as a more primitive worship of life and the Greater Will. The item description of the Gilded Shield, of course, calls into question Godric's beliefs, given that it is a shield wielded by his soldiers, that he is linked to Godfrey, a lord more in tune with the Crucible, and his venerations of dragons, and the fact he blends together life in an artificial sense via grafting. But this of course is an analysis and a story for another video. As we already discussed, gold was a signifier of the Greater Will's power in this time, and while it was red gold, it is nonetheless kin to the paler gold of later eras and later Golden Order incantations. And indeed we learn of the kinship and ties between the red gold of ancient dragon lightning and the pale gold of modern Erdtree worship via the gravel stone seal, which reads as follows. The worship of the ancient dragons does not conflict with belief in the Erdtree. After all, this seal and lightning itself are both imbued with gold, creating a bridge between these more primeval eras and the age of the Erdtree. One is an evolution of the other. For all intents and purposes, they are both tools of the Greater Will. The very fact ancient dragons wield the red gold in their lightning powers just reinforces that they were the chosen of the Greater Will at this earlier stage. And again, to me, it could imply that the Crucible may have existed in the time of the ancient dragons, although the timeline is not very clear. However, we do have to remember that the Crucible is a force where all life was once blended together. It is therefore possible that primeval life emerged from this churn, including the dragons. Very possible, though it is not without its problems, and it's something I will analyse in my upcoming Crucible video. The main point of understanding to take from this chapter is that the Elden Ring is the force which governs the rules of this world's domain, and has done so since the prehistoric era of the dragons, the Age of the Crucible, and thus the Erdtree. These ages are all defined and linked by one single power, the power of the Elden Ring, and thus as we get into the Erdtree proper, we must understand that the Erdtree is just the latest extension of the Elden Ring, a way for the Greater Will to exert their power over the lands between, just as the Crucible before that. So time has always been tricky in Souls games. So how long ago are these past events? How long does the timeline stretch? While it isn't necessary to bog yourself down in these specifics, I do find it an interesting and rewarding idea to ponder. We've already seen that the empire of the ancient dragons is referred to as the prehistoric era, and just for reference, the term prehistoric is coming from the dragon shield talismans that you can find different varieties of. And that can give us some ideas in regards to timescales if we relate it to our real world as an allegorical comparison. For us, prehistory is the time of human history before humanity began writing, began documenting history. And that documentation can take any form from writing, inscriptions, paintings, or symbolism, any type of creative medium or tool meant to commemorate past events. And effectively, in our world, this is a huge period that starts about 3 million years ago, but only ended about 5,000 years ago. And so for me, the most reasonable view of this time span is to view the reign of the dragons as several millennia ago, probably even more. The Erdtree had not been born from the Crucible, its primordial form, and the dragons wielded the power of the Elden Ring, as we can see from their red gold lightning, and the fact that they had the Elden Lord and God of this era. Regardless, it is clear that this was a far different era of Elden Ring rule, with the form of the Elden Ring being far different from what we're used to in the modern era, quote unquote. Yet much like Marika's reign, the rule of the dragons would come to a close, and I do think it is within the scope of this video to at least touch upon this subject. We know from Placidusax's remembrance that the god of this era disappeared, and it is no doubt this that played a key factor in their society's collapse. And originally this chapter on the dragons was much more robust, but given the size of this video, as you will see, I really had to tone it down as there was a lot of bloat in this video, but suffice it to say I will cover the history of the dragons in a later video. But for whatever reason, the dragon god fled and Placidusax would hide beyond time, and between that reign and Marika's reign, we don't know of any other Elden Lords or any other gods in that period. And it is my belief that between these two reigns, there was a little bit of a power vacuum, which explains why we see a multitude of different civilizations clearly at different times having risen and fallen in this period. And with that said, we'll move on to the next chapter where we try and assess this pre-Erdtree era. As mentioned in the previous chapter, it's unclear whether the dragons ruled all the way up to the period known as the Age of the Erdtree, but my suspicion is that they fizzled out quite a bit before the emergence of the Erdtree, leaving a period without a god and Elden Lord, where the Crucible was the main force in the world. This is of course my speculation, but I base it off the fact there's plenty of evidence of plenty different communities arising in the years prior to the Erdtree's rule. I believe there's a good bit of carbon dating in Elden Ring if we look at certain events, and this is one that I've referenced before in my videos, and that is the War of the Ice Dragons and the Fire Giants, as explained by Borealis's Mist. And I believe this is a good bit of supporting evidence that there was a good length of time between the fall of the Age of the Dragons and the rise of the Age of the Erdtree. The reason I believe this is because the war was fought by the Ice Dragons, who are a species of what we know as modern dragons. We learn of the differences between modern and ancient dragons from items such as the Lightning Strike and Dragon Wound Grease. In short, modern dragons are the bipedal, more wyvern-like dragons like Agheel, Borealis and Smarag. These are dragons who have descended from the stone-like quadrupedic ancient dragons, and have lost their immortality due to the loss of the gravel stone scales. The fact that these derivative and modern species of dragons were the ones to war with the fire giants, who themselves would overlap with the early age of the Erdtree, is an interesting point of history for me. I see the modern dragons as a degenerate devolution that must have come about through the collapse of their empire and their association with the Elden Ring. This is my speculation, of course, but the very fact the fire giants were able to carve out their own territory and defeat an entire branch of dragonkind without any retaliation from the Elden Dragon Lord, to me simply suggests that the Dragon Empire was a thing long since past by this stage, and is a great indicator of a sort of timeline, given we know that the fire giants would be at the zenith of their power at the beginning of the Age of the Erdtree. And I do think it makes sense given how long we are talking about. We are talking about moving from a primeval, prehistoric era of a world, moving into an era that is more aligned with the medieval era, and I'm of course referring to the Leyndell civilization of the Erdtree. And to me there are clear indicators that there have been many other early civilizations that have risen and fallen within the timeline, and they would only really fit in the gap between the Age of the Dragons and the gap between the Age of the Erdtree. We of course have the ancient civilization who built the Ul and Uld palaces, and the mausoleum that would then become the Mohgwyn Palace. Given the architectural similarities to real-world Sumerian and ancient Greek civilizations, the implication of these architectural choices and influence to me is meant to imply that this is a civilization well in the past before the rise of Leyndell, which again reflects a more modern medieval era. And this is not to mention the fact that it is actually referred to as an ancient civilization in the Mohgwyn Palace map, Again, we have had two different terminologies used for different time periods. The prehistoric age of the dragons and the ancient era of the Uld and Ul palaces. However you look at the timeline, it becomes undeniable that there were cultures that grew up and developed separate from the influence of the Erd Tree. As such, they developed their own ideas, practices, and worshipped their own gods, and conceived their beliefs outside what we know to be as the norm during the reign of Marika. A good example of this idea is rooted in an actual bit of in-game lore and not my own waffle, and this is found in the Sorcery Explosive Ghost Flame item description, which reads as follows. In the time when there was no Erd Tree, death was burned in Ghost Flame. Deathbirds were the keeper of that flame. So the Deathbirds and the Twin Bird deserve their own video and analysis, of course, but they and their associated beliefs are a great illustration of a world without an Erd Tree, when death was completely divorced from it. And building upon this, for a further example of a community and culture that has clearly developed their own beliefs and practices surrounding death, we can of course look to the ancestral follower community. This culture has a wholly different burial and funerary practice, free from the dominion and domination of the Erd Tree. Indeed, these are more than just beliefs, as their beliefs on death and rebirth are made manifest in the form of their ancestor spirits. The remembrance of the regal ancestor reads as follows. Ancestral spirits exist as a phenomenon beyond the purview of the Erd Tree. Life sprouts from death as it does from birth. Such is the way of the living. Indeed, even in the corpses of these ancestral beings that we find in the areas of the ancestral followers, we can see new life forming from their remains. Flora budding in a perfect display of the cycle of life and death, a cycle that is free from the Erd Tree burial of Marika's era. And I think we have hit here on an important point, as we now understand why the arrival of the Erd Tree was not welcomed with open arms. These are practices of death and life that have nothing to do with the Erd Tree and are completely separate by it, and the Erd Tree would be a threat to that way of life. And with that understanding, let us look at the protection of the Erd Tree incantation, which reads the following. In the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erd Tree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order. Everything was in opposition to the Erd Tree, and now we can start to understand why. Entire societies, communities, and cultures had risen up with their own practices, gods, religion, and their own ways of understanding death. So the arrival of the Erd Tree would be a massive tyrannical force in respect of your own beliefs and practices. Instead of being allowed to burn your dead in ghost flames, or bury them, or honour your ancestral spirits, Erd Tree burial would replace that and be seen as the only true way of honouring death. Erd Tree burial, which is essentially becoming one with the Great Tree, being absorbed by its roots in a horrible convergence of life and rebirth that would remove any reverence or individuality from the burial process. And indeed, when Marika is the representative of the Erd Tree, it is made extremely clear that the Erd Tree is the only way of governing life, and if you do not get with the program, you will be excluded to the ends of the earth.
In Marika's own words, the Erd Tree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the order, or divest thyself of it, to wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart.
I really like this quote because it illustrates the fact that the Erd Tree and Marika really became to represent a dominant world power with no contenders and no flexibility. It is worth bearing in mind that the worship of Marika, the Erd Tree, and the Fingers exists beyond the lands between. And this is something we learn from the Church Confessor armor set, which reads, the churches outside the lands between, dedicated to the teachings of the two fingers, send confessors out to follow the guidance of grace. The churches outside the lands between. So be in no doubt about Marika's intention at this early stage. The Erd Tree will govern all, or your existence will be that of an outcast. And this does line up nicely with what we actually see in game. for those who do not fit within the established order do actually exist in the fringes. We have the ancestor followers, the misbegotten, those of the Halig tree, the Omen, and the Albinaurics. All of these people are pushed to the fringes of the lands between, unwelcome and oppressed, struggling to preserve their own ways of life. And for a large group of the outcasts, one of the main unifying themes is the Crucible. But to answer the question as to why, the reason behind the people of the Crucible being ostracized, we must go to the heart of what the Erdtree represents in comparison to the Crucible. So with that said, let us move on to the next chapter, where we attempt to answer the question, what actually is the Erdtree? Let us backtrack slightly now and discuss the evolution of the Crucible into the Erdtree that would trigger the events leading up to what we know as the Age of the Erdtree at the conclusion of the War with the Giants. In the first chapter, we have already examined that in the Godskin Noble set, that the Crucible is defined as the primordial form of the Erdtree, and so it's time to address what this actually means and how it can inform our understanding of the Erdtree's form and function. Let us examine what is meant by primordial from Oxford Languages. Their definition in regards to biology is the earliest stage of development, and so this just reinforces what we've already said a number of times, that the Crucible is the Erdtree, just at an earlier stage in its life cycle. And revisiting the Gilded Great Shield item description, we then understand that the energies found within the Crucible would coalesce and eventually form the Erdtree, a new form that would replace what we knew as the Crucible. My belief is that the power of the Elden Ring, funneled into the chaotic matter of the Crucible, would grow and solidify into the Erdtree, that would then rise from its primordial form to dominate the skyline of the lands between. And as already discussed in the prior chapters, as evidenced by Siluria's weapons and her armour adornments, the Crucible did actually take the form of a sort of tree prior to being named the Erdtree. And so I find this interesting because of the recent debates and ideas that have come up in the community regarding the two halves of the Erdtree. And if you aren't sure of what I mean by this, I'm referring to the fact that there's like a golden magical outer layer to the Erdtree, and then there's the inner, more traditional wooden tree, including the great tree roots that go below the catacombs. Creators like Zyostorm, Sekiro Dubi, and Quelaag have highlighted there are clear differences in the Erdtree, where it appears to be split between two different forms, a clearly more organic tree in the middle, and a bright gold encasement, which Quelaag equates to be more like the gravelstone hide of ancient dragons. We know there are lots of references to an Erdtree and a Great Tree, with the Great Tree being more associated with the roots and more natural looking part of the tree. And this is something we can learn via the root resin item description, which reads, "Resin secreted from the roots of the Great Tree can also be found near trees on the surface. The roots of the Great Tree were once linked to those of the Erdtree, or so they say, and it is for this reason catacombs are built around Great Tree roots." I think it's clear that the Great Tree facet of the Erdtree is certainly more associated with death, whereas the aspect of the Erdtree, the more ethereal part, is the source of all life, as described by items like the Albinauric Bloodclot. Together they are the metaphysical form of the Elden Ring's power, though I admit the game does not make it easy to understand the relationship between the Great Tree and the Erdtree, and what this maybe has to do with the Crucible, this chaotic, traditional organic tree, growing into what we know as the Erdtree. Yet is it possible the answer is right in front of us, right in front of the Erdtree, in the form of the giant plaque that hangs over the entrance to the inner sanctum of the Erdtree? Now, what I see on this engraving is the Elden Ring at the roots. In the middle we have another tree, which could be the Great Tree or interchangeably the Crucible, and then growing out of that at the top of the plaque is the Erdtree. Now again, I refer you to Last Protagonist's video on the Great Tree and Golden Order, where they identify that, contrary to what some believe, Great Tree does actually exist in the Japanese, but that it is actually synonymous with the Erdtree. To me, they are parts of the one whole, and the engraving gives us all the answers that we need, in my opinion. We spoke of how the Crucible of Life was clearly connected to the Elden Ring, and that it influenced the growth of the Erd Tree from the Crucible. And to me, what we're seeing here is the Erd Tree growing from that original organic tree of the Crucible that's now known as the Great Tree, but in totality, this is just one form that we know as the Erd Tree. And going further with the idea that the Erd Tree is both the underlying organic tree and roots and the glowing outer case, we can look at the symbolism associated with the Erd Tree. It always includes the roots. It is part of the Erd Tree, these roots, and the Great Tree. But I encourage you to go and watch Last Protagonist's video, where he aptly describes the reasons that the Great Tree and the Erd Tree are synonymous, and it'll maybe help you close the book on this current conundrum. But despite having grown from the Crucible, the Erd Tree differs quite starkly from the rule of the Crucible, and this is something stumbled upon by the Golden Order fundamentalists, and it's ideas that I discuss in more detail in my Golden Order video, so I recommend that you go and watch that. One of the main laws of the Golden Order is regression, an idea that is well explained by Last Protagonist in his Great Tree video. But in summary, regression towards the mean is a real-world statistical analysis that posits that over time and generations, statistical outliers will pull towards the mean. The example Last Protagonist uses to describe this phenomena is when two above average height parents have a child. That child is more likely to pull towards the mean and be shorter than their parents and closer to the average height. In the world of Elden Ring, this idea can be used to explain the philosophical difference between those of the Erd Tree and those of the Crucible, and why it would result in the persecution and expulsion of the latter. The Crucible is symbolic of a primeval era of wild, diverse life, but when the Erd Tree emerges, life is coalesced into a single immutable symbol. As the incantation of the law of regression states, regression is the pool of meaning, that all things yearn eternally to converge. To me, this is what the Erd Tree represents. Life converged into a single source, and as such we begin to see why those of the Crucible would be persecuted. The modern Golden Order represents life refined, converged, and more order, as the Erd Tree is itself a singular source of life, rather than the uncouth, primordial, diverse life of the Crucible. And viewing the Crucible as a more primitive era is best described by the Crucible Knot Talisman, which reads as follows: a vestige of the Crucible of primordial life. Born partially of devolution, it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. This advancement is the refinement of life in the form of the Erd Tree, and therefore the unrefined, chaotic vestiges of the Erd Tree era have no place in the modern order and are thus pushed to the fringes. The Erd Tree therefore takes the place of the Crucible as the focal point of life in the lands between, as well as acting as a pylon for the Elden Ring's power. It is the central nexus of the Elden Ring's governing power, and this is why Corrin refers to the Erd Tree as the source of the Golden Order.
The Erd Tree, heart of the Golden Order, lies before our very eyes.
The Erd Tree is a powerful manifestation of Elden Ring energy, a focal point for its power, and I think this becomes clear when you look at the evidence that suggests that the Elden Ring, Elden Beast, Marika, and the Erd Tree are all intrinsically connected. Consider, for example, the Erd Tree avatars, who can actually wield the same powers as the Elden Beast. The avatars are part of the Erd Tree, and the fact they are manifesting the same powers as the Elden Beast is something to consider. But the most obvious bit of evidence that these are all connected is the fact that when the Elden Ring is shattered, so too are the Elden Beast, the Erd Tree, and Marika herself. I think the design of the Elden Beast itself is also meant to allude to the connection between the two, and that the Erd Tree is a manifestation of its will. For if the Elden Beast jumps above the waters, you can see it has root-like tendrils attached to its tail. And indeed, this idea of connections and links is something backed up by the incantation, the law of causality. And I feel like the more we examine the Golden Order and the Erdtree, we begin to understand why these are laws of the Golden Order. For example, the law of causality incantation reads the following: causality is the pull between meanings. It is the connections that form the relationships of all things. And we begin to see that the Erdtree is a nexus for the laws of regression and the laws of causality. It is a convergence nexus, as well as something that is connected to the other aspects and vessels of the Elden Ring. And we can tentatively extend this idea of connections when we look at the two fingers. Ziostorm has made some interesting revelations in his video discussing the themes of mushrooms found within Elden Ring. And while I'm not fully in on the entire game being about mushrooms, I find his analysis of the two fingers and a mycelial network very interesting and compelling. In the video, Ziostorm makes the comparison of trees being connected to mushrooms through a mycelial network, and that the two fingers might be connected to the Erdtree in this manner, to convey and communicate the will of the greater will and the Erdtree. And again, this reinforces the idea that the Erdtree is some sort of cosmic nexus or pylon, and the two fingers are the connected vessels through which the Erdtree communicates. It's a really thought-provoking video, and I will link the full video below, and I recommend you go watch it. Regardless, I think this explanation of the two fingers being connected to the Erdtree directly fits, especially given that we have evidence that their deterioration is linked to that of the Erdtrees. And this is something suggested by a dialogue from Vari.
I believe that when the Elden Ring was shattered, the two fingers were corrupted, their guidance skewed.
And the description of the Lord's divine fortification. Now, the nature of the Erdtree and the way that it operates and the way its internal space operates is clearly not normal. Being connected to the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring obviously has brought some cosmic elements to this tree, quote unquote. For example, we have the Round Table Hold, which exists outside this world according to the tutorial notes in the game. Indeed, this place appears to be a copy of a real world space, the physical Round Table Hold found in Lane Dell. Now, I'm going to credit a really great spot to my friend Eridan that he made in his in-depth lore playthrough of Elden Ring, where he spotted that in some tapestries of the Erdtree in Lane Dell, you can see this kind of building entwined within the upper branches of the Erdtree. And I agree with Eridan's speculation that this could well be a representation of our Round Table Hold, a manifested space created by the Erdtree, which has an unusual relationship when it comes to time and space. This was a really great find, and I highly recommend that you check out Eridan's lore through if you enjoy an in-depth analysis of lore and environmental details. And this makes sense that the space burns at the same time that we burn the Erdtree, as it is a space that is created and generated by the power of the Erdtree, and so when the tree burns, this created space also burns. The Erdtree's cosmic nature is of course taken to the next level when we actually get to see its interior, quote unquote. And it may be that we see the interior of the Erdtree sooner than you might realise. The introductory cinematic appears to show our Tarnished waking up within an Erdtree dimension, as it looks exactly the same as the Erdtree interior that we see later, before being transported into the lands between, after Grace resurrects us from our death, suggesting the Erdtree is a confluence of time and space, a dimensional rift that we don't fully understand, but makes perfect sense given the cosmic origins of the Elden Beast and the Greater Will, which actually gave the Erdtree its form. I think this is further backed up by the way in which we enter the central cortex of the Erdtree at the end of the game. We don't just walk in, we appear to be pulled in by a golden rift, before materialising in the central space of the tree, again emphasising its cosmic origins and the way it deals with time and space. Further to this is of course the final battle between ourselves and the Elden Beast, where it seems to transport us to some kind of different dimension, where we can see multiple Erdtree-like forms in the distance. I won't pretend to fully comprehend what this means exactly, nor are we supposed to, but clearly the intention of this space is to make us understand that the world of Elden Ring is far greater than the physical world that we perceive in the lands between, and that to understand that the Erdtree acts as a nexus to the cosmic realm from which the Elden Beast and probably the Greater will hail. In addition, it is to let you know there's a cosmic element to this story, considering players may have missed the likes of Astel and Ranni's storyline in general. It makes us feel small in the face of the Greater Will's true nature, and perhaps it is meant to imply a many worlds theory, that this is just one dimension, one parallel world, all connected by Erdtrees and all dominated by the Greater Will. Of course this is just speculation, and really the purpose of this is to make us realise that we are at the mercy of cosmic powers far beyond our comprehension, and that the Erdtree is a nexus for that power. The final subject I'd like to touch on in this chapter is the Erdtree as we see it today, as it will become clear as we discuss Marika's reign that the Erdtree was once a more complete and perfect form. Indeed, as observed by my friend Last Protagonist in his excellent video on the Great Tree, which I've referenced about 3 times now, the Erdtree of today is different than what we see in the idealised depictions of it in paintings and in the symbolism of Leyndell forces. In these idealised depictions, such as the paintings in Round Table Hold, or again the iconography of Leyndell forces, the Erdtree seems to have been straight up and unblemished, whereas the tree now is quite tilted off its base and riddled with cracks and scars. So it seems as though the Erdtree was once a more perfect, complete and upright vision, and the Erdtree of today, while stunning to us, is far past its prime. And I think the idea of the Erdtree being way past its prime is reinforced by the Crimson Seed Talisman item description, which reads as follows: "The Erdtree was once perfect and eternal, and thus was it believed that Erdtree seeds could not exist." And earlier in the video I mentioned that the shattering of the Elden Ring was what damaged the Erdtree alongside Marika and the Elden Beast, and proof for that comes from the Golden Seed item description, which reads as follows: "When the Elden Ring was shattered, these seeds flew from the Erdtree, scattering across the various lands, as if life itself knew that its end had come." And previously I spoke of how when Marika shattered the Elden Ring, she appeared to shatter herself, as well as the Elden Beast, and indeed these cracks also seem to line up with what we see on the Erdtree's bark now, seeing that it has been irreparably damaged by Marika's actions, no longer in its perfect, upright and immutable form. So while we can definitely attribute some of the damage to the Erdtree to the shattering of the Elden Ring, there is of course another massive event regarding the Elden Ring that may have contributed to the Erdtree's tilt, and that is the confinement and removal of the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring. I find this to be important because the role in which the roots of the Erdtree play in the cycle of life that the Erdtree governs. We know from various sources that death is associated with the roots of the Great Tree that were once attached to the Erdtree. Now it's key to look at the root resin where it says the roots of the Great Tree were once linked to those of the Erdtree, meaning that they are no longer linked to those of the Erdtree, and clearly being disconnected from its very roots, the things that root it to the earth, could cause it to tilt or lean. But why is this linked to the removal of the Rune of Death? Well, as we've already said, the Erdtree and the Elden Ring are intrinsically linked. When Marika shatters the Elden Ring, she damages herself and the Erdtree and the Elden Beast. Does it not therefore make sense that if a part of the Elden Ring was removed, the Rune of Death, part of the Erdtree, would be removed, to reflect the change in this new form of the Elden Ring? And what is the part of the Erdtree that governs death? The roots. And so is it possible that when the Rune of Death was removed from the Elden Ring, so too were the roots removed from the Erdtree, and now we have an age of endless death, where Erdtree burials do not work anymore, and no one is absorbed up into the Erdtree. It's just stagnated, and that's why we see these half-absorbed corpses in the Erdtree catacombs. This is just my speculation based on what we know between the connection of the Elden Ring and the Erdtree, but the term once connected to the roots of the Great Tree has always fascinated me, and has always led me to ponder why was the Erdtree disconnected from the roots of the Great Tree, and given they are involved with death, it makes sense to link it to the removal of the Rune of Death. So to conclude about the Erdtree, what are we really saying that it is? Well, I believe it's a metaphysical manifestation of the Erdtree's power. It is a nexus and focal point of the power of the Elden Ring. It governs life and death, as well as being connected to Marika, the Elden Beast, and the Elden Ring, and is therefore no wonder that it becomes the focal point of greater will authority. And that being said, we now need to look at the other component part of the Age of the Erdtree, and that is the Greater Will's vassal god, Queen Marika the Eternal, the vessel for the Elden Ring. As with every new age, the Greater Will nominates certain individuals for potential godhood by marking them as Empyrean. This is a process we hear about via Ranni, herself once in this very position.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean.
Following this pattern then, Marika received Malekith when she too was elected as Empyrean. And this is something we learn via Malekith's remembrance, which reads, Malekith was a shadow-bound beast given to his Empyrean. Marika's sole need of her shadow was a vessel to lock away destined death. Marika was elected as Empyrean from among a people known as the Numen, a connection we make via Marika's hammer, the Black Knife Assassin armour, but most directly via the Numen rune, which outright says she is from Numen stock. The Numen are a fascinating race, and according to their appearance preset on the character creation, they are supposed descendants of denizens of another world, long-lived but seldom born. So once again I turn to my friend Last Protagonist for a translation to help us better understand the nature of this race that Marika hails from. They provided a translation for the Black Knife Assassin armour, and noted that in the original Japanese, the word Numen is not used. Instead, these people are referred to as Maribito. According to the ever-reliable Wikipedia, Maribito are as follows: an ancient Japanese word referring to a supernatural being who comes from afar, bringing gifts of wisdom, spiritual knowledge, and happiness. The term refers to any one of a number of divine beings who were believed to visit villages in Japan, either from beyond the horizon or from beyond distant mountain ranges, bringing gifts. So this additional context from Last Protagonist reinforces the idea that the Numen are not normal beings from this world that we inhabit now. They live supernaturally long and are overall alien to this world that we live in now. And indeed this alien nature can be reinforced by a further translation provided by Last Protagonist of the Night Maiden and Swordstress puppets, which reads in his words, "They are a cold-blooded alien race." Now, I talk about the relationship between the Numen and the Nox in a lot more detail in my Eternal Cities lore video, but in short I posit the Nox are the Numen, but now their identity is defined by their allegiance to the Age of Stars, hence the Nox, Latin for night. Rogier refers to the Black Knife Assassins as scions of the Eternal City, while the Black Knife armour refers to them as Numen. That really is the briefest of summations, and if you want the full deep dive into it, I again refer you to my Eternal Cities lore video. Regardless, this is already making Marika a really interesting character. She comes from an otherworldly race, who clearly have a different biology, given they are otherworldly, long-lived, and cold-blooded. Especially of interest is the long-lasting life, given we have two Numen connections that now use the term eternal. The Eternal Cities and Queen Marika the Eternal. In my Eternal Cities video, I had suggested that the term eternal was something different, possibly linked to their curse or the fact they are supposed to live eternally under a false sky as punishment, but as often happens with Elden Ring lore, I have since shifted my position and cannot deny the fact that the term eternal is used in two instances of long-lived beings. Now, we don't know why Marika was chosen to be Empyrean from among her people. Perhaps she is called Queen Marika because she was already queen of these Numens, or maybe she was a powerful leader or warrior. But I do tend to lean towards the fact that she was already Queen Marika of these people. But regardless, we know the Numen are a remarkable otherworldly race, and therefore one among their number would make a very powerful god. Being raised to godhood is far more than just a title. When Marika became god, she became the vessel for the Elden Ring itself.
Queen Marika is the vessel of the Elden Ring, carrier of its vision. A god in truth.
Queen Marika does literally carry the Elden Ring within her, as we see by it appearing in Radagon Marika's shared body at the end of the game. It clearly became part of her, as when she shatters the Elden Ring in the announcement trailer, we can see that she shatters herself at the same time. The Greater Will have needed Marika to operate as its proxy in the lands between, for the Erdtree would face great opposition to its ascension, and it required a god of unshakable power to cement its dominion over the world. And so Marika would brandish the power of the Elden Ring, and to assist in this endeavour, she would take her consort to be Hoarah-Loux, henceforth known as Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. This is evidently a calculated move, and a necessary one, given the times that Marika lived in. She was aware that to cement her godhood and the age of the Erdtree, she would need martial might, and who better to help her secure this than the mighty Hoarah-Loux, Lord of the Battlefield. As we discussed in detail in prior chapters, the arrival of the Erdtree will not have been viewed positively from many people. It was a threat to people's ways of life, and many will not have taken kindly to the implication of the Erdtree's arrival. As such, Godfrey was an excellent choice for Lord, and I believe both Elden Lords, Radagon and Godfrey, are a sign of the times. Godfrey is the world's mightiest warrior at a time of great conflict, and Radagon is a man strong of belief in a time of waning faith. Of course, we will discuss Radagon shortly. Joining Godfrey would be the Crucible Knights, and we learn of these warriors from the Crucible Axe Helm, which reads, Helm of the Crucible Knights, who served Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. Holds the power of the Crucible of Life, the primordial form of the Erdtree. As we have already discussed, the age of the Crucible will have overlapped with the age of the Erdtree, and at this stage, the power of the Crucible will still have been seen as divinity, and as such, the Crucible Knights will have been the foremost warriors for the Erdtree in this early era. So with such might at her command, Marika would look to secure her new holdings as a god, and brandish the very power of the Elden Ring against the most dangerous threat that existed, the Fire Giants. So again, this is a subject that I have covered in detail in my Legacy of Fire lore video, and I don't want to make this long video longer than it needs to be, so I won't go into detail about the actual battles and details of the war against the Giants, but it is important to analyse from Marika's perspective what happened in this war, because a lot of what would happen would shape the culture of the Erdtree and Marika's rule itself. We know that the decision to make war upon the Fire Giants was a logical one. Not only were they a powerful race that worshipped a god that fell outside the purview of the Greater Will, but they actually posed a danger to the emergent Erdtree. We learn this via the Surge o' Flame incantation, which tells us that the Flame of Ruin was capable of burning the Erdtree, therefore making it one of the few direct physical threats to the Erdtree. We know that people of Erdtree faith, prophets, we'd have visions of the Flame of Ruin burning down the Erd Tree throughout history. For example, we hear of this dire prophecy via the Catch Flame incantation, which reads, "Incantation originating from a sinister prophecy. The Flame of Ruin is anathema to the Erd Tree, but prophets sometimes glimpse it within the faith all the same. Sadly, when this occurs, their sole reward is banishment." So this of course is the background story to the Prophet starting class, one of the many bits of lore that I discuss in my starting class lore video, which I will link below. What is interesting is that the incantation describes the Flame of Ruin as anathema, which as a term, when used in a religious or organisational context, means something denounced or deemed an abhorrence to said faith. Its very existence, therefore, was in opposition to the Erd Tree just by its existence, and its allegiance to another god, the Fell God, meant it was something that could never be incorporated by the Rising Order. And indeed the Roar Medallion talisman describes the giants as mortal enemies of the Erd Tree, and so it seems they were always destined to do battle for supremacy of the lands between. It is unclear whether prophets existed at this time, and it was visions like this that informed the decision of Queen Marika to wage war, or whether it was just a logical conclusion based on what she already knew of their people. At this stage, the conviction of Marika is pretty clear, that she fully believed in the mission of the Erd Tree, and was strong in her faith, and utterly without mercy for her enemies. And we can gather this from the speech that Melania recreates for us at the first church of Marika on the mountaintops of the giants.
In Marika's own words, "Hark, brave warriors. Hark, my lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erd Tree."
One thing of particular interest in this speech to me is the use of the term brandish that Marika uses in regards to the Elden Ring. The word brandish is usually used in reference to a weapon being wielded, therefore suggesting that the Elden Ring, its power, was actually wielded as a weapon in this battle. And given the way that Radigan uses the power of the Elden Ring in the final battle, we can only imagine Marika at the height of her power. And I do think this is one of the most incredible and interesting things about Marika, is we hear so much about her, but we never see her at the height of her domain or the height of her powers. And we can only imagine what a terrible force she would have been to meet on the battlefield while brandishing the power of the Elden Ring. Combining this immense power with Godfrey, the Crucible Knights, the betrayal of the Trolls, and the Zaymore, Marika had tipped the scales so far in the Erd Tree's favour that the giants really had no chance. The way in which she deals with the last surviving member of the fire giant race once again tells us a great deal about Marika's ruthlessness when it came to her enemies at this early stage. I of course refer to the information found within the fire giant's remembrance, which reads as follows. The fire giant is a survivor of the war against the giants. Upon realising the flames of their forge would never die, Queen Marika marked him with a curse. O trifling giant, mayst thou tend thy flame for eternity. Now, before anyone says, I'm not judging Marika for being ruthless. War is war at the end of the day, and generals need to make a lot of difficult decisions. I'm only making this disclaimer because in my Golden Order and Gold Mask video, I had a couple of comments where people believed I was passing judgment when I described how Gold Mask perceived the fickleness of the gods. I admire Marika greatly, and have a great deal of empathy for the position she is in as the god of a difficult era. Regardless, objectively, her treatment of the last giant is a calculated one. Realising there was no way to smother the Flame of Ruin completely, there was no benefit in killing the last giant. In fact, as we learned from Burn O Flame, killing him would have actually been a mercy, as death is the only way to break the curse of being destined to tend the flame forever. Instead, Marika uses this curse to her benefit, condemning him to a life of solitary duty. He is the last of his kind, and he has to endure this period by himself, knowing that the rest of his race has been extinguished. His duty, his curse, is tending to the flame, and him being there having to tend this flame, in a practical sense, serves as a last obstacle for anyone who wants to access the flame of ruin, and in that way Marika is very smart in keeping him alive, just in case someone tries to access the flame of ruin. The War of the Giants would have an everlasting and indelible effect on Erdtree culture, especially as it pertains to their perception of fire. Fire would remain reviled and feared, something we learn about via the Spark Aromatic, which reads, "Art of the perfumers who fought in the shattering." Though fire was prohibited to those who served the Erdtree, this rule was forgotten as the war drew ever on. The fear of the flame conjured by the conflict with the giants and the fear of their flame of ruin would integrate itself into Erdtree culture, being a forbidden tool, and the burning of the Erdtree would of course become the first cardinal sin of the Erdtree faith, and those that had the prophecies of the burning of the Erdtree and would begin to brandish fire incantations were of course banished from its society. Regardless, the charismatic and powerful Queen Marika had defeated the giants, and is told by the sword memorial found on the mountaintops. This is what marked the beginning of the age of the Erdtree proper. The age of the Crucible was over. Through Marika, the Greater Will had established a powerful foothold on the mortal plane, anchored by the power of the Erdtree. The first church of Marika would be established at the site of the Erdtree's greatest victory, on the mountaintops of the giants, and in time many churches to the new god would be erected, and in general the faith would spread beyond the lands between. As a god with a human lord as her husband, Marika would have the first of her children, and these would be the children born of Godfrey, known as the Golden Lineage, to which we can tie Godwyn the Golden, Moog, Morgoth, and eventually Godric, though the latter is several generations separated from the rest. And Marika and her golden lineage would become emblematic of these heady days of the Erdtree and central to the pantheon of the Erdtree royal family. What would follow would be the golden age of abundance, which must have been an incredible period to witness, and an age that reinforced Marika's own belief in the Erdtree's grace. And so with that said, let us examine these good old days, the Age of Plenty. The greatest lore item in the game, the Albinauric Bloodclot, says the following: Albinaurics are life forms made by human hands, thus many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erdtree's grace. Now the implication of this is that the Erdtree would become the centre, the focal point, for all natural life. And in no time was this better illustrated than the so-called Age of Abundance. We can learn of this interesting period of Erdtree history from the incantation Erdtree Heal, which reads as follows: The Erdtree once flourished with abundance, yet it was only for a fleeting moment. Such is the course of all life. This period of abundance seems to be the heady early days of the age of the Erdtree, when the bounty of the Erdtree spilled from it like apples from a fruit tree. As keenly observed by my fellow tarnished Erden, speculatively, we can see engravings commemorating this period of plenty at the Chapel of Anticipation and above the door of the real Round Table Hold. The reliefs identified by Erden show people carrying vessels that are similar in appearance to ancient Greek amphorae, and these were traditionally used to store wine, oil, milk, or grain, and it was symbolic of plenty or abundance. To me, this lines up with the symbolism shown on the icon shield and the Blessed Dew Talisman. Both the item descriptions of these items describe this age of plenty. For example, the Blessed Dew Talisman reads as follows: Talisman depicting a drop of the Erdtree's sap, a blessed boon. It was once thought that the blessed sap of the Erdtree would drip from its boughs forever, but that age of plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time, the Erdtree became more an object of faith. Again, we are getting direct reference to this Age of Plenty, but that it only lasted a brief time, clearly in the opening years of the Erd Tree's emergence from the Crucible. To me, this early period of abundance makes sense logically, as the Erd Tree emerged from the Crucible of all life, a focus of chaotic life energy, and this blessed dew is almost a remnant of the life from which the Erd Tree has emerged. However, this was clearly finite, which makes sense as the Erd Tree is more representative and symbolic of a period of regression, an age where the chaotic, uncontrollable life found within the Crucible made way for an age where life is to settle and pull towards the mean. We get further evidence of the bounty or dew being tied to the residual energies of the Crucible from the amber medallions. They all read the following: the Erd Tree's old sap becomes amber, treasured as the most precious jewels in the age of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. A primordial life energy resides inside. And indeed, these were not just aesthetically pleasing relics. The dew or amber has some real power, as we can see by the fact these talismans actually boost our very life force in varying ways, imbuing us with the power of life contained within, the primordial life force once found within the Crucible. The word choice of primordial is clearly linking this to the Crucible, the primordial source of life, and thus I think this period, this Age of Abundance or Age of Plenty, is an overlap period between the Age of the Crucible and the Age of the Erd Tree, where the energies of the Crucible are still flowing, bursting forth from the Erd Tree before it settles into the Age of the Erd Tree proper. The power and strength of the vitality that bled from the Erd Tree in this early era of its emergence not only took the form of the dew, but seemingly the tree itself exuded an aura, as we learn from the Warming Stone item, which reads as follows. It's said that the Erd Tree was once as warm as the gentle sun, and would gradually heal all who bathed in its rays. In paintings of the Erd Tree, from what we presume to be the early days, we see it bursting with rays of light, and the use of the word sun is also interesting, because there's evidence to suggest that the rays of the Erd Tree were so potent that Leyndell was referred to as the seat of the sun, something we glean from the Sun Realm shield, and we can find these shields on the undead found outside Leyndell itself. And I think what cements that it is talking about Leyndell in this Sun Realm shield is the fact that it's in line with all descriptions of the Age of Plenty, i.e. it didn't last long, and this age of sunlight has long since passed. And while the Erd Tree does still give off a massive ray of light, it is nothing compared to the luster that we see in some of these paintings of the Erd Tree of old. In general, and in totality, the vision we have of this Age of Plenty is one of positivity, vitality, and bounty. Clearly, faith wasn't much of a challenge at this point because the rewards and benefits were so plentiful and obvious to see. And indeed, in early Erd Tree society, it appears that Queen Marika herself would come down and present blessings to her people in person, something we learn of from the Erd Tree's favourite talisman, which reads, "It is said that when the age of the Erd Tree began, such blessings were personally bestowed upon their recipients by Queen Marika herself." I just find this to be another positive scene that depicts the heady days of the early Erd Tree rule, where Marika herself interacted with her people and blessed them. And as said, I think that the reason this period is so fleeting is because it is a transitional period between the Crucible and Erd Tree, and you could either see it as the late era of the Crucible or the early era of the Erd Tree, and I see it as a combination of both. And once the residual energy of the faded Crucible had gone, that is when the blessings stopped. Much like with Anor Londo in Dark Souls, it is nice to think of Leyndell as it is a transitional period between the Crucible and Erd Tree, and you could either see it as the late era of the Crucible or the early era of the Erd Tree, and I see it as a combination of both. And once the residual energy of the faded Crucible had gone, that is when the blessings stopped. Much like with Anor Londo in Dark Souls, it is nice to think of Leyndell and the Erd Tree as the shattered remains of something truly beautiful. In both cases, we are blown away by the beauty of these fallen civilizations, even at their lowest points, and it is almost beyond our comprehension, the splendour of Leyndell and the Erd Tree in these days of pure bliss and wonder, and we can only look at the paintings, faded paintings, and wonder what could have been. But with those heady days behind us, we need to now get to the core of who Marika is, and of course we cannot do this at the big twist of Elden Ring, that Marika is equal to Radagon. And so now let us examine the immortal Rebus.
The Golden Order is founded on the principle that Marika is the one true god. However, the name of Marika's second husband, King Consort Radagon, also appeared. Who exactly was Radagon?
So let's just get to it, the big revelation for us all on our first playthrough. Marika is equal to Radagon. They are two individual beings in one body, yet of course they are two distinctly different personalities, both with their own ideals and their own actions. I think a lot of people struggle with this concept and what the point of it is, because it is fairly unceremoniously dumped on you without really explaining the how or the why. While a lot of questions will continue to be unanswered, then you fight Elden Beast and the game's over. So I'll do my best to share my understanding of it, and what I perceive to be the truth of the Marika Radagon question. To understand it truly is to understand both the laws of regression revered by the Golden Order, and to understand the ideal of the Rebus, the ultimate end goal of alchemy. I talk in this my Golden Order video, but one of the tenets of the Golden Order fundamentalism is the idea of regression, a type of convergence. We have already discussed how the principles of regression illustrate how the fundamentalists envision a more refined, tighter concept of life, where the outliers are pulled closer towards the norm. However, the law of regression actually goes further than this, as it says, regression is the pool of meaning, that all things yearn eternally to converge. This idea of convergent is actually one really well explored by the Dead Space trilogy, and if for some bizarre reason you haven't played those games, please drop everything right now and go and play them. But in essence, it seems as though the underlying concepts of the Golden Order is that life should be getting closer to convergence, that they should be pulling together and there should be less disparity in all forms of life. And this is why the idea of an Erd Tree burial, of life being absorbed and returned to the Erd Tree, is very critical to the law of regression, as it is life returning to the Erd Tree, becoming one with the Erd Tree, and removing that disparity. And once we comprehend this idea, we start to see the pull of things in many things related to the Erd Tree and the Golden Order. Intelligence and faith pulling together to create the Golden Order incantations. Radagon studying faith and incantations to become complete. Twins, Dee and his brother, who have converged to share one soul. And of course, the two beings who share one body, the ultimate representation of convergence, the god of the Golden Order. This idea of two beings sharing one body, one male and one female, is an alchemical theory said to be the great work of the field, the rebus, the magnum opus of any alchemist. It is a metaphor for the alchemical process as a whole, the bringing together and purification of two things to create something better. I believe the Golden Order is alchemical in its ideals, the blending of things together to make something better, and thus this immortal rebus of Marika and Radagon is the very pinnacle of life as described by the laws of regression and causality, represented by the soul Erd Tree itself, and the convergence of all life to the Erd Tree through Erd Tree burial. As a result, Marika and Radagon's merge is obviously fitting as they represent the pinnacle of the laws espoused by those who study the Erd Tree and the Golden Order, meaning it must be linked somehow to the underlying mathematics and form of the Elden Ring. It also makes sense that Radagon would be pushing the ideals of fundamentalism, given he knows the true end result of the law of regression. So I now need to speak on what I believe to be the truth behind their origins as a rebus, and when it happened. As there are a lot of ideas as to when it happened, I used to think it happened when they were married, and some people believe that it happened when the shattering actually occurred. But I'm going to give my view on what I believe happened, These are all valid ideas, as it all is just speculation, but I'm going to give what I think makes the most sense to the surrounding lore. Upon studying this subject and looking at all the surrounding lore, I believe that Marika became a Rebus upon the moment of her ascension to godhood, that Radagon has always been part of her history as a god. I don't believe that they were two individuals that later merged at some point, and I believe that Radagon has always existed as a part of Marika, but not vice versa, as Marika, in my opinion, was not born a Rebus. We know that she wasn't always a god, that she was once a Numen, and I believe aside from the unusual nature of Numen, she was just a Numen woman, or queen, called Marika. She was then selected to become an Empyrean, and then became a god of a new era upon defeating the Giants. I've always pondered on the relevance of Radagon's hair. As we learn from the Giant's red braid, Radagon associated his hair with the red hair of the Giants, and I've always found this item description curious, because it implies he is somehow linked to the Fire Giants. And now I ponder, could it be that this is an imprint of this conflict between Marika and the Fire Giants, that upon her ascension to godhood and the creation of her other half, Radagon, did they somehow leave an imprint on Radagon? Or should I say her Radagon half? That is of course just colourful speculation, so let's get into the real reasons why I believe that Radagon and Marika were always a Rebus from the moment she became a god. Firstly, there are the ideals of regression and convergence that we've already discussed. When we talked about the Erd Tree, we talked about how it's intrinsically linked to the Elden Ring, and how its changes to the Elden Ring affected the Erd Tree. So when Marika became the vessel for the Elden Ring, and became intrinsically linked to the Elden Ring, does it not make sense that the Elden Ring could affect who Marika was down to her DNA? We know the ideals of law of regression and law of causality are underpinned by the Golden Order's interpretation of the Elden Ring. If the Elden Ring's form is a metaphysical representation of regression and convergence, does this mean it could have transformed Marika to also represent the ideal, given they are now linked? I certainly think so. Secondly, in history, Radagon just seems to appear at the time of the Liurnian Wars, and made massive decisions, such as making peace with the Carians through marriage, decisions really only Marika should be making, given she's the leader of the Erdtree forces. How was he able to make these massive decisions? Returning to the Carian betrothal, I think this is also a stage that gives us a lot of evidence that Radagon was already Marika at this stage, and it wasn't something that happened later, either at the time of Marika-Radagon's marriage, or at the time of the Shattering. Because first of all we have the Mask of Confidence, the Mask of the Preceptors who served Rennala. The mask reads as follows. When Radagon married Rennala, he ordered the Carian magic preceptors to don these masks, to make it clear that all of their matters were to be kept strictly private. This seems to give off the vibe that Radagon had something massive to hide, a big, deep secret. And what else could it really be when we're talking about Radagon? Meaning that he was already Marika at this time, and the preceptors were to keep that fact hidden. This also seems to be the same secret that Muriel describes him hiding when talking about the statue that was created by a sculptor in Lane Dale.
You know, it's said that Lord Radagon harboured a secret. A famed sculptor of the Erdtree capital was once summoned to render Lord Radagon's likeness in giant stature, when he glimpsed the skeleton in Radagon's closet. And as such, it's said the great statue harbours his secret too.
And to cement that Radagon was always Marika, even at the stage of his marriage to Rennala, there's the fact he leaves Rennala a fragment of the Elden Ring, the Amber Egg. That is what the Amber Egg is. Again, how would Radagon, a mere champion, have access to such a powerful artifact? In addition, Muriel makes some interesting and pointed claims about the bizarre nature of Radagon's ascension, his abandonment of Rennala, and his marriage to Marika.
However, when Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Rennala to return to the Erdtree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day. as to why Lord Radigan would cast Lady Renala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
And if you think about it, he is right. It is totally bizarre that Radigan basically up sticks, abandons his family, seemingly on a whim. It is also strange that it would be a mere champion, for that is what Radigan is, chosen out of nowhere to be elevated to Elden Lord after Godfrey left the Lands Between. Yet all of this would then make sense if Radigan and Marika were always one, and Radigan's ascension is him essentially supporting his other half when a new Elden Lord was needed. Of course, one of the other aspects of the Rebus is that it is two different elements coming together, and so just because Marika and Radigan share one body, and Radigan's actions can be explained by him also being part of Marika, doesn't mean they aren't also individual. So I think when people have a problem comprehending that they were always a Rebus, is due to the fact that we have actions attributed to Radigan and to Marika. So to make it clear, they aren't the same person, they are two different personalities inhabiting one body, and as we can see from the final fight, they could clearly switch between different personalities, meaning that Radigan would go and do things that would be attributed to him, and Marika would go and do things that were attributed to her. And if no one saw the transformation, no one would know they were the same person. I think what also causes some confusion is Marika's line in the Queen's bedchamber that Melina can recreate for us. So let's listen to that now and we'll break it down.
In Marika's own words, O Radigan, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both. Mine other self.
So in this dialogue, Marika says, "Thou art not yet me," and people take this to mean that they aren't yet conjoined, when again I think this is a critical misunderstanding of what a Rebus is, because they are two wholly individual people, they just share one body. And so when Marika says, "Thou art not yet me," I think she is implying the fact that she is still the true god, not Radigan. Radigan is merely her Elden Lord. And then she goes on to say, "mine other self," which to me again cements the fact that Radigan is already part of Marika at this stage. And this is why in the introductory cinematic, we see it flashing between Marika and Radigan. It's both halves vying for control of their shared body. And we can learn of this fight from Marika's hammer description, which reads as follows. "Stone hammer, made in the lands of the Numen, outside the Lands Between, the tool with which Queen Marika shattered the Elden Ring, and Radigan attempted to repair it." So they both wrestled for control of their body as Marika tried to shatter the ring and Radigan tried to undo her damage. Yet obviously we know what happens. Marika won out, she shattered the Elden Ring, and then they were both imprisoned by the Elden Beast. But to prevent his Golden Order from being usurped, Radigan would then put these spiny briars and his seal on the entrance to the Erdtree. His loyalty to the Golden Order so blind that he'd rather keep a shattered world than allow someone to repair it. Something not even the Greater Will expects, as they are stunned into silence after we are denied entrance to the Elden Ring. The battle between the two halves of the Rebus is what sets into motion the events of the game. As we see from the introductory cinematic of the game, Queen Marika has not been seen since the shattering of the Elden Ring, and no one in the outside world knows her involvement in breaking the Elden Ring. She has just vanished, and the Lands Between are plunged into chaos. So I think that's a sufficient explanation of what my understanding of what Marika is and what she did. But why did she do it? To try and understand this, let us move on to the final portion of this video essay, where we actually analyse who Marika was as a human, as a person, and how far her discontent goes. One of the things that I find interesting when we're looking at Marika is the statues we see of her throughout the world, including the one at the first Church of Marika, showing her in a crucified position. This means one of two things, and firstly the most obvious, yet I believe incorrect answer, is that these statues were sculpted after Marika was crucified. However, this doesn't make sense, as how would people know she's crucified given she has disappeared and no one has seen her.
Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found.
I would instead like you to consider another idea. These statues are symbolic of her burden as a god. To support this idea, let us look at Marika's source seal, which reads as follows. Solemn duty weighs upon the one beholden, not unlike a gnawing curse from which there is no deliverance. It is easy to forget that Marika, while a mighty god in her time, was ultimately once a human, or close enough at least, who inherited an incredible burden as described by this source seal. I think that one of the main underlying factors of Marika's decisions is due to the incredible burden that weighs her down over time, as perfectly represented by her statuary, and at the same time a series of unfortunate events begin to occur that will have broken her down over time. Some accuse Marika of being this kind of Machiavellian bad guy who always planned to bring down the Greater Will, but I never really got that impression, and without them really knowing Marika, I'm not sure how they can rush to that conclusion. I think it's a bit of a Machiavellian stereotype, and I always saw Marika as a more human character. I believe her early speeches, where she is clearly supporting the Erdtree and the Greater Will, are very earnest and very impassioned. Instead, I see her as a fairly tragic character, bound by her duty, who experiences tragedy after tragedy, difficulty after difficulty, that eventually would lead her to question her own duty that she is bound to, and being bound to the Erdtree. There was the War of the Dragons, when the ancient dragons themselves attacked Leyndell, headed by the mighty dragon Grandsax. While Leyndell was ultimately successful in repelling this attack, the Bolt of Grandsax describes how the dragons brought great destruction to the capital, and the scars of this conflict still remain. There was also the Godskin apostasy, a subject I've tackled in numerous videos, so again I won't let this video go on longer than need be, but suffice it to say this was a real challenge to her authority, and I truly believe it will have shaken her to the core. Here was a force that intended to kill her and her kin, after no doubt centuries of her being certain in her power and immortality, and the same for her golden lineage and family. To compound her pain, the Gloam-Eyed Queen, the leader of the Apostles, was an Empyrean chosen by the Fingers, as stated by the Black Flame Ritual incantation, which reads as follows. It is said that she was an Empyrean chosen by the Fingers. This is a confusing bit of lore, and it means that the Gloam-Eyed Queen was set up to be a god to take Marika's place. And we have to ask, was it a Greater Will's Fingers that chose her? While we know that other forces can command fingers, like the 3 fingers of the Frenzied Flame, the most numerous fingers that we know about are the 2 fingers of the Greater Will. Does this mean it was the Greater Will that chose the Gloam-Eyed Queen to replace Marika? And if so, how would this make Marika feel? That she's disposable? Replaceable? Not only was she meant to be usurped by this Gloam-Eyed Queen, she was meant to be killed by her. Either way, Marika did come out on top of this engagement by using Malekith to seal away destined death, but one of the major results of it was the isolation of death by Malekith and the creation of the Golden Order, a world without death. This deathless world would set the stage for a massive flaw in the Golden Order, and it would be revealed by the next earth-shaking event in Marika's reign, the Night of the Black Knives. Now, there are plenty of theories on Marika's involvement in this event, and no matter where you fall in the debate, the result is always really the same. It helped further fracture the flawed Golden Order, and it helped push Marika over the edge and shatter the Elden Ring. For those unfamiliar with the debate surrounding the Night of the Black Knives, there is a prevailing theory that Marika had a hand in it, and for a more in-depth look at that theory, I'd refer you to my good friend Ashen Hollow's video on that very subject. The item in question that is central to this theory is the Black Knife armour, which reads the following. The assassins that carried out the deeds of the Night of the Black Knives were all women, and rumoured to be Numen who had close ties with Marika herself. So of course, understandably, many people read this as the close ties to Marika, meaning that they are Marika's servants or Marika's people, who carried out the assassination of Godwyn at her behest. I've come to the conclusion that the language used here is purposefully ambiguous, and therefore it's unclear what we are meant to definitively know as the truth. To try and better understand the intention behind the item description, I did ask Last Protagonist to translate it, and they provided the following translation. The assassins who perpetrated the night of the conspiracy were all female, and one theory says that they were Numen close to Marika. So I find this version of the translation to be more useful in making it clear that this connection is not clear, that it is rumour, as it uses the term one theory. And then looking at the English translation in tandem with this translation, the English one uses rumoured to be Numen who had close ties with Marika herself. So while it does make it more clear that this is just a rumour and not definitive fact, it also does nothing to disprove the theory that Marika was involved, and I totally accept that I have to take this theory as a serious one, given the language used here. It's also kind of backed up by Marika's perceived attitude towards her demigod children, as there are two bits of dialogue that reveal that Marika really sees her children as tools. One from purportedly Marika herself, recreated by Melina.
In Marika's own words, hear me, demigods. My children, beloved, make of thyselves that which ye desire. Be it a lord, be it a god, but should ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices.
And then we have one given to us by a ghost witness in the Weeping Peninsula. And thus many feel that she wouldn't think twice about sacrificing her own son to strike back against the greater will and expose the flaw of those that live in death. My personal opinion on it is, it doesn't matter, because I think that Marika's real reason for shattering the Elden Ring is because she became aware of the Golden Order's flaw that was revealed by the Night of the Black Knives. Whether she's behind the event or not, I still believe it is the final event that pushes her to shatter the Elden Ring, as it lays bare the flaws at the heart of the Golden Order. There is another dialogue of Marika where she vows to search the depths of the Golden Order, as if to better understand it and allay the doubts and fears that were beginning to plague the lands between.
In Marika's own words, I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must ye falter?
It is easy to understand what these doubts may very well be, and as I discussed in my Golden Order video, the biggest mistake Marika makes is having the Rune of Death confined, because at this stage the world became a deathless nightmare. Every human we see in this world is grey, hollow, desiccated, and generally pretty miserable looking. This is the result of no death, and this is something we learn from the Aristocrat set, worn by the zombie-like wandering nobles, and its description reads as follows. Abandoning their birthplace after the shattering, these undead wanderers are the pitiful product of unending life. Given the miserable state of the zombie-like inhabitants of the world, no wonder Marika begins to notice that this isn't right, and intends to search the depths of the Golden Order for an answer, much like Goldmask later would. There's a really great post by Ha that goes into the connections between Norse mythology and Marika, but what's of interest to me is the fact they point out the different tablets in Marika's room, in the Queen's Chamber area, and I have always wondered what these tablets are. Ha links the aforementioned dialogue of Marika to these tablets, saying that this is evidence of her study of the Golden Order, and ultimately she came to a conclusion that she did not like, that pushed her to the end result of shattering the Elden Ring. This is a really thoughtful Reddit post with some good connections to Norse mythology as well that I just didn't cover in this video, so if you'd like a look at that, I will link the entire Reddit post in the description below. so thanks to Ha for that information. So in summary, the Godskin apostasy pushes Marika to confined and death. The world becomes a miserable, deathless hell. Marika notices the declining faith of her comrades, and she herself has doubts, and so she plumbs the depths of the Golden Order to find an answer, and yet in there she finds no good answer, and she either organises the Night of the Black Knives, or she does not. But either way, the death of Godwyn and the spread of death throughout the land reveals the critical flaw in the Elden Ring, and thus she shatters it. And this brave decision, even fighting against her leal other half, would cost her dearly. And so it's with a heavy heart I must discuss the final tragic fate of Queen Marika. I find Marika's martyring and her treatment by the Greater Will to be one of the more brutal aspects of the game, and the only thing that makes it a little better for me is that she's not completely powerless and seems to still have some skin in the game, so to speak. That said, to complete Marika's story, you do need to consider the brutality of her final fate. When you ask Enea about Marika's treatment, the fingers say the following on Marika.
Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and the vision's vessel. Confer great runes to become Elden Lord and join Queen Marika as her consort. The fingers have willed it so.
Now consider what the Greater Will is actually saying and asking of us here. Marika, despite being a broken, shattered shell, is still to remain the vessel of the Elden Ring in her corpse-like shattered form. Additionally, we're to marry this form and rule on as a proxy, condemning her to an eternity of being nothing more than a container. What a tortured and bleak existence. This punishment does not fit the crime, and you could think that the Greater Will could find a new vessel, a new god, for their Elden Ring. Yet as mentioned, it does seem as though Marika has taken some steps and isn't completely powerless. It appears Marika placed Hugh in Round Table Hold to kill a god, to kill her, to put her out of her misery, as it seems that Hugh has made some kind of promise to Queen Marika. So with that context, let us consider the endings of Elden Ring that you can choose. As with this analysis in hand, it does now seem that the 4 Elden Lord endings are really the worst for Marika. I personally like the Dustborn ending the best, but after thinking about it, I can't help but feel great sorrow for Marika's ultimate fate. For even if I'm giving relief to those who live in death by bringing them in to the new order, Marika would be condemned to exist solely as a husk for the Elden Ring, and therefore you can't think but the Frenzied Flame ending would be better, because at least in that circumstance, she would melt away. One final puzzle piece remains in regards to Marika for me, and this is Gideon's purported relationship with Queen Marika, as we learn the following from his armor set. Knowledge begins with the recognition of one's ignorance, the realization that the search for knowledge is unending. But when Gideon glimpsed into the will of Queen Marika, he shuddered in fear at the end that should not be. So we know that Gideon has much closer contact with the 2 fingers and greater will, as is told to us by the divine fortification incantation. His armor set appears to imply that he has somehow communed with Marika and her will, as shown by him confronting us near the end of the game, despite him claiming throughout the game that he also wishes to ascend to the Elden Throne. He bars your way at the end because he believes Marika does not want this, that she in fact wants us to struggle for eternity.
Ah, I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle. Unto eternity.
While this may be confusing, I see this as Gideon being part right in Marika's objectives, but ultimately he has peered into something he doesn't truly understand. Knowledge begins with the recognition of one's ignorance. Marika is a god, and a god who's essentially imprisoned and basically for all intents and purposes dead. I believe by touching her will, he is interpreting something so eldritch and cosmic that he's only pulled certain emotions from it. I think he is part right in that he has interpreted that Marika doesn't want anyone to become the new Elden Lord. As we've just discussed, this is a pretty horrible fate for Marika, so why on earth would she want that? But other actions of hers do seem to belay the fact that she does want us to reach her in the Erd Tree and bring an end to her suffering. She places Hugh in Round Table Hold so that we may slay a god. She also seems to have repurposed Melina, her possible daughter, to assist the Tarnished in making it to the Erd Tree. Bear in mind that Gideon has reached into a being that is actually comprised of two individual halves. Perhaps it is actually Radagon's will that he has interpreted incorrectly. Radagon doesn't want anyone to ascend to the Elden Throne, and in fact wants nothing to change. He does want us to struggle for eternity and to have everyone barred from entering the centre of the Erd Tree. I think that Gideon has peered into the will of churning emotions of a conflicted god of two halves and misinterpreted the true message. Yes, Marika doesn't want anyone to become Elden Lord, but she does want us to come and put an end to her suffering. And so I plead with you, Tarnished, for the love of all that is good, take a sword from Hugh and put an end to Queen Marika's eternal suffering. Most of the greatest fantasy universes have a creation myth, a grand tale of cosmic beings weaving the fabric of the world into existence, such as Eru Iluvatar of the Lord of the Rings mythos, who brings Arda into existence through his great song. Elden Ring is no different. We learn via Hyeta that it is the Greater Will who is responsible for the diverse life that we witness on this mortal plane by fracturing something known as the One Great. While this may seem like a brief segment of the lore, it spawns multiple questions about the formation of life as we know it, as well as a bigger question. What actually is the Greater Will? Many in the community, including myself, have been hasty in categorizing the Greater Will as one of the outer gods, and of course there is logic to this, given they share a certain nebulous characterization. However, is this actually true, or is the Greater Will something more? The Greater Will is the dominant force in this setting, controlling life, creating it, and imposing its order upon it. So we have to ask ourselves, does this fit the template of an outer god, or does the Greater Will more closely match the template of an Abrahamic creator god? These are the grand questions that this video hopes to address, for pondering these foundational ideas has added even more depth to this incredible world of Elden Ring for me, and I hope by the end of this video you feel the same, even if you do not agree with all the points I make. So join me this week as we assess the nature of the Greater Will and the outer gods. But he desired rather to subdue to his will both elves and men, envying the gifts with which Iluvatar promised to endow them, and he wished himself to have subjects and servants, and to be called Lord, and to be master over other wills. Such were the desires of Melkor, the first Dark Lord of the Lord of the Rings saga, a cosmic being who envied the ability of his progenitor, Iluvatar, to create life. For Melkor wished to create for himself, rather than being a mere instrument of something greater than he, and if he could not create, he would dominate, warp, and control Arda, and those who inhabited it. Melkor and Iluvatar both are unfathomable cosmic beings beyond human ken, but only one of them had the ability to create. Only one of them was the supreme deity, a being based on Tolkien's own Catholic beliefs in a supreme soul deity. That idea and difference is the core of this video. The differences between a being who can create and one who can merely act upon the world which has already been created. It is my aim to do a comprehensive analysis of both the Greater Will and the Outer Gods, their abilities, their aims, and their nature, ultimately to highlight their differences. I myself have been quick to name the Greater Will an Outer God, such as in my Mikla lore video, But the more I've studied the lore and attempted to understand the nature of Elden Ring's world and its history, the more I have come to disagree with this idea. I think that the Greater Will is something more than an outer god, and that it takes the position of the supreme deity of this world. My main reasons for doing so, and therefore the outline of my thesis, are: number 1, in-game references to outer gods and the Greater Will not crossing paths; 2, the language used for both of these different gods; 3, what outer gods actually are and what they can do; and 4, the Greater Will as a supreme creator deity that doesn't fit the mold of an outer god. So with this thesis laid out, let us tackle the first of these, and that is the mentions of outer gods and the Greater Will in-game, and their lack of interaction. There are 8 direct mentions to outer gods in the game, with 4 of these being semi-repetitive, as they are tied to Miquella's needles. But in totality, these 8 references reference the Scarlet Rot God via the Scorpion Stinger and via the Lake of Rot map. Then there is the Formless Mother, or Mother of Blood, which is mentioned by Mogwin's Sacred Spear. Then there's the outer god of the Deathrite Birds and the Twin Bird, which is mentioned on the Twin Bird Kite Shield. And then finally there is the outer god of the Frenzied Flame, which is implied to be one via the Miquella's Needle and the other versions of this needle, because it is used to ward away the influence of the outer gods, and this item's only use is to ward away the influence of the Frenzied Flame. There's also another mention of the Ancient God of Rot in the Blue Dancer Talisman, so let's be generous and bring that up to 9 direct mentions to the outer gods in-game. There are 15 unique references to the Greater Will in-game, including item descriptions, dialogue, and I say unique because there are repeat references in all of the Nox armor and the 2 Mirror Helms. None of the mentions of the outer gods name the Greater Will as one of their number, nor do any of the mentions of the Greater Will label it as an outer god, and this should really be our first clue that the Greater Will stands apart from these nebulous deities, or at least make it clear that it is not a certainty that it is an outer god. And thankfully for my theory, this is also backed up by the original Japanese used, a nuance that was brought to my attention by the viewer, the Great Cosmic Axiotl, who commented on one of my community posts. The Great Cosmic Axiotl claims the information they are providing comes via the famous Italian YouTuber Sabaku no Meiko in episode 38 of his Elden Ring series, which I will link below. Axiotl noted that the term in Japanese for outer god, Sotonaru, is fitting because it is used to define beings that fall outside a group or a system, outside God. Oxyatl then notes that the Greater Will is never referred to in the same way, and in fact the term in Japanese for Greater Will is a word that is closely related to the biblical God in the Japanese translations. This idea of the Greater Will being linguistically tied to the biblical God is backed up by YouTuber Doug Mangai, a horrendously underrated channel that provides some of the most in-depth breakdowns of the Japanese that I have ever seen, and I highly recommend you take a look at their channel. In a video on Hiatus Dialogue regarding the Greater Will, Doug Mangai backs up the idea that the Greater Will is linguistically tied to the Abrahamic or biblical God by noting that the Japanese for Greater Will in the game borrows from the Japanese translation of the Old Testament, and they believe that by using the same language, the writers of Elden Ring are very much trying to evoke the idea that the Greater Will is the God of the lands between. So again, a massive shout out to Doug Mangai for this awesome work. But to make sure I covered all my bases, I turned to someone I often do for Japanese translations, Last Protagonist, who was able to provide the following information when I asked him to verify these translations. And Last Protagonist did indeed confirm that the Greater Will is not referred to in the same manner as the outer gods linguistically. So thanks again to Last Protagonist for this verification, to the Great Cosmic Axiotl for bringing this to my attention, and finally to Doug Mangai for his excellent work. This linguistic proof should be evidence enough that the Greater Will is meant to be standing apart from what we know as the outer gods, that the authors want us to believe it is something different. However, this was apparent to me even before I realised there was differences in the Japanese, mainly because of the differences in presentation and in the lore. I believe the outer gods behave and operate in a different manner to the greater will. So next I think it would be prudent for us to discuss the outer gods so that we can properly comprehend their nature and see how it differs from the greater will. The outer gods, in essence, are great cosmic beings that operate in a different plane of thought and existence to us. For those who have played Bloodborne and are familiar with the Great Ones, will automatically realise that the authors are meaning to evoke this same kind of idea of cosmic being. In the linguistic evidence shown by the Great Cosmic Axolotl and by Last Protagonist that we looked over in the previous chapter, we know that outer gods are outer gods because they exist out with this plane of existence. They are outside the order established on the mortal plane of Elden Ring. The cosmic and the divine have often intersected in fantasy before, and so this shouldn't be a massive concept for us to understand. In this world there are grounded gods, elected by these higher beings to rule on their behalf, gods like Marika. Then there are the cosmic gods that exist outside our human understanding of life and outside the normal parameters of this world. As you have no doubt sensed by the amount of quotes that I've used, my main allegory for this entire video is the Silmarillion and the Lord of the Rings mythos. The gods of that universe, Iluvatar and the Valar, are also cosmic in nature, as the events of creation, as detailed in the Silmarillion, take place within the void of space. But beyond their cosmic and inhuman nature, many questions still remain. Where did they come from? Did the greater will create them? Are they themselves aspect of the greater will? Or do they exist entirely separately from the greater will? What will follow will of course be my own speculation, but let us start with a very basic fact about the outer gods, that they are very, very old. Firstly, the outer god of Rot is referred to as ancient in the Blue Dancer charm, as it reads as follows. A cloth doll depicting a dancer garbed in blue, an ancient heirloom of some sort. The dancer in blue represents a fairy, who in legend bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was Rot itself. In addition, we know the outer god of the Deathbirds and their death rites has also existed for a very long time, given they have existed in the time before the Erd Tree, and this is told to us directly by the explosive Ghost Flame item description, which reads as follows. In the time when there was no Erd Tree, death was burned in Ghost Flame. Deathbirds were the keepers of that flame. So you get the picture. So if these beings are so old, then it is possible that the outer gods are individual concept that fractured into the existence when the One Great itself was fractured and life began to spread. This is an idea presented by the Reddit user Lapsus55 in a comment where they liken the outer gods as representations of certain fundamental laws in the world, like death and disease. There are those that take this idea further, that the greater will created these concepts, created these outer gods, or that they are beings that were also birthed from the fracturing of the One Great, i.e. they too are products of its hands. I don't believe that the greater will created the outer gods, and personally my favourite theory is that the outer gods are cosmic beings that are completely external to the world of Elden Ring, going back to those linguistic translations by the Great Cosmic Axolotl and Last Protagonist, that they are not creations of this world, nor do they belong to it. They are simply cosmic beings from the great void of space who have essentially been attracted to this world. That is at least my understanding on the emphasis that is put on these gods being external to this world. And again, we can find allegories for these beings in Tolkien's Legendarium. There are cosmic beings that also exist outside the creations of Iluvatar and are unknowable and not even understood by the gods themselves. For example, there's Ungoliant, the great spider who corrupted the two trees while allied with Melkor. In Chapter 8 of the Silmarillion, Ungoliant is described as having unknown origins, even to the Eldar, and is believed to have crawled from the abyss surrounding Arda, i.e. the void of space, and chose to remain there. Ungoliant therefore is an external being outside of the creation of Arda, who has simply come here. And at this point, I'd just like to interject that if you are interested in Tolkien lore like I am, I would recommend the channel The Red Book. This is a tremendous channel that I've been enjoying immensely recently, who goes into a lot of depth and detail about specific topics in the Tolkien legendarium, and I will link that channel below if you are interested. Like Ungoliant, I speculate that the Outer Gods are cosmic beings, unknowable and incomprehensible to us, separate from the creation of this world, that come from a realm beyond ours, and are drawn to this mortal plane like moths to a flame. I have nothing solid to back this up, of course, beside the linguistic evidence that we've already looked at, and the usual tropes of great cosmic beings. With these ideas of the cosmic and external gods in mind, let us take a moment to analyse each of the confirmed Outer Gods to assess what their abilities and limits actually are. The first of the confirmed Outer Gods is the Formless Mother, or Mother of Truth, which Mo's communion with it results in him becoming the Lord of Blood. There is then the Outer God of Rot, one of the most directly referenced of their kind, and this is the god sealed underneath the Lake of Rot, and responsible for the spread of the Scarlet Rot and its incubation within millennia. Then we have the Outer God of the Death Birds, that being which acts through its envoy, the Twin Bird, and her children, the Death Birds, who spread the death rites. Then finally, the only other definitive Outer God is confirmed via implication that we spoke about earlier, and this is the Outer God of the Frenzied Flame, which spreads its influence through frenzy. There are other potential candidates, such as the forces behind the various moons, the God of the Crystallians, or the Fell God, but quite frankly we just can't know for certain because they're not referred to directly as Outer Gods. And no, I do not believe there is an Outer God of the Dragons, and I will cover this in my Greater Will section shortly. But let us review the Outer Gods and attempt to answer some big questions. Namely, what do they want, and what can they actually do? Let us start with one that we have covered on the channel before, the Formless Mother, who Moog has become associated with. We learn via the Blood Boon incantation that blood is this Formless Mother's medium of communion and communication, as it reads, "The Mother of Truth craves wounds. When Moog stood before her deep underground, his accursed blood erupted with fire, and he was besotted with the defilement that he was born into. Via wounds and blood, the Formless Mother is able to spread her influence. As we learn via Mogwin's spear, Moog's enhanced powers come via his master blessing his accursed blood, telling us that this Formless Mother is actually able to affect blood to the point where it can empower Moog because of his defiled blood within his body. In turn, Moog communes with the Formless Mother by causing her wounds and spreading blood. Again, the more blood, the more her influence spreads. In regions where blood is abundant, such as Mogwin Palace and Rose Church in Liurnia, we can see this corruption taking place in the form of giant cysts, blood roses, and afflicted forms of life. And this is presumably a sample of how the world would be should the Formless Mother and her Lord of Blood claim dominion. And it is also important to note that this order, the Order of Blood, replicates the command structure of the Greater Will. There will be a God of Blood in Mikola, and there is a Lord of Blood in place of an Elden Lord, a stark mirror to Marika and her Elden Lord. So everything about this order, and about the powers of the Formless Mother and Outer God, is about corruption. Nothing here is being created. Let us look at another of the Outer Gods, the God of the Scarlet Rot, which is again a god we have touched upon in this channel. One of the most clear references to this god is via the Scorpion Stinger, but probably a more interesting reference comes from the Blue Dancer Talisman. We've already read that item description, but in essence it talks about an event where this ancient god, a god that was Rot itself, was sealed away. And from the item description of the Lake of Rot map, we know that it was sealed below this Lake of Rot. Like the Formless Mother, this outer god exerts its influence over the world and corrupts it via a material. In this case, this material is the Scarlet Rot. Like the Formless Mother, it too has selected a vessel god, the powerful Malenia, who serves as an infection vector for the Scarlet Rot, as we can see by her effect on Caelid, which has spread the Scarlet Rot significantly. I speak on the Scarlet Rot in great detail in my Millennia lore video, but what is clear is that the Scarlet Rot is no mere pestilence, but an aspect or a power of this outer god that will remake the world in its image. It doesn't just waste away the body as a pestilence. As Gowry tells us, even the demigods could not rid the world of this pestilence. It is something more than mere disease. However, the Scarlet Rot isn't just death, it is also life, and we can get an idea of what this Order of Rot would look like via the Poison Mist incantation, which reads as follows: "The death that begets life that comes to all equally." That is to say, it is the cycle of rebirth put into practice. Sweeping death brought via pestilence, and new life rising from the carrion of the dead, such as the silverfish-like pests. This is of course realistic, as in the real world when things die, new life comes from that death. You get maggots and flies in the corpses of the dead, as well as bacteria growing within carrion. The Scarlet Rot is a transformative medium that would transform and kill life on this earth, but also bring about new forms of life. We get a preview of what such a world would be like in the afflicted lands of Caelid and the hollowed out Halig tree. Life, certainly, but also death in abundance. A cycle of death and life. There's also the most enigmatic of the definitive outer gods, and that is the outer god of the death birds and their twin bird mother. This is again a subject I've spoke on in great detail in my Death Birds video, but again this outer god is focused upon spreading its influence upon the land, notably in its dominion over funerary practices in the age before the Erd Tree, and the spreading of its death rites. However, the most important probably to consider for this argument is the Frenzied Flame. And like the prior two examples, the outer god of chaos does not act directly upon the world, but acts through emissaries such as the Three Fingers, maidens like Hyeta, and the demon Shabriri, as well as having a corrupting force like the others, the Frenzied Flame, and the spread of the Frenzy Affliction. The aim of this outer god is to once again affect which has already been created by the Greater Will, unmaking it, so that the life is melted down into one form. I will be doing a Frenzied Flame lore video in the near future, so I won't go into it too much depth, but suffice it to say that this outer god spreads its influence via the Frenzied Flame much as the Formless Mother does by blood, and like the God of Rot does via the Scarlet Rot. So while this outer god does operate in the same general manner as the others, it is unique in that it stands more starkly as a mirror reflection to the Greater Will, and indeed it is such an inverse of the Greater Will that some believe that it was once a part of the Greater Will, that the Two Fingers and the Three Fingers were once one, making a whole hand, or that at the very least it proves that the Greater Will is an outer god, because the Frenzied Flame is so similar in its nature to the Greater Will. And of course, while these are valid, I do not necessarily agree with either, and instead I see the outer god of chaos and its stark mirroring of the Greater Will as posturing, as a mockery of the Greater Will and its ideals, mainly because it seeks to undo the Greater Will's idea of life. And indeed, I don't see it as much different from the positions taken by the outer god of blood, for example. All of these outer gods follow the same pattern. They are attempting to corrupt the lands between, but they will also offer up a new pantheon, directly copying and perverting the established pantheon of the Greater Will. The Formless Mother offers the most complete example of what I mean. There is a Lord of Blood in opposition to the Elden Lord, and there could be a God of Blood in opposition to Marika. We see partial constructions of this in the other outer gods as well, such as Millennia being groomed to become the Goddess of Rot, and the player character who can become the Lord of Frenzied Flame in opposition to the Elden Lord. Everything that the outer gods take, they take from the Greater Will, and there may be some cosmic balance to it that we don't fully comprehend, that there needs to be a Lord or there needs to be a God. My point being is that the frenzied flame manifesting the 3 fingers doesn't automatically mean that we need to think of the 2 fingers and the 3 fingers being one hand. There are many 2 fingers after all, so it's not like there is just 2 fingers. There are 2 fingers in each of the Divine Towers, and there is of course a 2 fingers for Rani. So there isn't a total of 5 fingers anyway, so this has never really made much sense to me. And I see this 2 fingers plus 3 equals 5 as too literal an interpretation. Instead, I see it as symbolic, that the frenzied flame outer god has chosen 3 fingers to represent its vision of uniting everyone once again as whole, that the 3 and the 2 do make a whole 5, a whole hand, but it is symbolic of its ideals, rather than it literally being 3 fingers that were torn from the 2. That just doesn't make sense to me. I believe that the frenzied flame is essentially just a mockery of the greater will's position because it mirrors its own ideals so starkly. Everything the outer gods do is based around the greater will, in subverting something the greater will has already created and established. They do not create anything. And this brings me to the very meat of why I do not believe the greater will is an outer god, for it has done something they cannot. It has created life. The outer gods corrupt, subvert, or destroy that which has already been made by the greater will, almost as if they enviously eye the lands between and this mortal plane, a parallel to Melkor and Iluvatar from Lord of the Rings. The god of rot will afflict the world with pestilence, so that new life may emerge from the death, but all of this is based upon the greater will's already living creation, the greater will's lands and peoples. So too could be said of Moog and his formless mother. We see a preview of their world in Mogwin's palace, an infested world of blood and blood-crazed beasts, yet a corruption it remains. This is not true creation. The greater will formed life, like clay can be moulded, on a scale far beyond any of the outer gods' powers. Yes, they have servants, envoys and vassals, and they can corrupt, but what is that compared to the scale of the greater will's creation? This ultimately begs the question at the core of this video: what is the greater will? The name itself, greater will, is a term to me that has always suggested that it is the greatest of these cosmic beings, and throughout the following sections I will attempt to prove this by showing its relationship to life, creation and order. Remember, the outer gods are external gods because they are external to this world. The greater will created life on this earth. It can't possibly be an external god because it is so intrinsically linked to the life on this earth. And that is what I will show through the next following chapters, that the main reason it is not an outer god or an external god is because it is not external to this world. It is intrinsically linked to it, in fact. Indeed, the way in which the greater will is referred to by NPCs is as if this being is truly the ultimate authority in this plane of existence.
The tragic corruption of the Order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul curses and misery spread, unabating. But the greater will has not abandoned the realm, nor the life that inhabits it.
The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment by the greater will.
Both of these references to the greater will and its abandonment of the world already creates an image of a god whose very domain is the safekeeping of this world and the lands found within it, much like the biblical god. And much like the biblical god, his creations can disappoint him and be renounced, much like the demigods and indeed Marika, for her actions. The Christian imagery associated with the Greater Will and its punishments are undeniable, with the punishment of Marika being crucified, the punishment of the magma worms being akin to the serpent being cursed to crawl along their bellies, and the punishment of the guilty with briars, just to name a few. And as we will discuss later, there are parallels of the Ten Commandments to be made with the teachings of the two fingers. In consort with the biblical language in the Japanese associated with the Greater Will, this imagery and relationship between the Greater Will and its world very much paints the picture of a supreme Abrahamic deity. One of the other massive similarities the Greater Will has to the biblical God is of course creation, and I want to start this discussion with what I see not only as the most important dialogue for this discussion, but one of the most important dialogues in the entire game. I'm of course referring to Hayeta's dialogue after she has touched the frenzied flame and begins to divine its will.
Thank you. I have touched them. The words of the three fingers. As your maiden, allow me to divine them. All that there is came from the one great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls. But the Greater Will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, every one born of the mistake. And so, what was borrowed must be returned, melted all away with the yellow chaos flame, until all is one again.
I do not understand why it took me so long to realise how significant this dialogue truly is. Of course I understood its importance in regards to the One Great and the motivations of the Frenzied Flame. However, when researching for my Dragon lore video, it finally clicked. The Greater Will has the power of creation, and in fact is most likely responsible for all life that we find in this world. While this is evident to most, as it was for me, the importance of it is something that is often overlooked, and so let us analyse this dialogue. Firstly, Hayeta states that it was the Greater Will who was responsible for the division of the One Great. So what is the One Great? Well, there are those who argue that the Greater Will once formed part of the One Great, due to the similarities between the word great in One Great and Greater Will. Yet again, I turn to Dugman Guide to disprove this, where he states that the differences in language used, specifically the biblical language associated with Greater Will, makes it far distinct from One Great. And to me, it's a concept that we're not really meant to understand. It's back to this idea of cosmic creation. But ultimately, I just see it as a form of life that was just whole and not divided, and is something that we can't really understand. And that ultimately, all life that we now see in the lands between was once all melded together in a singular form, like different pots, cups, and plates being made from the same batch of clay. The life found within this One Great has been taken and divided and distinguished from something that was whole and indistinguishable.
Burn the Erd Tree to the ground and incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world. May chaos take the world!
Yet divided it was, and life took on new, disparate forms, leading to the species that we see today. In my Dragon's Lore video, I did consider the question of how the Greater Will actually achieved this, how it fractured this One Great. As pointed out in a Sinclair Lore podcast, which I will link below, Sophie and Sin make the great point that when the Greater Will acts, it never acts directly, hence it has a vassal beast, a vassal god, two fingers, Elden Lord and Elden Ring to enforce its rule on the lands between. And this then brings me back to one of the most important item descriptions in the game, the Elden Stars, which reads as follows. It is said that long ago the Greater Will sent a golden star bearing a beast into the lands between, which would later become the Elden Ring. I therefore theorize that the Greater Will always acts through its intermediaries, and that the advent of the One Great being fractured must be no different. So the arrival of the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring, to me, is a significant event that marks the beginning of the Greater Will's influence on this world, and I believe it was the presence and arrival of the Elden Ring and Elden Beast that influenced the One Great and began the fracturing process. That these two events, the fracturing and the arrival of the Elden Ring, are two intersecting events. To me, the Greater Will is very biblical in that it has two main facets to its domain: the creation of life being number one, and the enforcement of order upon that life that it's created. The idea of order being a primary concern of the Greater Will is told to us early on in its mythos, with the arrival of the Elden Beast, its vassal beast, upon the mortal plane, for its remembrance reads as follows: "It was the vassal beast of the Greater Will, and a living incarnation of the concept of order." The concept of order was literally introduced to the world by the Greater Will, and those who brandish the Elden Ring are representatives of that order, the enforcers of the Greater Will's order. We know that the Elden Ring is a tool that enforces the laws and order of the world, for we know via the mending rune of the Death Prince that each incarnation of the Elden Ring, built up by its different runes, is an order. And this makes sense, given the runes of the Elden Ring govern the laws of this world in a certain manner that together, holistically, encompasses an order. Radataskor has done a great video on this very subject, called "The Greater Will Doesn't Care About the Golden Order," and I will link that video below. In that video, Radataskor highlights the depictions of the Elden Ring found within Farum Azula, and speculates on something I also have in various videos, that this was the Elden Ring brandished by Placidusax in the time of the dragon's rule, an Elden Ring that represented an order for a far more primeval era. In this video, Radataskor aptly says that the Greater Will just wants an order, and doesn't necessarily care what form order takes. I agree, but we take it further in that I don't think it's necessarily that the Greater Will doesn't care, more that the Greater Will recognises that for different eras, different forms of order and different laws are required, whether that be the more wild era of the Crucible and the Dragon's Elden Ring, or the more refined and ordered period of the Golden Order, and whatever version of order we seek to impose as Radagon's successor. All that is required that there be an order that meets the need of that particular era. And while these actually govern the laws of the world, one can't help but see the parallels between the biblical God again, with the set of commandments and the moral code and laws that would derive from it. This brings us back around to the idea of life. We've already looked at how the Greater Will fills the biblical role of a god through its creation and its application of law and punishment, as well as the symbolism and imagery associated with the Greater Will. However, I want to look at the Greater Will's relationship with life, which I believe is pivotal in understanding its true nature, and how it stands apart from the other outer gods. Thanks to the Godskin Noble set, we know that the Crucible was the primordial form of the Erd Tree, and this is important because they are both tied to the Greater Will, and the Greater Will's management of life. First of all, we know that the Crucible was a churn, where all life was blended together. For the aspects of the Crucible incantations, I'll read the following. This is a manifestation of the Erd Tree's primal vital energies, an aspect of the primordial Crucible, where all life was once blended together. We also learn from the Gilded Great Shield that once found within the Crucible was primordial matter, which reminds me of the primordial soup and the matter found within of our own planet's history. This hot broth contained the building blocks to all life on our Earth. Likewise, the Crucible seems to be the source of all life on this Earth, as indeed the aspects of the Crucible incantations does say not just life, but all life. And indeed, Siluria's spear item description backs up this idea, given that the crucible is close in nature to life itself. It is the source of life. Now, while we learn that all life was blended together in the crucible, I do not believe that the unity of life is the purpose of this era, and indeed, I more actually see the Erdtree era as the idea of convergence and regression, but that's something I talk about in more detail in my Erdtree lore video. Instead, I believe the crucible is the way in which the One Great was divided up and disparate life was born from it, and the reason that all life was blended together within the crucible is that it was the next stage in evolution from the One Great, which itself was life all blended together. And to me, it was through the crucible that life was fractured and made disparate. The fact that all life is tied to this source, and thus the greater will, is backed up by its successor and next evolutionary form, the Erdtree. Straight off the bat, we can establish that all natural life is seen as connected to the Erdtree, something we learn via the greatest lore item in the game, the Albinauric Bloodclot. This top tier item reads as follows: the thick, coagulated blood of the Albinaurics. Albinaurics are life forms made by human hands, thus many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erdtree's grace. Thus, if Albinaurics are seen as untouched by the Erdtree's grace because they are artificial, then the implication must be that all natural life is seen as connected to the Erdtree. And indeed, if the Erdtree is the next form of the Crucible, and the Crucible is the source of all life, this makes sense, that these two mediums of the Greater Will's power are intrinsically linked to life itself. One begat life, and one controls life. And again, if you want an in-depth look at the Erdtree and what its actual function is, I would highly recommend my Erdtree lore video, in which I go into detail on its control over the cycle of life. But in short, the Erdtree establishes a new era of life, a new system through which the Greater Will and its vassals can control life. The laws of regression and causality of the Golden Order speak of life being connected, and how life will regress and ultimately converge. Regression towards the mean means that outliers cannot be tolerated, and life must exist within a more refined set of parameters, ultimately moving towards convergence of all life. This convergence is achieved by life literally being recycled through the Erdtree via Erdtree burial. Even in death, the materials are reabsorbed and recycled through the Erdtree. I have always seen the process of Erdtree burial as a way of recycling this life, that the dead are given back to the Erdtree and absorbed, and that this era of the Erdtree, unlike the era of the Crucible, is about the status quo, about refining and controlling the growth of life. But if the dead are absorbed by the Erdtree, and this is a cycle of life, I have always wondered, are new life forms born from the Erdtree? Well, we may have found a plausible answer thanks to the keen mind of the Tarnished Archaeologist. In Tarnished Archaeologist's video, Elden Ring's Cycle of Life, which I highly recommend as it goes into far more depth on these ideas of the cycle of life, he makes an astute observation on the doors found within catacombs, where the Erdtree burials themselves take place. On the design of these doors, we see bodies being absorbed by the roots of the Erdtree, and, as Tarnished Archaeologist says, this is a literal representation of what we see in Erdtree burial. With that in mind, Tarnished Archaeologist ponders if what we see at the base of the tree is literal, then can the same be applied to what we see at the top of this depiction, as we see people being born as if fruit or dew from a tree. Tarnished Archaeologist supports the idea that life is born from the Erdtree by citing the dialogues of Melina if you go to choose the Frenzied Flame path. In this dialogue, where Melina pleads with you not to choose the path of the Frenzied Flame, Melina equates the destruction of the Erdtree via the burning of it in the Frenzied Flame as literally the denial of new life, as if birth and life is tied to the Erdtree itself. Finally, Tarnished Archaeology also backs up the Erdtree's association of recycling life with Renala's amber egg, likening it to an amber from the Erdtree, which enclosed a great rune of rebirth, and the process of its rebirth is a microcosm of the Erdtree's command over the cycle of life. And at this juncture in the video, I do just want to ask you to check out Tarnished Archaeologist's channel. They really are a detail-focused channel, and videos like their Erdtree is an illusion video really have me rethinking what I believe about the game's fundamentals. Again, the entire point of this segue about the Erdtree and the Crucible is that the Greater Will is not just the creator of life, but also the god who oversees it, controls, and manages it, but is intrinsically linked to it via the Erdtree, the Crucible, and the Elden Ring. Life is so intrinsically linked to the Greater Will that it can't possibly be termed as an outer god. An outer god literally is an external god, as we have discussed before. How can the Greater Will be one of their number when it is so intrinsically tied to the very nature of life found within its world? It very much is the opposite of an external god. And I think the Greater Will's deep connection, the intrinsic link to life found on this planet, is no better illustrated than by its connection to the dragons. And so it's to these ancient beasts that we turn to next. In my prior lore video on the ancient dragons, I related the chief of their kind, Placidusax, to a Tiamat, the Mesopotamian god of the sea and a being symbolic of the chaos of primordial creation. And as I said in that video, I feel as though this is an apt connection, because the dragons are meant to be symbolic of the early primordial era of life on a planet, as we know they belong to the period known as prehistory. And this is something we can learn from any of the dragon protection talismans, which read as follows. The ancient dragons who ruled in the prehistoric era before the Erdtree would protect their lord as a wall of living rock. And so it is that the shape of the dragon has become symbolic of all manner of protections. In a way, they evoke the era of the dinosaur to us, the same idea of primeval life in a chaotic era of life that is so beyond human comprehension. It is easy to see these mighty reptilian beasts taking the place of dinosaurs in this fictional world. However, something else I pondered in that video but didn't really explore was the deep connection the dragons have to the Greater Will and the perfection of their form. So let's go over that again with the most obvious connections of all, the fact that the dragons had an Elden Lord, a position of lordship that is clearly linked to the Elden Ring and therefore the Greater Will. There are people who would counter this claim by claiming that the term Elden does not appear in the Japanese. As I explained in a pinned comment on my Dragons lore video, this simply is not true, and I will now cite the opinion of various Japanese speakers. Firstly, I once again cite Doug Mangai, an excellent source of Elden Ring item translations, and in his video 6 Essential Elden Ring Item Descriptions in Japanese, he confirms that the term Eld, found in the Japanese, appears both in the item description of Elden Stars and the Dragon Lord's Remembrance in exactly the same way. I've also had this confirmed by a friend of the channel and reputable authority on the game's translation, Last Protagonist, who again confirmed to me that the Dragon Lord Remembrance in the Japanese clearly paints Placidusax as Elden Lord. There are also other translations which repeat the same sentiment, such as the Reddit comment by user Lamy1, which I will link below, and a comment on my Dragons video from viewer Tio. And so, if you do disagree with this point, I highly recommend that you check out all of these sources, especially Doug Mangai's video. So with the semantics firmly tied to the term Elden Lord, what other ties can be seen between the dragons and the Greater Will? As I said at the onset of this chapter, I feel the very makeup of the dragons shows that at their core they are closely tied to the Greater Will and its gold. Firstly, we can see the gold prominently displayed on their physiology, on the golden membrane of their wings, and this facet of their physiology is explored in detail by Zuli the Witch in their A Horrible Nightmare video, which I will link below. In this video, Zuli correctly identifies that this gold only appears on the soft tissue of their dragons, whereas the rest of their body is covered in the gravel stone scales. The gold appears on portions like the wing membrane or the wounds of Placidusax, i.e. on the skin underneath, his stony scales. I find this to be a really exciting detail because it means the literal flesh of these beings is gold, tying them to the greater will more closely than other beings, given their skin and flesh is literally gold. This is tied to the fact that the red lightning wielded by the dragons itself is imbued with gold, as is directly stated by the Gravelstone talisman. Finally, the Elden Lord of the Dragons, Placidusax, has a closer tie to the Greater Will via his powerful breath. Unlike the orange fiery breath of his brethren, Placidusax has a golden fire, as is stated in Placidusax's rune. As I did mention in my dragon lore video, golden fire is significant not only because it is the gold of the Greater Will, but because there is only one other being that breathes this type of golden fire, the Elden Beast. The Elden Beast is very much directly tied to the Greater Will. It is the vassal beast of the Greater Will and brought the Elden Ring to the lands between. That Placidusax is granted very similar powers to a vassal of the Greater Will itself implies a deep connection between the dragons and the Greater Will, especially between their Elden Lord. Earlier on in the video, I argued that the Greater Will fills the role of the Abrahamic or Christian God as a grand creator deity, and as I said in my dragons video, I feel the dragons are almost too perfect. They are perfect vessels for its vision. They are immortal and they wield gold and are immensely powerful and intelligent beings. Far Missoula was their domain, and in that domain there is an inscription or depiction of the Elden Ring in a more primal form. Myself and many others believe that the dragons were the first custodians of the Elden Ring, and that Placidusax and his god that is now fled were the vassal pantheon, much like Godfrey and Marika would be later on. The dragons are so perfect, the perfect instruments to wield the Elden Ring, so in tune with the gold and so powerful. And given the fact that the gold is very much part of their physiology, they feel like they are handcrafted. In Genesis of the Bible, God also makes a handcrafted being designed specifically to rule over on his behalf, humans. And so now I'm going to read from the Genesis part of the Bible just so you get an understanding of what I'm referring to. So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God he created, male and female he created them. God blessed them and said to them, "Be fruitful and increase in number. Fill the earth and subdue it. Rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky, and over every living creature that moves on the ground." God made humanity in his image, and they were his instrument on the earth that he had created, to rule over all life. Is it possible that the grand creator of Elden Ring's world is parallel with this, and made his own perfect creations, designed to rule over all other life forms? Like the Christian God, are the dragons made in the Greater Will's image? One can't help but return to the Elden Beast, which itself is fairly draconic in appearance, a cosmic being, and breathes fire like the dragons do. This is a being as close to the Greater Will as we will ever see, and is it possible that the dragons too were made in its image, the perfect beings to rule over the Greater Will's new domain? Another parallel that sets it as the Abrahamic God of this world, of Elden Ring's world. Even if you don't believe that this is a parallel, the hand of the Greater Will upon the dragons is undeniable. Its influence in developing this perfect life form, a being that lives beyond time and literally has gold in its very DNA. This again seems something far beyond what the outer gods are capable of. They corrupt and transform life that already exists, but here we have a god manipulating a life form at its very core, at its very DNA, infusing it with its gold. And much like the biblical God, it seems as though the Greater Will has had a hand in helping societies develop and guiding his creations. There's of course the Beastmen, who we learn have been granted intelligence, that before they were just beasts, for the Cinque Dea item description reads as follows. The design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind. the beastmen of Farum Azula were once granted intelligence, and as described by the Bestial Vitality incantation, they were once beasts that became something more. They were beings that were given intelligence to them, rather than having it evolved. And they would move from beasts to being beings who wielded stone tools, as described by the Bestial Sling, and later iron tools, as described by the Beastman Cleaver. This very much mirrors the development of our ancestors from the Stone Age through to the Iron Age, but instead reminds me of 2001: A Space Odyssey, in which humanity and its ancestors are guided through different stages of development by an outside cosmic intelligence. Whoever we credit the granting of intelligence to, it will always lead back to the Greater Will's designs, whether it was Placidusax, the Elden Beast, or the Elden Ring. And again, it makes me think of the biblical God, who in the Bible is described as teaching humanity at various points, such as through the lessons taught to Adam and Eve, and Cain and Abel. And earlier I did speak about the Ten Commandments, how in the Bible these came down to humanity via God, and they helped develop the idea of morals and laws. And indeed, in Elden Ring, we get the idea that it too, the Greater Will, gave us commandments or words of faith via the Two Fingers heirloom, which reads as follows: "Fingers cannot speak, yet these were eloquent. Persistently did they wriggle, spelling out mysteries in the air. Thus did we gain the words of our faith." How closely is this tied to the Ten Commandments coming down from an Abrahamic God? These are the words of faith, the words of the Greater Will coming down to us. Again, it just fills the role for me of that Abrahamic God. And now, with that all said, I think it's time we do a summary of everything we have discussed in this video. When the Greater Will sent the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring down to the mortal plane, the aim was to create diverse life, and I am of the belief that the Elden Beast and the fracturing of the One Great are coinciding events to stimulate life, and that life as we know it in this world of Elden Ring is therefore intrinsically linked to the Elden Ring. It was begat of it, and therefore all life is connected to the Erd Tree and the Greater Will. Earlier on in this video, we determined that outer gods are named so because they are external to this group or this world. How can the Greater Will be considered an external god when it is so closely tied to life on this planet and the creation of this life? It is as much part of this world as we are as the Tarnished. Like the Abrahamic biblical God, the Greater Will has its chosen vassals, its prophets, its envoys, and its holy scriptures and ideas come from the Two Fingers. Life and society has been guided by this supreme creator. For all intents and purposes, the Greater Will dominates life on this world and imposes its will and order upon all. This to me stands in stark contrast to the outer gods, who are only able to manipulate and corrupt that which has already been created by the Greater Will. In a way, they are lesser versions of the Greater Will, stylizing their own lesser orders and ideals on its established pantheon in an almost envious display of posturing. The connections to biblical iconography and language is undeniable. The crucifixion of Marika, the handing down of holy words from the Two Fingers, and the punishment of the guilty by briars. The outer gods are no doubt cosmic beings of immense power that we don't really understand, but they are external to this world, and while they are trying to subvert them, and they surely can with our help, the power and influence of the Greater Will towers above them, and for me is something far greater than these outside meddlers, at least when it comes to this mortal plane. Whether or not you agree that the Greater Will is different from the outer gods, I believe there's plenty of evidence that helps establish its primacy, and that it is orders of magnitude greater than they are, especially when it comes to dealing with this mortal plane. And ultimately, for me, it takes the position of a grand supreme deity in this particular epic. The outer gods. Nebulous, influential, and utterly intriguing. very few topics in Elden Ring are of more interest to the community than the Outer Gods, no doubt as a result of their enigmatic presentation and permeation through different aspects of the lore. Bloodborne presented the idea of cosmic gods to the Soulsborne community, and as a result, it is easy to view the Outer Gods through a similar lens. And this is entirely reasonable given the massive cosmic elements present throughout the game and the fact that the term Outer God is a term used in the expanded Lovecraftian mythos. But is this the correct understanding of these beings? Or are we, as a Western audience, missing something? Is there something deeper that the Outer Gods are meant to convey? For whether you ascribe to the theory that the Greater Will is a supreme being or not, some of the interactions between the Greater Will's order and the Outer Gods makes our understanding of the latter confused. Instances where we see these apparently opposing forces playing a role within the Elden Ring's domain, or instances of contradictory information regarding Two Fingers and Empyreans. Do these Outer Gods in fact present something different? Concepts of fundamental laws made manifest, brought about through the power of the Elden Ring itself, only to find themselves excluded by the current order. In this video, we will do our best to answer the question of the Outer Gods by looking at it more carefully from a Japanese cultural perspective. I was wrong. That is how I want to start this video, and it isn't the first time that I've admitted such a thing, and I do think it is important for me as a lore theorist and for us as a lore community to continually change and evolve our perspectives on certain subjects. In my last lore video on the Greater Will, I posited the theory that the Greater Will is the God with a capital G, and I stand by my premise that the Greater Will is something distinct from the Outer Gods. However, something that I acknowledged that didn't quite fit right was my characterization of the Outer Gods themselves. I posited that the Greater Will was a supreme creator god, and the Outer Gods were rival cosmic beings, akin to Bloodborne's Old Ones. Viewers were right in pointing out holes in this argument that I did not address properly, such as describing the Outer Gods as cosmic deities trying to corrupt the creation of the Greater Will. But as pointed out by commenters, the Outer God of the Deathbirds, for example, is not a corrupting force. Rather, all we see of the Deathbirds is that they are guides of the dead and overseers of the funerary rites. I acknowledge that these types of questions did hinder my characterization of the Outer Gods as lesser cosmic deities to the Greater Will, and ultimately it has led me to try and understand the Outer Gods and what they are really. To that end, I do think that we, of the Western lore community, have a lot to gain by tapping into the ideas being discussed in the Japanese lore community, and that is in part what I aim to do in this video. It is at this point I need to make it clear that some of these ideas are not my original ones. Rather, they came to my attention via the Great Cosmic Axolotl, a viewer who commented these ideas on one of my community posts, and in turn, they cite the famous Italian YouTuber Subako no Meiko as their original source in episode 38 of their Elden Ring co-op playthrough, so I will link that video below, and again full credit to Great Cosmic Axolotl for making me aware of such ideas and nuances. I am going to paraphrase the relevant comment while showing the original on screen. The term used in Japanese for the Outer Gods is Sotanaru, and this term is used to define beings outside of a group or system, and in this case, the Golden Order, and thus it is what makes them external or outer gods. The idea that they are cosmic beings is largely a Western understanding, and again, the Greater Will is never referred to as an outer god, and linguistically in the Japanese, it is more likened to the biblical god. And indeed, this was the main thesis of my Greater Will lore video, and I will link that below in case you haven't watched it. Carrying on with the comment, Great Cosmic Axolotl suggests that the Outer Gods are more closely aligned with the kami of Shintoism, divine manifestations of nature, which came into existence via the Elden Ring, as they are all connected to earthly concepts such as blood, disease, and death. To have this idea elaborated on and explained to me in more detail, I actually reached out to Subaku's translator called Mirko, a source of these exact ideas and a respected member of the lore community, and work with Subaku to provide translations for their videos, and so I am very grateful for their support in helping me with this video. They were able to confirm that this is indeed the prevailing opinion in the Japanese lore community, and I will quote them now and show the quotes on screen. As the commenter said, it is more than an idea of mine. It is one of the most popular interpretations in the Japanese community, and I, having played the game in Japanese, have found this interpretation more logical and concrete for some evidences in-game. The general idea we have in the Western community is that the Outer Gods are a group of cosmic deities that fight against each other for control over the lands between. But the more you delve into the lore, more you see that this theory is pretty weak. The key detail to understand is that even with a Western aesthetic, Elden Ring and other Souls games are Japanese games. Therefore, they mainly and heavily refer to Japanese cultural concepts, and kami is a concept not so akin to one we have in the Western world. Kami are more akin to natural forces, part of nature itself. They are water, plants, trees, sun, moon, snow, etc. The Outer Gods, in my opinion, and in the opinion of the greater part of the Japanese community, just as that. Powers, energies that flow through the world, and that creatures can channel these energies with prayers and rituals. So thanks again, Mirko, for providing that information. This idea immediately clicked with me as it answers a lot of the issues that I have with my own conceptualizations of the Outer Gods. It makes them fit more neatly into some of the situations we see in Elden Ring. But what are the kami? Wikipedia defines them as the following. In Shinto, kami are not separate from nature, but are of nature, possessing positive and negative, and good and evil characteristics. They are manifestations of Musubi, the interconnecting energy of the universe. These are interconnected spirits or entities that are of nature, part of the interconnected energy of the fabric of the world, and they are not gods in the traditional Western sense. Rather, they take form of concepts, fundamental concepts, important to life, and more importantly, they are not necessarily external to the greater will or the Elden Ring's world. They are in fact part of its creation, but are only external due to their exclusion from the current Order's agenda. And indeed later we will look at other spirits in the world that may also be kami, but are not described as outer or external, such as the blue fairy of Shifra River. So where did the kami of this world come from? If they are part of the Elden Ring's order, as Mirko suggests, when did they come to be? In many videos I have discussed the idea that the arrival of the Elden Beast and the Greater Will is the beginning of all ordered life on this mortal plane. For those who need reminding of this event, I am of course referring to the description found in the Elden Stars incantation, which reads as follows. It is said that long ago the Greater Will sent a golden star, bearing a beast into the lands between, which would later become the Elden Ring. I believe that it was this arrival of the Elden Ring that ordered life as we know it, that it was its presence and influence that fractured the one great and stimulated diverse life. Mirko was also helpful enough to give their opinion, and the opinion from the Japanese lore community on this subject as well. And again, I quote them now. For this interpretation about the Outer Gods being natural forces more than cosmic gods, it is implied they were born the instant the Greater Will sent the Golden Star into the lands between, being the Elden Ring. With this interpretation, it is implied the natural forces are born with it, i.e. the Outer Gods. Therefore, this theory proposes that these Outer Gods are in fact manifestations of the fundamentals of life, and are a result of the Elden Ring's ordering of life. They are the fundamentals of life made manifest. I referred the subject of gods to Last Protagonist, a friend of the channel and respected authority on the Japanese translation of Elden Ring. On the subject of outer gods, they said the following. It's kind of difficult to broach. Linguistically, the word for outer gods can be taken more along the line of being external, but it is also used to mean outer gods in Lovecraft's work. The issue is, in English, when we hear outer, we tend to think of outer space, but those connotations aren't as strong in Japanese. These ideas from Last Protagonist line up with Axolotl's comments and Mirko's information, in which they claim the common idea that in the Japanese lore community, the outer gods are only outer or external because they are external to the current order only, and that the connotations of outer space are less prominent in the Japanese itself. So to break down this theory, the idea posits that instead of the outer gods being rival cosmic beings competing for control of the lands between and the mortal plane, that they are instead a consequence of the Elden Ring, spirits that govern certain facets and elements of the world that was ordered by the Elden Ring, spirits of nature, entities that represent certain fundamental concepts. And they are as much a part of this world as anything else, but they are only external because they fall out with the current ruling order. Their exclusion is essentially political or ideological from those who exist within the lands between. This sort of idea helps me reconcile some of the difficulties I've had with perceiving the outer gods as rival cosmic beings. And the main example of this is related to Malenia's story. We learn the following from Rani on the subject of Empyreans.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Malenia could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean.
Rani, Mikola, and Malenia are the Empyreans of the current era, and we learn that this was a position once held by Marika as well, via Malekith's remembrance. This implies that all Empyreans are chosen by the Greater Will as potential candidates to godhood, that all gods were once Empyreans, a sort of nominee system, and that these are the three nominees to take over Marika's reign. That is, of course, until the events of the Shattering, where the Greater Will ultimately abandon the demigods, but that is, of course, another story and another tangent. But ultimately what this means is that at one point, Malenia was a successor candidate to take over from Goddess Marika, and this initially seems to mesh well with the information found in Malenia's remembrance, for it reads, Mikola and Malenia are both the children of a single god. As such, they are both Empyreans, but both suffered afflictions from birth. One was cursed with eternal childhood, the other harboured rot within. This is a detail that I have discussed previously in my Malenia lore video, in which I had Last Protagonists verify with their own translation that it is likely the auspicious nature of Malenia and Mikola's birth that led to their election as an Empyrean, i.e. that they are born of the single-bodied god of Marika/Radagon. This again is reinforced by Malenia's Great Rune, which reads, Malenia is daughter to Queen Marika and Radagon, and her Great Rune should have been the most sacred of all. Again, this reinforces the idea that because Malenia is born of Marika Radagon, the immortal Rebus ruling partnership, that she and her twin are special, and thus they were chosen to be an Empyrean alongside their twin Mikola. Yet this is made a little bit more confusing via a dialogue from Gowrie, an adherent of the Order of Rot, who wishes Malenia to ascend to Goddess of Rot. They say the following.
She was born an Empyrean carrying the Scarlet Rod. An Empyrean is no mere demigod. In the age of the Elden Ring and Queen Marika, the precious Empyrean was born, a new god, to forge a new order.
I've always found the terms and language used here by Gowrie very interesting. I've always explained it away in my head that Melania was born and elected an Empyrean, but later was infested with the Scarlet Rot. But that isn't really the truth, because in the remembrance of Melania, it says that she was born with this affliction, so she must have been elected as an Empyrean despite the Scarlet Rot within her. And in fact, Gowry even seems to suggest here that she was chosen to be Empyrean because she could be a potential goddess of rot. And so if that is true, then it really does contradict the kind of prevailing idea that the outer gods are rival gods, because if the god of rot is a rival god to the greater will that is seeking to usurp the greater will, Melania was born with the Scarlet Rot. Why was she chosen as an Empyrean to succeed Lord Marika? In one of my favourite Radataskor Elden Ring lore videos, he covers a concept called the Greater Will doesn't care about the Golden Order, their thesis being that the Greater Will is only concerned with a form of order being imposed, no matter what form that order takes. I will link that video below, but in essence, what Radataskor uses to illustrate this point is the engraving of the Elden Ring found within Farum Azula, which clearly has a different, more chaotic and more full rune makeup than the more stripped back one of the Golden Order. And they suggest that the dragons and their Elden Lord, Placidusax, brandished the Elden Ring in a more early time and imposed a different type of order, far removed from what we would see in the later Golden Order. I too ascribe to this idea, for the Golden Order has now faltered and failed, and as the Tarnished, we are elected by the Two Fingers, and thus the Greater Will, to replace it with a new order. And we can rebuild the Elden Ring as we see fit, and establish a number of new orders depending on our beliefs. The Order of Fracture, the Perfect Order, Order of Despair, or the Order of the Duskborn. Whatever order we choose, we will still be Elden Lord, because order is being imposed, and it doesn't really matter what form that order takes. What if the Greater Will's intention on electing Melania as Empyrean was that Melania could be the goddess of the New Age, an age of rot sanctioned by the Greater Will? Until now, most of us, including myself, assumed that the outer god of rot was a rival cosmic deity, but as I've just explained, this doesn't really make sense given her election as Empyrean. Gowry even describes this new order, which could be brought about by Melania ascending to godhood, replacing Marika.
I have dedicated myself to her, and to the resplendence of the Order of Rot, the cycle of decay and rebirth.
If this theory is correct, that the outer god of rot is not a rival god, rather an entity that represents an element of life, disease or rot or decomposition, it is only outer because it falls out with the current established order. And indeed, Mirko has an excellent point to make on this idea of it being external to the current order. And again I quote them. These gods, these kami, are considered outer because they are opposite to the Golden Order founded by Marika. If you notice, most of these outer gods are tied to the concept of death. Rot is decomposition, Flame of Frenzy is chaos and absence of order, and the Formless Mother is blood and loss of blood, etc. This is a very accurate and astute observation by Mirko, as the Golden Order is very much founded upon the removal of the Rune of Death and the confinement of deaths and death, as we learn via the mending rune of the Death Prince, which reads as follows. The Golden Order was created by confining deaths and death. Thus, this new order will be one of death restored. But now the Golden Order has failed. Queen Marika has disappointed the Greater Will, and now the time has come for a new order altogether, and thus Melania and her potential Order of Rot was considered, and she was elected as an Empyrean by the Two Fingers. Because the outer god of Rot and its Scarlet Rot was not a rival cosmic entity to the Greater Will, merely a fragment or an element of the world that had found itself outside the current order, and with Melania, the potential to reverse that position had come. Again, the idea of Melania being elected as an Empyrean a successor chosen by the Two Fingers, has always been an uncomfortable point for the lore for me, but instead should we see the Outer God of Rot as an element of the world that was created by the Elden Ring, then these interactions and confusions begin to make sense. So while this helps us to understand some of the difficult and uncomfortable areas of the lore involved with the Outer Gods and their interactions with the Greater Will, we can't just ignore the fact that the Outer Gods is a term that is used in the Lovecraftian mythos. For even as I pointed out in my Greater Well lore video, YouTube creator Dugmanguy in a deleted translation video points out that the Outer Gods can linguistically be tied to the idea of Lovecraftian beings, the Old Great Ones. And even in English, the term Outer God is used in the expanded Lovecraft mythos, specifically in the Call of Cthulhu RPG game. So if I am claiming that the Outer Gods are more akin to kami, manifestations of natural forces, then how do we reconcile it with the clear allusions to cosmic beings? Well, in my Greater Well lore video, I highlighted the dialogue given to us by Hyeta, who, via the Three Fingers, gives us an account of how diverse life on this world came to be.
Thank you. I have touched them. The words of the Three Fingers. As your maiden, allow me to divine them. All that there is came from the one great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls. But the Greater Will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, every one born of the mistake. And so, what was borrowed must be returned, melted all away with the yellow chaos flame, until all is one again.
The fracturing of the One Great is of course a very cosmic event in of itself. It is an event that is meant to be beyond human comprehension. So straight away this fracturing event, which would eventually lead to the formation of these kami, is in of itself a cosmic event, and thus as suggested by Cosmic Axolotl, these gods or spirits are a consequence of the fracturing itself, of the Elden Ring itself, and that in a way does indeed make them cosmic. And yet despite these kami being more like manifestations of natural concepts instead of the traditional Lovecraftian cosmic gods, this doesn't mean that they cannot be worshipped or take form. For example, in Shinto, the kami known as Soratahiko Okami, the leader of the earthly kami, is depicted as a large man with a beard, and each of the kami can be communed with and worshipped in their own ways. Likewise, we can see the Outer Gods have their own adherents, despite being manifestations of elements. There are mentions of the Servants of Rot, Lords of Rot, and the Faithful of Rot, led by the likes of Gauri. There are mentions of the Servants of Death and the Deathrite Priests. And of course, when it comes to the Formless Mother, we have the Mogwin dynasty and the Bloody Fingers. And in addition, we get an example of the Outer God of Rot being able to manifest some kind of form via the Scorpion Stinger item description, which suggests that it was able to take the form of a scorpion. So I do want you to bear in mind that while I am proposing that these Outer Gods are manifestations of natural concepts, that doesn't mean that they don't still share commonalities with gods of other pantheons. But that being said, the way in which they manifest is what helps set them apart from cosmic beings, the way in which their elements are ever present in the world of Elden Ring. And again, this is a point made by Mirko, and again, I quote them. The Outer Gods, in my opinion, and the opinion of the greater part of the Japanese community, are powers, energies that flow through the world that creatures can channel with prayers and rituals. That would explain why, despite the Scarlet Rot being sealed inside a lake by the Blind Swordsman, it still manifested in Melina when she was born. It is a power, an element in the Elden Ring universe. And again, this is another astute observation by Mirko. It has always been a bit of a mystery how the Outer Gods are able to interact so freely with this world or why they interact in the way they do. Instead, if you just see them as a component part of this world, everything does begin to make sense. And the more their worshippers and adherents spread their element or help to cultivate that element in the world, the more that outer god, that kami, has a foothold in this world. And so with that being said, I do now want to analyse some of the main outer gods through this lens of the kami. I think a good place to start would be with the outer god of Rot, as we have already discussed this in a decent amount of detail. So if we assess this outer god in this new light, what is this kami's domain? Well, as we have already discussed, Gary describes it as a cycle of decay and rebirth. Indeed, we get further elaboration on this order via the Poison Mist incantation, which reads, "Those who dwell within poison know rot all too well, the death that begets life that comes to all equally. That is to say, it is the cycle of rebirth put into practice. This is a cycle of life being born from death, and of course this is best represented by the Scarlet Rot, the medium of the outer god of Rot, a corroding force of death, and a medium through which this outer god can enforce the idea of life coming from death and disease. For fans of the Warhammer universe, this idea probably isn't that hard to grasp, as this is essentially also the idea behind Nurgle, the chaos god of disease and pestilence, who doesn't really see himself as a god of death, but rather one of life, life that comes from death and disease, a god that sees viruses and bacteria as much a life as anything else. Like Nurgle's various diseases, I see the Scarlet Rot as something maybe more than a natural disease. It is a manifestation of the god itself, and this explains why it cannot be cured as a normal disease could be.
The rotting sickness that afflicts Millicent has no cure. When the Erd Tree flourished, even the demigods could not stave off its effects, despite their nigh godhood.
The Scarlet Rot is not like the other poisons we find in the world. It is truly an unstoppable force, because it is the purest expression of this kami's domain, and indeed we see the cycle of life from death anywhere we find the Scarlet Rot. While the Scarlet Rot eviscerates all other forms of life it touches, from this death comes new life, the Kindred of Rot, the silverfish/cockroach looking enemies in the game. This type of life from death is of course reflective of our real world, where plenty of life, bacteria and other insects and carrion eaters flourish due to the carcasses of other life forms. We see the Kindred of Rot rising from death like maggots, and we see the carrion eaters in the forms of the dogs and crows throughout Caelid. Caelid isn't as simple as a field of death, it is in fact a new ecosystem, where new life forms flourish and others die. As it is in our world, rot, decay, death and disease are just natural parts of life, and we should see this order of rot in the same way, that its kami is just a manifestation of these natural concepts. And with that said, I now want to look at another natural force that I believe is a good example of a kami that plays in to the Scarlet Rot's history and story. We had previously discussed the idea of Shifra River in my Scarlet Rot video. We highlighted a Reddit post by the user Nameless Singer, who confirmed that the word Shifra is Gaelic for fairy, and thus posited that the blue fairy from the Blue Dancer talisman was a manifestation of the river itself, and that they provided the tools necessary to the blind swordsman to defeat and seal away the outer god of Rot. Looking back on this now, the Shifra River and the Blue Fairy should have been our first hint that the natural forces of this world manifest themselves like godlike beings or spirits, and that this kami of the Shifra River is probably similar to the other outer gods, but instead does not find itself externalized by the current order. We of course learn that these two spirits came into conflict via the Blue Dancer charm, which reads as follows. The dancer in blue represents a fairy, who in legend bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was rot itself. So the spirit, or kami, of Shifa River was in opposition to the scarlet rot, and this makes sense given the Shinto concept of flowing water and stagnation. I have discussed this concept in a number of videos, but in essence, flowing water in Shinto is representative of life, and stagnant waters, which in real life harbour disease and parasites, are representative of death. And this idea is actually further alluded to in the blue cloth set of the warrior starting class, and the description reads as follows. The blue colour of its fabric symbolises brisk waters, as fluid and flowing as the sword in the hand of its wearer. Just as still waters turn foul, stagnation leads to decay. Warriors must remain ever drifting. This warrior class is described as being part of a nomadic tribe in the class selection screen. So not only do they represent the flowing waters and thus life through their combat style, but also in their actual lifestyle, as nomads are always on the move. If you want a great exploration of these Shinto themes, then I would highly recommend Aesir Aesthetics' video on the Eastern themes found in Silent Hill, as they are similar to the ones found in Elden Ring. Regardless, given that both the Rot and the Shifa River represent these two important concepts in Shintoism, really does lend credence to the idea that kami are present in this game. And I'm sure this would be immediately apparent to the Japanese audience, but it's something that maybe just goes over our heads as a Western player. Mirko suggested that the outer god of Rot is an outer or external god because it is linked to the concept of death, and death of course has been very much confined by the Golden Order, and thus anything connected to it would find itself external, would find itself being an outer god. But the Golden Order hasn't always existed, so does that presuppose that the outer god of Rot was not always the outer god of Rot? And indeed, it is referred to in a different manner in one of the item descriptions, in the Blue Dancer Talisman, where it is referred to as the Ancient God of Rot. An interesting semantic point to consider. But speaking of death, let us move on to the next of the outer gods on our list, and that is of course the outer god of the Death Birds. Now, this subject certainly highlighted one of the flaws in my original understanding of the outer gods in my Greater Well lore video. In that video, as I have said, I was trying to argue the case that the Greater Well differs from the outer gods, and clearly, as you see from the premise of this video, I still believe that to be the case. However, where that video was the weakest, in my opinion, was in the actual description or depiction of the outer gods, which at that point I understood to be cosmic beings that essentially competed with the Greater Will. To that end, I characterized outer gods as rival cosmic gods that were attempting to spread their influence in the lands between by corrupting or altering the world with the element that is specifically associated with each outer god, i.e. the scarlet rot for the god of Rot, or blood for the formless mother. However, that obviously doesn't really work with the Deathbirds. And so I really appreciate everyone's input on that video, as it does help me learn and investigate things in new angles. So if you have any comments about this video, please leave them below. So with that said, let us re-examine this god through the lens of kami, and how we can reconcile its role within Elden Ring's world. Firstly, we know the Deathbirds are connected to an outer god via the twin bird kite shield, which reads as follows. Shield featuring a vividly painted twin bird. The twin bird is said to be the envoy of an outer god and mother of the Deathbirds. This firmly links the Deathbirds and their death rites to this outer god, and thus are relevant for the content of this video. We learn that the death rites were funerary rites that existed before the Erd Tree, and thus before the Erd Tree burial would usurp their position. We learn this via the explosive Ghost Flame sorcery, which reads as follows. In the time where there was no Erd Tree, death was burned in Ghost Flame. Deathbirds were the keeper of that flame. With the idea of kami now firmly explained, this now makes sense. This outer god is representative of death and guiding spirits to the other side, In my video on the Deathbirds, I likened them to the concept of a psychopomp, spirits whose purpose is to guide the dead to the afterlife. The explosive ghost flame description describes them as the keeper of these ghost flame pyres, and we learn that these pyres burned in graveyards via the death poker. And furthermore, we learned that priests assisted these deathbirds in these rites via the death ritual spear. Deathbirds are symbolic of death in the world of Elden Ring, as much as the skull may be for us in our world. This is something we see in the Ravenmount assassins, who take on the appearance of the Deathbirds, as though to represent death itself. The reason they are symbols of death isn't just because of the Deathbird's prominent role in administering death at one stage, it is because they are spirits born of the kami of death itself, manifestations of the fundamental elements of death. Again, the theory that the outer gods are kami just makes more sense because it makes everything fit more neatly. The reason Deathbirds are symbolic of death is because they are of death. And while the Deathbirds and their outer god once highlighted a weakness in my argument, I think they also highlight a flaw, or at least fit uncomfortably, in the theory that the outer gods are merely cosmic beings. Why would the outer god of the Deathbirds come to a rival outer god, i.e. the Greater Wells world, merely just to play a role in that world, to assist in the shepherding of the dead of that world? And some may see it just as a clumsy attempt to shoehorn some cool ideas about death and coolly designed bosses into the game. No, again, I think the idea of outer gods being kami, spirits and manifestation of fundamental laws of this world, again makes more sense. The outer god of death fits into this world before the Erd Tree, administering death as part of the Elden Ring's creation. And for many within Elden Ring's lore and world, they understand that the Deathbird is the truest symbol of death itself. With the Golden Order having confined death and subsumed the processes of death via Erdtree burial and removing death altogether, it is no wonder that the Deathbirds have found themselves pushed to the fringes of this world. And indeed, one can't help but notice their shattered forms, perhaps connected to their irrelevance and externalization with the confinement of death. Their form reflects their lack of purpose or their confinement from the order of the world. And now with that said, I want to move on to the most visceral of the outer gods, the Formless Mother. I think that the two prior outer gods were more important for the discussion, and that to a degree the Formless Mother fits more easily into the template of kami. However, that doesn't mean that there aren't some opinions of mine that I will be reforming from my Lord of Blood lore video based on this new kami theory. In that video, I painted the outer god as most do, a cosmic deity beyond our comprehension that chooses blood as its medium to communicate and interact with the mortal plane, and ultimately usurp it with a god and Lord of Blood. However, with the introduction of the ideas of kami, we can begin to formulate an understanding of this being as well. While there is an obvious connection to blood, I feel Mirko is onto something when they have tied all of the outer gods that we know of to a form of death, and in this case wounding as to cause bleeding, a more different aspect, a more visceral aspect of death. For example, the incantation Blood Boon highlights the Formless Mother's relationship not only to blood, but specifically to wounding, as it reads as follows. The Mother of Truth craves wounds. When Moog stood before her, deep underground, his accursed blood erupted with fire, and he was besotted with the defilement that he was born into. Blood is of course one of the most important fundamentals of life, a potent fluid that is essential for any living thing, and thus the spilling of it is indeed tied to death. But blood is also an important facet of life, and thus the Formless Mother appears to be the kami of blood and blood shedding. But this is why Omen, like Moog, are such powerful tools for the Formless Mother, as the accursed blood of the Omen is far more potent as blood than regular blood, and thus is a more powerful instrument for this kami. However, there is another entity that is closely tied to some of these ideas that will need to be addressed here before I move on, and I refer to the Blood Star. Now, I have essentially tied the Mother of Truth to blood and the shedding of blood, and there is one particular region of this world that really feels defined by shedding of blood, and this is the Land of Reeds. This is the region from which the samurai starting class owes their lineage, and we learn a fair bit about this land from the armoured description of the samurai, which reads as follows. The Land of Reeds has long been locked in a miserable civil war, during which time it has remained alienated from the cultures of its neighbours. Little wonder that the entire nation has succumbed to the blood-soaked madness, or so it has said. I discussed these ideas in my starting class lore video, but I find the description of this conflict to be truly fascinating. While the idea of a civil war in a region clearly based on medieval Japan is most likely a reference to the real-world Sengoku era, the era in which Sekiro is based, I think there is something else here. The term blood-soaked madness suggests that the warfare may not be entirely mundane or normal, and that another force may be encouraging this constant shedding of blood. Indeed, the Land of Reeds is almost entirely characterized by blood, for the Reedlander appearance default in the character creator tells us that this is a land in which blood is a common sight, and we know from all of their weapons that they are designed specifically to emphasize blood loss on their opponents. This blood-soaked madness is best personified by one of the most infamous among their number, Okina. We learn of this legend via his mask, which reads, "The more he sharpened his mind, the more the absurdities of the world came into stark relief. And so Okina renounced it all and rose to a higher plane. There was only himself, his katana and its mastery. Before long, Okina became a demon of a swordsman." Okina really highlights what I am getting at here, that the shedding of blood, for some, was embraced with a sort of zeal that is almost religious in nature. This item description describes Okina as ascending to a higher plane, as if he is an instrument of a higher force. In a way, this is true, for through Okina's bloodshedding, he is indirectly honouring and empowering the kami of bloodshed, the formless mother. Thus, it makes sense that he would come to the attention of her greatest servant, Moog, the Lord of Blood, and we learn of this meeting via the Rivers of Blood item description, which reads as follows. When Moog, the Lord of Blood, first felt Okina's sword and madness upon his flesh, he had a proposal, to offer Okina the life of a demon whose thirst would never go unsated. It makes sense that the Lord of Blood would raise Okina up and harness his prowess for bloodshed. The more blood that is shed, the more his agenda is progressed in having the kami of blood at the centerpiece of the next order. That is all well and good, but there is a connection between the blood-soaked lands of the Land of Reeds and the Blood Star. We hear of this mysterious force, the Blood Star, via the Thorn sorceries, the Briars of Sin and the Briars of Punishment, and they both read the following. The guilty, their eyes gouged out by thorns, lived in eternal darkness. There they discovered the Blood Star. These guilty are of course the Thorn sorcerers that accompany the Order of the Fire Monks, and according to the item description we just read, they were able to command these Thorn sorceries after they themselves were blinded with thorns, and in their eternal darkness, in their blindness, were able to commune with this entity known as the Blood Star. In a way, this star is connected in a similar fashion to the way in which primeval sorcerers commune with the stars, though in a more bloody and visceral way. I discussed this in my Primeval Current lore video, but in essence I discussed how the primeval sorcerers are able to view the abyss of space in which stars are born through connection with the primeval current. This Blood Star also seems to exist in a sort of abyss, the abyss of blindness, but specifically connected to the blindness that is caused through violent means, through eyes being pierced by thorns. And this may make us wonder, does this Blood Star have a tie to the Mother of Truth. But why does it connect to the Land of Reeds? Well, the starting samurai class wields the red thorn shield, and these red thorns can only symbolize one thing: the briars of sin, and by extension, the Blood Star. Is it a coincidence that both the Mother of Truth and the Blood Star are connected to this bloody region? Are they the same thing, or do they just draw from the same well? I leave it to you to decide, but one thing that I would suggest is that some kami appear in different forms, so it could be that this is the Mother of Truth in a different form. However, there's also the idea that there are different kami for the same fundamental elements, i.e. there are multiple kami of earthly elements. So both the Formless Mother and the Blood Star could be seen as connected to blood, and that they are simply kami that share a similar class. I highlight the similarities, and I leave it to you to decide whether these two are linked or distinct entities. A question that people keep asking me in comments or in my community posts are, do I think the fell god, or the moon, or the stars, or the blood star are outer gods? And quite frankly, my answer had been, I am not sure. My previous understanding of the outer gods as cosmic beings made it fairly unclear what would fall within this definition and what did not. However, with this new understanding of kami as spirits or manifestation of natural forces, I am more free to give my opinion. Yes, I most likely believe that these forces, such as the fell god and or the moon, could be akin to kami, manifestations of certain fundamentals. The announcement trailer for Elden Ring many years ago now stated that the Elden Ring commanded the stars, and so while we may view them, the stars, as cosmic powers, they too are part of the Elden Ring's world, and so should they too not have a spirit that guides and binds them? We learn via the hammer item description that smithing originated amongst the giants, and the vessel for the Flame of Ruin that the fire giants guard is of course known as the Forge. Perhaps the fell god is the kami of metalwork, industry, blacksmith, or simply fire. Not evil, just a force that was painted as evil by Marika's ruling order because it had posed a threat. The fell god versus the Erdtree Order, the Shifa River versus the Scarlet Rot, the Golden Order versus death. We have seen these as struggles between great cosmic beings, but I believe we are wrong. These conflicts are just political, based on the desires and ambitions of those who oppose their order upon the mortal plane. They are just opposing forces, but opposing forces of the same system. All the forces behind them, all of these outer gods, fairies, ancient gods, and spirits, are all part of the same system. They are kami, of a world commanded and forged by the Elden Ring. They are the manifestations of the building blocks and elements of this world. But this of course leaves one massive elephant in the room, the frenzied flame. If it too is an outer god of this world, then how does it fit in? Life is difficult. The world can be an unforgiving place, and we all experience grief, heartbreak, and loss. But for most of us, these moments are buoyed by the support of our loved ones and the beauty that can be found in the world. Yet what if these moments of grief could be distilled into a single element? The collective grief and suffering of humanity coalesced into a single form, a powerful force that sought to undo the mistake of life itself. These are the powerful philosophical ideas behind those who have succumbed to the flame of frenzy, to those who would seek to bring about a Lord of Chaos and burn away the diversity of life. However, behind the philosophy and human element to this story, there are other cosmic facets that are a little harder to grasp. The story of a force that exists solely to reduce the work of the greater will and burn it down to ash. A force that is born of the collective suffering of this world and has manifested itself not only as a powerful concept, but an actual power that threatens to swallow the world. So join me this week as we finally tackle the mysteries of the Frenzied Flame and the Three Fingers. Before we begin this video, I do wish to acknowledge two very important videos by other creators that have greatly influenced my core ideas on this subject and some of the lore of the Frenzied Flame. These videos are the Lore Hunter's Sabriri video and Ratatascor's video on the Frenzied Flame. And while I will directly reference these videos at certain points, I wanted to make it clear that these videos have influenced me at a foundational level. So I think the best place to begin when talking about the Frenzied Flame is talking about its gestation within the lands between and how it has come to exist in this world. And by this I don't mean its summoning at the hands of the Great Caravan, nor Shabriri's role in helping spread this force throughout the land, though we will talk about these subjects both shortly. Rather, I mean the conditions that allow this force to exist in the first place, where it comes from, and how it is able to be summoned and spread in the first place. In my Outer Gods lore video, I presented what I believe to be a fairly solid analysis of the Outer Gods, and I would recommend that you watch that, but I will still go over the foundational ideas for the sake of analysing the Frenzied Flame and the Three Fingers. In that video we posited that the Outer Gods are akin to the concept of kami, and this idea came to my attention thanks to a commenter Great Cosmic Axolotl, and then I discussed the subject with Sabako no Meiko's translator Mirko, and they let me know that this is one of the prevailing understandings of the Outer Gods in the Japanese lore community. The kami are essentially gods or spirits which are manifestations or personifications of concepts that were created as a consequence of the Elden Ring's creation. And to basically explain this idea in better detail, I will quote Mirko now. Kami are more akin to natural forces, part of the nature itself. They are water, plants, trees, sun, moon, snow, etc. The Outer Gods are, in my opinion, and in the opinion of the greater part of the Japanese community, just that. Powers, energies that flow through the world, and that creatures can channel with prayers and rituals. And these kami, are considered outer because they are opposite to the Golden Order founded by Marika. If you notice, most of these Outer Gods are tied to the concept of death. Rot is decomposition, Frenzied Flame is chaos and absence of order, and the Formless Mother is blood, loss of blood, etc. So kami is a concept in Shintoism, where gods are manifestations of natural concepts and fundamental elements in the world and of life. I was also informed by various commenters that this idea isn't exclusive to Shinto, and is linked to the idea of animism, the idea that all natural phenomena have a spirit. As Mirko states here, the main reason the Outer Gods are considered outer is because they are external to the current ruling order, but importantly, they are still linked to concepts created by the Elden Ring, and they are not cosmic beings that are rivals to the greater will, as I once believed myself. So returning to the Frenzied Flame, this concept is heavily implied to be an Outer God as well, via the descriptions of the varying stages of the unalloyed gold Michelin needle, described as an implement designed to ward away the influence of the Outer Gods, and its only true use in-game is to ward away the influence of the Frenzied Flame. Thus it is suggested that the Frenzied Flame is an Outer God. So to understand where the Frenzied Flame may have come from, we need to explain the origins of this world, and how we believe these Outer Gods fit into this world. So once again, as we have so many times on this channel, we need to refer to Hayeta's important dialogue regarding the creation of diversity of life and the separation of the One Great. And while we listen to this, it is important to bear in mind that the author of this speech is the Three Fingers, as she reveals this after we touch her with the Frenzied Flame and divines these words from the Three Fingers themselves. So we of course must consider their bias when considering the following words.
The words of the Three Fingers. As your maiden, allow me to divine them. All that there is came from the One Great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls. But the greater will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, every one born of the mistake. And so, what was borrowed must be returned, melted all away with the yellow chaos flame, until all is one again.
So in essence, Hyetta here tells us that once life was indistinguishable, but the actions of the greater will led it to becoming fractured. I have posited in the past that the arrival of the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring, as described by the Elden Stars incantation, was the event that stimulated this change, as a result of the Elden Ring's influence. In many ways, the Elden Ring is the body that governs the world itself, and its order, and so to me it makes sense that the Elden Ring's arrival and its power would have led to the One Great forming to reflect the influence of the Elden Ring. I would thus suggest that each facet of the world was also formed out of this One Great by the Elden Ring. Elements and fundamentals such as death, life, disease, fire, water, etc. This too is an opinion shared by some in the Japanese lore community, as we learn the following via Mirko. For this interpretation, it is implied that they were born the instant the Greater Will sent the Golden Star into the lands between. With this interpretation, it is implied the natural forces are also born with it, therefore the gods themselves. It is just one of the many speculations of the Japanese community, but I thought it was right to add this information anyway. So thanks again to Mirko for that information. So it therefore follows that if we are suggesting that the Frenzied Flame is one of these outer gods, one of these manifestations of a worldly element, then we must be suggesting that the Frenzied Flame was also born with the arrival of the Elden Ring and the creation of the world as we know it, and the separation of the One Great. I think that in a way this makes sense, as the Frenzied Flame definitely is the embodiment of a number of ideas. However, it is unique among the outer gods in that it exists almost as a mirror reflection of the Greater Will's order and in opposition to it, rather than trying to fit into it. Mirko's understanding of the Frenzied Flame is that it is the concept of chaos or absence of order, and while there are philosophical nuances to this, which we will discuss momentarily, I do think that this is more or less close to the truth of what the Frenzied Flame is meant to embody, what its kami or outer god is embodying. In this world, order is essentially structure, giving life structure, as the Greater Will did when it fractured the One Great, giving life form and ordering it from an indistinguishable, chaotic mass. And so when the One Great was shattered and fractured by the Greater Will, all these concepts and fundamentals of the world exist in balance. Where there is death, there is life. Where there is light, there is dark. And so of course, when the Greater Will created the idea and the concept of order, it must have created the concept of disorder by default. Every concept has an opposite, and therefore I do agree with Mirko's interpretation that these kami came into being due to the ordering done by the Elden Ring, and with it the creation of fundamental laws and concepts. Balance in all things, even if that means there is a force in opposition to the very force that created it. So with order came a shadow that opposed the most central and fundamental facet to the Elden Ring's domain, order itself. And with that we can assume that this force would have had the potential to manifest a god, a kami much like the other outer gods, hence the outer god of the Frenzied Flame. And as Mirko said, each of these outer gods, each of these concepts can have their own followers and worshippers who can help channel its power. We have of course the Mohgwyn dynasty and the Bloody Fingers who serve the outer god of blood, and we have the devoted of Rot like Gowry who serve the outer god of Rot. And in this case, with the outer god of the Frenzied Flame, it is no different. There are those who worship the outer god of the Frenzied Flame. So the story of those who would become representatives of this particular ideology is something quite intriguing and somewhat confusing, but it is important for us to assess in order to get a stronger understanding of the Frenzied Flame. For me, the best place to start when analysing the adherents of this particular ideology would be with the fingerprint stone shield, which reads as follows. A great stone shield with an intricately carved fingerprint design, one of the heaviest of all shields. Part of the tomb of an ancient god, the readerless fingers relayed their messages through these imprints, said to be the very seeds from which frenzy first spouted. This is a really fascinating piece of lore because it firstly tells us that this is the source of the flame of frenzy, but that is something we will consider in the next chapter. However, what I want to discuss in this current chapter is the idea of the god of the frenzied flame, and thus it's interesting in this fingerprint stone shield's description that we get mention of an ancient god that was placed within a tomb. Now, where this tomb is should be a straightforward one for the player to discern, as we find the shield itself in the tomb of the Great Caravan, directly above the three fingers themselves. Indeed, the tragic caravan is described to have been entombed in the description of the nomad's ashes. But what is this tomb, and what is the ancient god that was entombed within? We learn via the fingerprint shield that unlike the two fingers who have interpreters, like the finger reader Enea, the three fingers have no such readers, and thus they used fingerprints to convey their messages. But the question remains, whose message? Is it their own, or are they envoys like the two fingers are? Well, the first suggestion that I have for you is that it is the message of the three fingers themselves, a case of Occam's razor, if you will, given that it is the three fingers that we find in the tomb, and the three fingers are mentioned in the same breath as the ancient god in the fingerprint shield's description, and that it is the three fingers that are considered the god, and they do not play the same envoy role that the two fingers do for the greater will. I do also believe that this is backed up by the item Note the Lord of Frenzied Flame, as it reads the following. Beneath Lane Dell, at the bottom, lies our Lord, Lord of the Frenzied, the three fingers who hold us in thrall. The specific wording here, to me at least, suggests that the three fingers are revered not just as envoys of the Frenzied Flame, but as a lord or god themselves. I believe that the three fingers are the corporeal manifestation of the kami or outer god of chaos, and that they take the form that they do because of what it stands for. It stands for reunification. I've never been one to believe that there was once a five-finger hand, and that it was split after the one great was split, because first of all there are multiple two fingers, so the maths doesn't add up anyway. So rather than seeing these three fingers as something that was literally torn off a five-fingered hand, I instead see them as a manifestation of the god of chaos itself, its chosen form meant to symbolically oppose the two fingers representing the other three of a whole five, a reflection of its goal to return the world to a single state of matter. The way in which these three fingers communicate only serves to further contrast them with their two-finger counterparts. The two-finger heirloom highlights the fact that the two fingers communicate in a more graceful and organized manner, as it reads the following. Fingers cannot speak, yet these were eloquent. Persistently did they wriggle, spelling out mysteries in the air. Thus did we gain the words of our faith. The two fingers wriggle and are interpreted by finger readers, and from these come the words of the faith, transcribed into cipher, as shown by the cipher pata, a language of light. It is all so sophisticated, organized, and orderly. And then you have the three fingers, that crudely transcribe its messages by animalistically gouging its fingerprints into stone, such as we see it doing when we first gain an audience with it, and basically just a far more crude and inelegant way of transcribing its message as opposed to its two-finger counterparts. And I think this contrast is useful in showing how the three fingers are meant to symbolize the complete subversion of order and reflect their two-finger counterparts. The lore hunter also ponders the question of what the three fingers are in his excellent video on Shibiri, and he offers a differing perspective on this that I could also buy into, and so I will offer it now. In his video, Lore Hunter highlights how, like Rani, chosen candidates, or Empyreans, have their own two fingers. Lorehunter therefore speculates that these three fingers once served a god, who ruled and brandished the Elden Ring in some previous age that we don't know about, but of course that this god died in due course, and is the ancient god that is mentioned in the fingerprint stone shield that was then entombed alongside its old two fingers. Without any purpose, now that their god was dead, they were cast aside and left to rot beside their fallen god. These two fingers would warp and become envoys for the frenzied flame, warped and driven mad by their loss of purpose. Lorehunter goes further and suggests that there is no outer god at all, per se, but instead that this is all the actions of the three fingers, former servants of the greater will, cast aside, and that they are outer god / cosmic due to the fact that they are related to the greater will itself. And again, I highly recommend you check out that video that I will link below. Whichever of these explanations you choose to believe, I do think it is clear that the three fingers are in some way linked to the ancient god that is entombed here, and for whatever reason and in whatever way, they are now representatives of the frenzied flame in this mortal plane. And with that said, let us assess the tomb itself. Evidently we must assume that it is very old, given that the god buried here is referred to as ancient. But is it older than Leyndell itself, or was it built alongside it or after it? The answer is really impossible to know for sure, but I will give my personal take on it, as I believe it's quite interesting to consider the age and purpose of this tomb. I believe that it is pretty clear that some of the architecture surrounding the Frenzied Flame proscription must have been built around the same time as Leyndell. The shunning grounds around it and above it, for example, appear to be some kind of sewer system, which must clearly have been built for the city above it. I would also argue that the church that actually acts as a seal to the entrance to the Frenzied Flame proscription, i.e. the arena in which we fight fake Moog, is at most from the early Erdtree era, because it has the same architecture as other catacombs that we find around the world, and also like the nearby Leyndell catacombs, by the way, which is also adjacent to this sewer system. The reason that I think these are similar architecture is of course because you can find these skeleton statues within this church that you can find in other catacombs. And if these share the same architecture as the catacombs, it means it must have been around from at least the Erdtree era, because these catacombs designs are meant to facilitate Erdtree burial, something we learn about via the roots resin item description, which reads, "The roots of the Great Tree were once linked to those of the Erdtree, or so they say, and it is for that reason catacombs are built around Great Tree roots." So it therefore tracks that these catacombs are an Erdtree era construction, meaning that this underground church must also be. This does make sense, as it is directly connected and built into the wall of the giant cistern which makes up the central hub of the sewer network. However, behind the movable altar lies the Frenzied Flame proscription, the Tomb of the Three Fingers, and this could be older than Leyndell and the church in front of it. Firstly, the architecture is different than that of regular catacombs, or at least it doesn't have the same furnishings that would concretely align it with them, such as the skeleton statues. And given this church in front of it seems to have been built with the express purpose of sealing and hiding the Frenzied Flame proscription, it surely must have come after the original tomb was built. The timeline in Elden Ring isn't clear, and so while this is an ancient god, the founding of Leyndell itself could also be considered an ancient event, and so we can't really use that terminology to determine if this tomb was built before Leyndell. However, what I would like to say is that I would guess that this tomb was built independently of Leyndell, but was later sealed by those of the Erdtree, behind the false altar we find in the shunning grounds. We of course know that the royal family must have been responsible for its sealing, because of A. Morgoth's seal, knowing that at least he was familiar with what lay in this tomb, and B. we learn that the great caravan of the nomadic merchants was sealed within the tomb, via items like the nomadic merchant chapeau, which reads as follows: "These merchants once thrived as the great caravan, but after being accused of heretical beliefs, their entire clan was rounded up and buried alive far beneath underground." This also suggests that perhaps it was at the time of the Great Caravan being buried that this tomb was actually sealed away, the way that it was by the time that we see it. There are no definitive answers here, but personally I believe that the tomb was a separate construction and was later sealed by those of Leyndell once its true purpose was discovered. I think this idea can also be backed up by the two different terminologies we hear given to this place. It is referred to as the Tomb of an Ancient God in the Fingerprint Shield, but is later known as the Frenzied Flame Prescription, prescription meaning forbidden. This to me suggests two stages in its existence. Firstly as the tomb for a god of another era, and then later a quarantine forbidden area that would have been determined as such by those of the ruling order of Leyndell. However, I also admit that its location beneath Leyndell itself could very well be used as a counter to the fact that the tomb was built before Leyndell, as it is very convenient that it is found beneath the capital city in the entire game, and therefore it is very possible that the tomb was built after or at the same time as Leyndell to seal away the dangerous Frenzied Flame, imprisoning the most dangerous threat to the Leyndell ruling class's new ruling order. Whatever the order in which things were built, the location of the tomb is significant and an interesting thing to consider. Indeed, in a cut content line from one of Callie's brothers, NPC 802, they mention the fact the tomb is below those Omen even. We are able to access these lost dialogues thanks to the fantastic work of Sekiro Dube, who has recreated the nomadic questlines in two excellent videos, which I will link below, and I highly recommend you check out these videos because he has actually restored the dialogue itself, rather than me just reading the text dump of the game. And so getting to witness a reconstruction of these lost questlines is something truly unique and special, and I thank Sekiro Dube for all the work he has done in the community. In this dialogue, I find the emphasis on the Frenzied Flame existing even below the Omen as a pretty symbolic choice. On the surface we have Leyndell, the pinnacle of what is considered to be holy and right. Then below the surface we have the Omen, beings considered external to the refined, sophisticated ideals of the Golden Order, and therefore shunned. Then even below these despised creatures, we have the Frenzied Flame, and the Three Fingers. And indeed, the developers specifically chose to have the Three Fingers right beneath Leyndell, rather than in a deep tomb somewhere else, as if we are to view these layers, these two forces, as above and below, like heaven and hell. And indeed, to those who are proponents of the Golden Order or the Erd Tree, like Morgott and others of the ruling royal family, would certainly view the Frenzied Flame as the devil, as heresy, as it poses the most direct challenge to their rule, to their world. And speaking of heresy, it is now time for us to look at the spread of the Frenzied Flame itself, and how it first spread from the Three Fingers and took root amongst humanity. This of course brings us back to the item description of the Fingerprint Shield, and again I will just reread it for a refresher. A great stone shield with an intricately carved fingerprint design. Part of the tomb of an ancient god, the readerless fingers relayed their message through these imprints, said to be the very seeds from which frenzy first sprouted. So these imprints, the fingerprint messages of the three fingers on stone slabs, are the very seeds from which frenzy sprouted, suggesting that the very idea, message and philosophy behind the Frenzied Flame came about from these tablets. And as we will soon see, it appears as though the Frenzied Flame can be manifested by those who share certain beliefs and emotions. The yellow colouring of the Frenzied Flame itself is not an idle choice by From Software, especially given it is directly referred to as the Yellow Flame by Hayeta, and indirectly through the Eyes of Yellow plant, a plant afflicted by the Frenzied Flame. These repeated mentions to yellow and the association of the Frenzied Flame with madness, I believe is meant to make us think of the motif of the King in Yellow, a fictionally forbidden play which causes despair and madness in those who read it. And likewise, we could see the words of the Three Fingers and associated ideas in the same way. as the spread of these words is no doubt what led to its power taking root in the lands in the first place, and the more these ideas spread, the more purchase they find in the lands between. We get another clue as to the spread of the frenzied flame from the Howl of Shabriri incantation, which reads as follows: releases a maddening shriek that causes madness build-up in foes nearby. It is said that the sickness of the flame of frenzy began with Shabriri, the most reviled man in all history. So Shabriri is an absolutely key and central figure to understanding how the frenzied flame has managed to find purchase among the denizens of the lands between. We can learn more about this enigmatic figure via the Shabriri's Row talisman, which reads as follows: disturbing likeness of a man whose eyes have been gouged out. The corners of his mouth are upturned in an almost flirtatious manner. It is said that the man named Shabriri had his eyes gouged out as punishment for the crime of slander, and, with time, the blight of the flame of frenzy came to dwell in the empty sockets. So Shabriri appears to have been a man at some stage, though later it does seem that he is far more than that now. This man, Shabriri, became reviled after he committed the crime of slander, meaning he essentially spread lies about someone or a group of people to cast a shadow on their character. Yet apparently this lie would come to light and he was punished for it, and that after this, he would become the source for the frenzied flame. Now, given that the sickness of the flame of frenzy began with Shabriri, it presupposes that he was the first ever to suffer from the flame of frenzy, something we see that is now fairly widespread in the lands between. And indeed, it says that the flame of frenzy rested within his empty eye sockets, and now the flame of frenzy burns people's eyes, as if to mimic the way in which the frenzy flame settled within Shabriri that first time. It is a recreation of that first manifestation of the frenzied flame. In his lore video on Shabriri, the lore hunter connects the description of the fingerprint shield and Shabriri's howl to create a compelling narrative about the gestation of the frenzied flame. They posit that it was Shabriri who was one of the first to receive the message of the three fingers through the stone tablets described in the fingerprint shield, that these are the seeds of the frenzied flame, and thus it makes sense that Shabriri, the first sufferer of the frenzied flame, must have read these stone tablets and become the first servant of the frenzied flame. Lore Hunter goes further to link the slander mentioned in Shabriri's woe to the Great Caravan's ultimate fate. This is due to some cut dialogue and some questlines that can be found in the text files, and again this is something that has been recreated in its entirety with the audio by Sekiro Dube, and I highly recommend you check that video out. In a nutshell, Kali would try and locate the Great Caravan of his people, of his ancestors, before finding the shocking truth of their ultimate fate deep below the capital. At this stage, Kali would say the following: "Did you see what they did to my ancestors? The whole clan buried alive, sick, maddened, husks of themselves. Have you heard their moans? They're hardly human anymore. They think we worship the three fingers, that we called the maddening sickness down upon them. Well, if that's what they expect from us, then that is what they shall get from us. The world of grace and its people should have been content to see us sink between the cracks." This dialogue is cut content, so I would ask you to take it with a pinch of salt. However, as Lore Hunter says in that video, this doesn't really contradict anything else we have in the existing lore, and so it could still indicate the correct intended story. The dialogue indicates that the nomadic caravan was imprisoned because of their perceived affinity with frenzy and their worship of the three fingers. However, Kali's dialogue seems to indicate that this wasn't actually true, that they were falsely accused, but have only now turned to it in despair and to spite those who would oppress them. This is possibly backed up by the description of the merchant chapeau, which implies they came into contact with the frenzied flame because of their imprisonment, not before it. It reads the following: These merchants once thrived as the Great Caravan, but after being accused of heretical beliefs, their entire clan was rounded up and buried alive far underground. Then they chanted a curse of despair and summoned the Flame of Frenzy. Importantly, the chapeau states that the reason they were imprisoned in the first place was because of heretical beliefs. This does lead us to conclude that what Callie says in the cut content is still very much the case, that they were accused of being adherents of the Three Fingers, and that is why they are rounded up and buried here. The lore hunter suggests that the slander that Shabriri committed was this false accusation against the Great Caravan and Callie's people. One can't help but consider Shabriri's smile in the talisman, described as almost flirtatious despite his gouged out eyes, almost as if he knew exactly what he was doing, and that it would lead to the further spread of the frenzied flame. Despite it being quite a neat narrative and a compelling one at that, it is ultimately just speculation, and all we actually know is that Shabriri had his eyes gouged out, the flame of frenzy then came to nestle within these empty eyes, and he would become patient zero for this new affliction, that would then affect people in the same way, i.e. having the flame manifest through their eyes. Shabriri himself is an interesting case, because it is clear that he is now more than a man, if he ever was at all. He is able to possess Yura's body, and as we will discuss in the following chapter, the frenzied flame takes root in those who feel despair, and we witness Yura's despair at the end of his quest.
Eleonora, it seems I am no match for you, but I've learned a thing or two myself. You see, I've sliced the finger off. Please. Please, Eleonora. Yield to the cesspool no longer. Do not stain the immaculacy of your sword. Your flesh. Your fire.
And thus it is likely that in this moment of despair, that Shabriri is allowed or able to enter Yura's body, acting as an envoy for the frenzied flame to try and convince the Tarnished to create up the mantle of the Lord of Chaos. Shabriri is a vessel for chaos, a manifestation of it, which explains his ability to possess people, and in his own words, if we try to kill him, he says the following:
Shabriri is chaos incarnate.
Shabriri is now more than flesh and bone. They are a concept, a manifestation of chaos, and thus cannot die in the traditional sense. The choice of Shabriri's name may also hint at what they are. Shabriri is a demon in Jewish mythology, the demon of blindness, who spreads blindness to the unsuspecting who drink from the water that they inhabit. So to me, Shabriri is a demon of chaos, chaos incarnate and a manifestation of its will, and a tool to spread the influence of the frenzied flame, much as the traditional Shabriri spreads blindness. I would posit that perhaps Shabriri was never actually a man, and even when he was the most reviled man in history, he was always just a demon in the guise of a man. I have always found it rather unsettling that Shabriri is smiling, despite having his eyes gouged out. Extremely demonic behaviour, if you ask me. Regardless of if he was once human or not, he is clearly demonic now, and the source for the frenzied flame that is spread throughout humanity. But what is the relevance of eyes? What is the sickness of the frenzied flame? And why do people align themselves with this nihilistic power? Let us now attempt to answer these questions as we assess the frenzied flame itself. When the frenzied flame first took root within Shabriri, it settled within their eyes, and thus it makes sense that when this sickness would spread, it would spread and manifest the same way it did in Patient Zero, by manifesting in the eyes of those who host it. Eyes are the very centre of this spread, and very symbolic for the ideas behind the frenzied flame. And indeed it seems as though, through the flames, in time, the eyes of the bearer are melted, to make them closer to Shabriri, without his eyes.
Oh, it burns. My eyes, they're melting.
Indeed, the Shabriri grapes are themselves eyes, afflicted and melted by the frenzied flame. And should we choose to inherit the frenzied flame, our eyes will take on a similar appearance. So whilst practically the spread through eyes mimic the affliction of Shabriri, it's quite obvious that From Software have chosen the eyes as a focus point for this exact philosophy for a symbolic reason. But what is that? Well, early on in Elden Ring's release history, a really powerful piece of art circulated on Twitter that you might remember, and it was this one. And this is the painting Agony by the artist Mile Johnston. And while many believe that this was a piece inspired by Elden Ring, it actually predates it by a number of years, with Agony first being displayed on his Instagram as far back as 2018. And this to me is extremely fascinating, given how closely it looks to the symptoms of the frenzied flame, leading me to believe, was this actually the source of inspiration for the manifestation of the frenzied flame itself? Though as shown by Ziostorm in one of his discovery videos, this same gesture and idea is also displayed on a Magic the Gathering card, Mindblaze. And given that Ziostorm also points out that a number of Magic the Gathering cards have inspired different Elden Ring motifs, it is possible that one of these inspired Elden Ring. Or perhaps all these different pieces of art, Agony, Magic the Gathering, and Elden Ring, are all developed individually. But what is important, either way, is that it shows that this gesture is a powerful choice to display turmoil and despair internally. Even if it wasn't the basis for it, the reasoning and themes that inspired it will 100% help us to understand the nature of the frenzied flame and its symbolic connotations, because evidently they are both trying to convey the same thing, a single gesture that is to make the viewer feel a certain emotion, pain and despair. In an Instagram post, Miles describes the inspiration for this piece, and I quote him now. I had just been looking at the painting The First Morning, and something about Eve with two hands pressed against her face felt so profoundly powerful and sad, like the artist has condensed all of humanity's collective grief into one gesture. I wanted to play around with some similar body language that felt inherently evocative and build from there. So the artist makes it clear that while inspired by another piece of art, he wanted to convey all of humanity's grief and pain in a singular evocative emotion. Likewise, I believe the similar positioning of those who are suffering from the frenzied flame with their hands on their head is meant to convey something similar, that we look at these characters and instantly realize that they are going through some kind of suffering or some kind of pain. Even before you fully understand the full lore of Elden Ring, it is really clear what this gesture is trying to convey. Pain, grief, sadness. Indeed, even Hayeta takes on the exact same gesture after her eyes have been melted by the Chaos Flame, as does Shabriri when he takes over Yura's flesh. So this is a key component of the philosophy behind the Frenzied Flame. And this does become more clear as you progress the game. Those who fall victim to this sickness are those who have suffered and those who have had enough of the pain that life can bring. Edgar overcome by grief and revenge. The great caravan brutalized and treated unjustly. Yura lost in his grief over Eleonora's fate, and then many nameless souls who wished they simply had never been born. All of them are touched by the frenzied flame. Radataskor has done an excellent video that discusses the philosophy behind the frenzied flame, called What is the Frenzied Flame? In this, they focus on the feelings and emotions behind the frenzied flame, seeing it as a proxy for human emotions, thoughts and principles, concluding that those adhere to this philosophy believe that life is simply not worth living because life is suffering. In a way of illustrating the depth and power of this idea, Radataskor then goes on to read a chapter from Brothers Karazimov, and I highly recommend you check out that video in full, as it is an extremely emotive and interesting take on the frenzied flame. And indeed, I do agree with this, as in-game it does seem that those who suffer from the frenzied flame also wish that life had never happened, that there is too much suffering involved. when you are granted life.
Those who gave me grapes howled without words, saying they wished they were never born. Become their lord, take their torment, despair, their affliction, every sin, every curse, and melt it all away. As the Lord of Chaos, no more fractures, no more birth.
Despair is the unifying emotion. Despair at what these people have suffered during the course of their life. Indeed, the great caravan summoned the frenzied flame by chanting a song of despair, an outlet for the injustices they had suffered. This is also why the Eye of Yellow, a plant associated with the frenzied flame, is a pain reliever. The entire philosophy behind this force is to end pain and suffering, pain caused by life itself. And so this returns me to the original question of this chapter. What is the significance of eyes? Well, I do think it goes back to that original image by Miles Johnston in our innate understanding and recognition of despair, where he correctly identified that the gesture is one that portrays grief, the covering up of one's eyes. Firstly, because we cry through our eyes, and secondly, everything we witness, especially the bad, we witness through our eyes, and it is a common trope in tragedy that bad events make characters want to tear out their own eyes lest they see the suffering anymore. There is of course the classic example of Oedipus Rex, a tragedy written by Sophocles in which the titular character, Oedipus, unknowingly murders his own father and marries his own mother. When the truth is revealed to him, he gouges out his own eyes in despair. Despair is the core tenet behind those who are adherents of the frenzied flame, and thus for me, their eyes being melted in despair is thematically apt, which is why eyes end up being thematically important for the frenzied flame. Even the plants born of the frenzied flame touch, like the eyes of yellow, take the form of eyes. Given the importance of sight then, what is the relevance of Hyeta's weak sight? Given all we have said about sight thus far in this chapter, it must be clear that there has to be some relevance to Hyeta's weak sight, and that has to be central as to why Irina was chosen as a vessel for this Hyeta. Is it perhaps because she is not able to see the tragedy of the world, and thus is a purer state of being according to the frenzied? After all, Irina is spared the sights of the horrific and bloody Morn massacre, and Hyeta is spared the truth of what she must ingest, human eyes. Or perhaps a lack of sight is needed so that the potential maiden can see the distant light in their head, rather than being distracted by the corporeal world. All speculation, but her lack of sight is clearly an important aspect to her becoming a three-finger maiden. With the symbolism aside, let us look at the spread of the frenzy itself. It seems that it can be spread in two different ways. 1. The passing from one life form to another, like a regular sickness, or 2. Manifesting in those who experience great despair. It is of course referred to as a sickness via the Howl of Shabriri item description. The frenzied village in Liurnia also seems to be an infection vector for this force as well. What are the chances that everyone in this same village had the same beliefs that manifested it, including the soldiers that seem to be stationed here? Rather, it seems more likely that it has infected the whole village, and one of the note key items seems to back up this idea, as it implies that we may also catch it should we go there. The Frenzied Flame Village note reads as follows. South of the Grand Lift of Dectus lies the Frenzied Flame Village, inhabited by the sick. Stay well away. Again, it refers to it as a sickness and asking us to stay away, suggesting it can spread like a traditional disease. And indeed it can spread like one, as we can suffer from the madness of frenzy if we are accosted by the afflicted, and when the incantations of chaos are unleashed upon us. The very fact that rats can be tainted by the frenzied flame should also indicate that it does spread like a traditional disease, as it is doubtful that rats would manifest the flame through emotion. Rather, they most likely get it through eating the corpses of the dead, of those who once held the sickness. And we do know that the deceased who held the frenzied flame in life are still infected with it, as the yellow ember item description reads as follows: a sign that the deceased suffered from the flame of frenzy. This grape has ripened and burst. So it has spread like a normal disease, and as usual, rats are a vector or carrier of disease, but in this case they carry the disease of the frenzied flame, and can spread it to others should they attack them. It even seems like this sickness can spread to other parts of nature too, manifesting in a perversion of vegetation that could serve to further spread it should it be eaten by wildlife or humans. And I of course refer to the Eyes of Yellow, which read as follows: grown in lands afflicted by frenzy, it is used for its pain-relieving properties, though it is also known to be a dangerous intoxicant. The fact that this is in lands afflicted by the frenzied flame shows that it spreads not just through the mind and through humans, but as if it is a regular plague. However, as I mentioned, the frenzied flame can also be manifested, as we have already seen with Shabriri, who is basically patient zero. And it also seems as though, in the case of the Great Caravan, it was manifested through their grief, rather than it being caught by them like a disease. And again I read the description of their chapeau. These merchants once thrived as the Great Caravan, but after being accused of heretical beliefs, their entire clan was rounded up and buried alive far underground. Then they chanted a curse of despair and summoned the frenzied flame. So the Great Caravan were not sick nor infected, but through the suffering they endured and the despair they felt at their unjust treatment, the flame was summoned, manifested. Edgar is also one who appears to have fallen victim to the frenzied flame through his emotions. We can loot a Shabriri grape from his corpse when we defeat him in his Revenger form, suggesting that in his grief and despair he fell to its power and it manifested in his eyes, which is why we can take them as a Shabriri grape. So in short, the flame can be summoned, but can also be spread like an illness, making it very potent indeed, especially when a group channel its power together, as we can see in the case of the Frenzied Tower, a watchtower in northern Liurnia that seems to have been taken over by villagers from the nearby Frenzied village, and together they seem to be manifesting a huge concentration of the Frenzied Flame's power, afflicting all the wildlife around it, which is why there is rats and Eyes of Yellow nearby. The collective power of the Frenzied Flame also seems to be reflected in the donation of Shabriri grapes for Hayeta, for she believes that it is the collective sight of the eyes that she has devoured that will eventually lead her to the Three Fingers, or the distant light.
Ah, is that you over there? I've gleaned something very important indeed, thanks to you. The reason why it was eyes I had to eat, the distant light, is far and frail, so faint it can't be seen by the naked eye. But with everyone's eyes together, it appears. Finally, it all makes sense. I'm certain now. I will be a finger maiden.
The outer god of chaos may not be the outer god of despair, but it makes sense that its power makes purchase within these people. The yellow flame offers a release from life itself, a cathartic vindication of their suffering, as order, the order that caused them suffering, is burnt to the ground. So now that we have looked at the philosophy of the Frenzied Flame and why people might follow it, it is time to look at their end goal, of their maiden and the Lord of Chaos.
Burn the Erd Tree to the ground and incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world. May chaos take the world!
Hayeta is the second figure within the Chaos Pantheon that appears to take the form of someone who we know to be deceased. Hayeta is not available at all until Irina is dead. She has the same voice actor, the same model, and even the same bloody dress, and both describe themselves as being born with weak eyesight. Given what happens with Yura and Shabriri, it isn't hard to imagine that Hayeta is an instrument of the Three Fingers, a reincarnated version of Irina, though someone less directly connected to the Frenzied Flame, as Shabriri, as Hyetta doesn't evidently know what Shabriri grapes are until we tell her. Yet I do see Irina as a purpose-made instrument of the Three Fingers, as she appears to know that she is meant to be a maiden of the Three Fingers, as if this reincarnated or new version of Irina has been reincarnated with a sole purpose in her mind, the sole purpose of becoming a maiden to the Three Fingers. And it does raise the question of how the Three Fingers are able to do this in two different cases, or at least why it chooses to do this. It's almost as if, because the Three Fingers do not recognise individuality, and they see all as one anyway, they are able to shuffle souls into different bodies as if they already see them as different appendages to the one whole anyway. Hyetta is also interesting because she illustrates some of the core beliefs of the adherents of the Frenzied Flame, because the ghosts that want to give their eyes to her appear to know that they need to provide her with Shabriri grapes, with their eyes, to advance the objectives of the Frenzied Flame.
You're not like the others who give me grapes, are you? They rest their trembling hands upon me. Howling wordlessly, they gently stroke my eyes, their frail fingers emaciated. Yet still, they give me the grapes. But you seem somehow firmer. You are most kind indeed. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you.
And indeed, these adherents also know about their promised Lord of Frenzied Flame, as we see this Lord of Chaos referenced by frenzied ghosts as well. For a philosophy so set against order, it surprisingly mirrors the structure and order of the Two Fingers candidacy, a lord and a maiden. And indeed this is a hypocrisy, a lie, noticed by Melina, and stated to us in her argument for keeping life going and against siding with the Three Fingers.
I ask you one more time, please, seek not the frenzied flame. As one who strives to become a lord, deny not the lives, the new births of this world. Those who would are not fit to be called lord, when the land they preside over is lifeless.
One lord almost rose in times past to claim the mantle of the Lord of Chaos, Vike, once one of the greatest champions of the Round Table and the closest to becoming Elden Lord. We learn of Vike's sudden change of heart via his fingerprint set, which reads as follows. No other Tarnished was closer to the throne of Elden Lord than Vike, but without announcement Vike travelled far below the capital and was scorched by the flame of frenzy. Did he make his sudden choice for his maiden, or did some other force lure him with suggestion? Vike made a decision and chose the frenzied flame. His armour suggests that he did this for his maiden, or was he convinced by some other force? Given the speech that Shabriri gives us, a speech that leans heavily into our relationship with Melina to pull at our heartstrings to become the Lord of Chaos, it does seem likely that Vike had a change of heart due to his own relationship with his maiden and not wanting to sacrifice her to the flames.
You were about to sacrifice something precious, the life of a fair maiden, that you would toss into the fiery forge, only so that you may be lord. What a horrible thing to ponder. Your ascendancy requires her sacrifice, whether she wishes it or not. But how would the Lord, crowned so, be looked upon?
Indeed, his ties to his maiden are hinted at more strongly via his invasion location in Liurnia. Above the frenzied village and outside the Church of Inhibition, Vike will attack us. In this church is the corpse of a finger maiden, and while nothing else is said on the matter, it is almost as if Vike's phantom form is still protecting his maiden still, suggesting he was concerned with keeping her safe, and thus could very well be his motivation for choosing the path of frenzy. Yet for whatever reason, it does seem as though Vike failed to become the Lord of Chaos, a fact lamented by a frenzied ghost in the Frenzied Flame village. Most likely Vike failed because he was imprisoned, as we can find him in an Everjail in the mountain tops of the Giants, as if he was on the way to the Forge to unleash its power, as we later do on our path to unleashing the Frenzied Flame if we choose the path of the Lord of Chaos. If you'd like a more dedicated video on Vike himself, I would highly recommend V-Limit's video on the subject. In this video, V-Limit makes a compelling case for what happened to Vike. He references the incantation Frenzied Burst, which reads as follows. In times past, every single person who attempted to control the flame of frenzy succumbed to its madness after a desperate internal struggle. This incantation is testament to a meagre victory. V-Limit suggests that Vike was no exception, and he was one to succumb to its power before achieving his goal, leading to the death of his maiden and the spreading of frenzy to the nearby village before finally being imprisoned. And indeed this does seem likely, given that the Frenzied Burst is actually an incantation used by Vike in his fight with us, suggesting that he is one of the people who tried to master the Frenzied Flame, but ultimately succumbed. Yet we can take up the mantle and inherit the Frenzied Flame, and go further than Vike, if we take on Shabriri's advice and we use our own body as kindling to the Flame of Ruin. And this moment really is a testament to the power of the Flame of Frenzy within us, as Melina does seem to be burned away completely in the process when she acts as kindling, and yet we survive and harness this power, as if the power of the Frenzied Flame within us is enough to sustain us through the process. While those on the path to Elden Lord will merely burn the Erd Tree superficially and essentially restore it with the repairing of the Elden Ring, however, the Lord of Chaos is a different matter. They use the Flame of Ruin to burn the Erd Tree to gain access to its heart, and at that point the Lord of Chaos will unleash the Frenzied Flame within him to burn the Erd Tree right to the ground, and the world to follow behind it. With the fall of the Elden Beast, and the Elden Ring left unrepaired, there is no longer any order to hold back the chaos, and that is why that at this moment the Chaos Flame can erupt from the player and burn the Erd Tree to the ground and the world following it. Hayeta herself is the best source for what happens here.
Thank you. I have touched them. The words of the three fingers. As your maiden, allow me to divine them. All that there is came from the one great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls. But the greater will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, every one born of the mistake. And so, what was borrowed must be returned, melted all away with the yellow chaos flame, until all is one again.
But not only through her words, but also her own corporeal fate, for by touching her with the flame, she too becomes a vessel for the Frenzied Flame, albeit briefly, and at that point she's able to connect with the three fingers and translate their words and give our purpose to us, but unlike us, she is not able or meant to contain the power for long, and succumbs to its power as all will. For when we return, she is gone, melted away, and only the flame remains. The three fingers and the power of the Frenzied Flame is the manifestation of chaos and disorder in the universe. Its aim is to melt away the ordered separation of individual life, so that life is more chaotic and unformed. It is the nihilistic endgame that appeals to those who despair, to those who have suffered, and to those who think that life itself is a mistake, for without it, without life and the choices that come with it, they would not have experienced the pain or the things that they have seen. Starting with their eyes, the yellow flame will melt away the very notion of pain, for without eyes you cannot witness pain. Without life, there is no pain at all. There is in fact nothing. The fact there is pain and hardship is something even its opponents do not deny. But perhaps those on the side of life merely see things differently. For without order there is no disorder, and without pain there is no beauty, no love, or no life.
If you intend to claim the frenzied flame, I ask that you cease. It is not to be meddled with. It is chaos, devouring life and thought unending. However ruined this world has become, however mired in torment and despair, life endures. Births continue. There is beauty in that. Is there not? If you would become Lord, do not deny this notion. Please, leave the frenzied flame alone.
And indeed, are you really a lord at all when you are the Lord of Chaos, when you rule over nothing at all? The age of the Erd Tree has not always been, and nor did it come about without conflict. Its reign was established through bloodshed and battle. With the iron fist of Godfrey, Lord of the Battlefield, Queen Marika swept away all who could oppose her new order. It was the defeat of the fire giants that marked the beginning of the age of the Erd Tree proper, their flame of ruin and fell god believed to be the last true threat to the Erd Tree and its dominion. For the fire giants were in communion with the one-eyed god of fire, and their closely guarded flame of ruin had the power to destroy the Erd Tree, a threat that simply could not be tolerated. Yet after reputedly slaying the fell god itself, Marika realised this flame could not simply be extinguished, and it was doomed forever to smoulder, a sleeping dragon on the doorstep of Leyndell itself. So Marika did the only thing that she could. She sealed the mountain, and a new order was established to safeguard its power. An order of monks and the guilty would devote themselves to its containment and safekeeping. Yet in time these monks, meant to safeguard the threat it posed, would also venerate its power. The monks would be forced to walk a line between worship and guardianship, and thus it shaped a unique culture in of itself. The fear of this flame would never die, thanks to a frightening prophecy that saw the flame reignited once more, destroying the holy Erd Tree, a prophecy that we know to have more than a grain of truth. So join me this week as we look at the fire giants, their inheritors, and the legacy they left behind. Now, a lot of what we know about the giants' history prior to the war with the Erd Tree comes in dribs and drabs, and so it is up to us to pull it all together into the semblance of some kind of timeline. We know that the giants have long lived on the mountaintops, and it appears that long ago a tribe of astrologers once coexisted with them there. We learn this from the Sword of Night and Flame, which reads as follows. Astrologers, who preceded the sorcerers, established themselves in the mountaintops that nearly touched the sky, and considered the fire giants their neighbours. So evidently this is a long time past, as we are here talking of astrologers who preceded even the sorcerers of Rhea Lucaria and the Carian royal family. The practice of astrology would one day lead to the development of sorcery, a fact confirmed by the Preceptor's robe, which describes these sorcerers as descendants of these astrologers. We will also look at the history of smithing as another bit of carbon dating, if you will, to show how early this society and the fire giant society was. So in this time before the Academy, these astrologers clearly established themselves at the highest peaks of the lands between to be as close to the sky as possible. And this makes sense given that more primitive astrologers would most certainly choose to be as close to the stars as possible. The more interesting aspect of this, however, is that the fire giants lived in peace with these star-studying humans, showing they weren't automatically hostile to the rest of civilization. It is their relationship to the fire god that determines their allegiance and animosity. The greatest examples of this, of course, being the Zamor and the Erdtree peoples. Even in this period of Night and Flame, they are still referred to as fire giants, meaning the fire god and the fire giants had no issue with these studiers of the stars, thus allowing the flame and night to live in peace. And this is interesting because while we see the giants as a destructive, violent force, they are living peacefully with a human community, and it is all based on the fact that the night and the flame do not clash. I believe that one of their earlier conflicts is a good way of showing where the community of the fire giants sits in the greater timeline of Elden Ring. I am of course referring to the conflict they waged against the Ice Dragons, an event we learn about from the Borealis Mist, which reads as follows. The Ice Dragons were once lords of the mountaintops long ago, until they were defeated by the fire giants and chased from the peak. So the Ice Dragons must have been an offshoot of Dragon, kin to Borealis himself, and they once ruled these mountaintops before the giants even ruled it. This is a useful piece of lore for placing the establishment of fire giant society, because Borealis, and presumably the rest of the Ice Dragons, are a type of dragon known as the modern dragons. We learn this from the Lightning Strike incantation, which reads the following. One of the incantations of the capital's ancient dragon cult. Ancestors of the modern dragons, the ancient dragons, had scales of gravel stone, and wielded lightning as their weapon. It is said that they once attacked Leyndell, the royal capital. So these ancient dragons are the ones that we see like Fortisax, with 4 wings, 4 legs, and stone scales, with Borealis and the likes of Agil forming the modern dragons, the ones with 2 legs and more classical scaly skin. Given the dragons that the fire giants defeated and chased off the mountain, these ice dragons were modern dragons, quote unquote, we can assume that this places the time of the giants a fair bit after the reign of the ancient dragon, but of course before the age of Marika, so it fits neatly in between those. We can determine that it was after they had claimed the mountain proper that they would then build a sort of society here, as we see evidence of this community. We see evidence of their craftsmanship in the form of the forge itself, a focal point of their civilization. While to us in the modern era, it is merely a vessel for the destructive Flame of Ruin, the term forge implies that it was used for metalwork and smithing. We can learn that it was the giants who actually pioneered and invented the practice of smithing in this world, something we learn about from the hammer item description, which reads as follows. Originally a blacksmith's tool, the art of smithing is said to have originated amongst the giants. Given how basic a skill smithing is to any society in history, we again realise that this civilization of giants really is an early one that developed such fundamental practices and sciences. Indeed, the Troll's Hammer very much suggests that this was a cornerstone of their society, for it reads the following. Trolls are descended from the giants, and these were supposedly once used as ceremonial smithing tools. In the distant past, smithing was considered divine, given that the fire used in the forge is the fire of their very god, and this would have been used in the process of smithing. It is no surprise that this practice would have been considered divine. We can assume that the giant smiths would have forged their jewellery, the likes of the metal cooking bowl wielded by the fire giant, and the giant chains that connect the mountain tops and the forge together. The forge itself seems to be built upon the same architecture of the kind we find scattered around the mountain tops of the giants, and therefore, speculatively, we can argue that the giants were builders as well, so there is a fundamental community here. Yet their god was not one of creation, but one of destruction, and as mentioned, it is implied the giants are the enemies of those who are an anathema to their flame, Enemies such as the Dragons of Ice and the Erd Tree make sense, yet it is also reinforced by another early conflict with an ancient foe, the people of Zamor. We can see from the ruins of Zamor, the collection of structures on the lower slopes of the mountain tops of the giants, that these people also inhabited this region. The Zamor are a people who seemingly worship the winter, as described by the Zamor curved sword, which reads, "In apparent devotion to winter, the curved blade is styled after an icy wind and imbued with a powerful frost effect." Yet their armor set makes it clear that these warrior people have been battling the giants even before the war with the Erd Tree, for the armor set reads, "These long-lived warriors, clad in biting, freezing winds, are said to have been the mortal enemies of the fire giants since time immemorial." The Zamor's association with ice is already being made quite clear, and the fact they are mortal enemies implies that these two were always meant to go to war together. Indeed, Zamor Ice Storm sorcery even goes as far to suggest that the Zamor are cloaked with ice, and it therefore makes sense that these two tribes would battle for dominance. One is one with the flame, and one is one with the ice. The term immemorial makes it clear, to me at least, that the Zamor have been battling the fire giants since well before the Erd Tree conflict, and that they just became allies of convenience with the Erd Tree at a later stage, yet have always been fighting them from their inception of their communities. So let's return to the fire giants now and what makes them fire giants. Have they always been fire giants and associated with the fell flame? Were they born this way, and what makes them so powerful? To answer the core of the fire giants' very beings, we must first assess their relationship with their fell, one-eyed god. We have it suggested to us that the giants are the way that they are due to a curse binding them to their duty as custodians of the Flame of Ruin, and thus to the fell god. The incantation "Burn, O Flame" reads as follows: "The fire giants borrowed from the power of a fell god, and still they were defeated, yet their failure released them from their solitary curse to serve as keepers of the flame for eternity." Whether or not the giants at one point voluntarily entered into this contractual obligation, or whether they were always cursed as a society and species, the result is ultimately the same. They are servants of the flame forever. They are inexorably linked to the flame and the fell god behind it. They must watch over it until the end of time. This endless duty is of course illustrated by the fate of the final fire giant, who, despite being the last of his kind and beaten in a ferocious war, still tends to the flame to this day. While the fell god has many manifestations of his power through the spells and incantations, the ruinous flame of the forge seems to be his most potent and important manifestation. Given the entire purpose of his fire giant race is to safeguard and tend to this very flame, we can see that it must be the strongest aspect of the fell god on this earth. And even as the age of the Erd Tree has progressed, the smouldering power of the Flame of Ruin remains. And it is a testament to this god's power, given it is the only thing in the mortal realm that we are aware of that poses a direct threat to the Erd Tree itself. Another fairly horrifying result of this curse is that the fire giants literally have the fell god imprinted upon their physiology, and I of course refer to the one-eyed face upon their abdomens. This fell god is inexorably linked to each of the giants. It is part of them, and this is something we learn from the Flame of the Fell God incantation, which reads the following: "Arganthe, the chief guardian of the flame, had kept this incantation a well-kept secret until it was stolen by Edan. The Fell God still lurks within the fire giants." So the Fell God lies and exists within every fire giant, suggesting it is this very connection that makes them what they are. The power of these giants, suffused with the power of their fell god, is massive, and is expanded upon by the Roar talisman, which reads the following: "In ancient times, the giants were mortal enemies of the Erd Tree. Their bellowing roars desolated nature, triggered avalanches, and whipped up storms of fire." So first of all, the power of their roar is all destructive, destroying nature, triggering avalanches, and whipping up storms. And as we will look at in a moment, the fell god and his fire giants are forces of destruction, which is why he is often referred to as evil. These giants could whip up storms of flame, and in our battle with one, we can see how true this claim is. When the fell god awakens inside the fire giant when he offers his leg as a sacrifice, the fire giant is capable of unleashing the fell god's fire upon his enemy, wreaking unfathomable destruction on the battlefield and the environment around him. To me, it is clear that the stomach face is an aspect of the fell god made manifest, showing that the fell god literally exists within each and every fire giant. They are part of him, every single one. When it does awaken, as it does in the fire giant's fight with us, the god is actively present, marked by the opening of its eye. Incidentally, I would hypothesize that this is why the trolls have a gaping hole in their stomach regions, as they would disavow their loyalty to the fell god, but we'll discuss the trolls more in a moment. We know that this one-eyed face is the face of their fell god, as we see his visage represented in many sources. We see it on the one-eyed shield, the giant seal, and the armour of the fire monks. Looking at the description of the one-eyed shield, we can learn more of this enigmatic deity. It reads the following: tricksome shield made from white stone depicting a malformed, one-eyed god. Once worshipped by the giants, this evil deity is believed to have been slain by Queen Marika. So it is possible that this is again the example of an unreliable narrator, i.e. we are meant to believe that this god is evil as if it is written by a member of the Erdtree faithful. However, as I've mentioned already by looking at the Roar Talisman, I believe that this god is a god of destruction and chaos. And I think by looking at some real world mythologies that have clearly inspired the fire giants and their fell god, we can see that there is truth to this implication, i.e. that this is an evil being of pure destruction. There are a number of beings in real world mythologies who have one eye and are also depicted as evil. For example, there's Balor, Lord of the Fomorians of Irish mythology, and there's of course the Cyclops of Greek mythology and the Ohakanu of Cantabrian mythology. I think it is clear that the fell god and his giants draw heavily from these traditions. Balor, the Cyclops, and the Ohakanu are all evil beings of great size and power, but I specifically think that the story of the fell god to have been inspired by a combination of Balor, Lord of the Fomorians, and the Ohakanu. The Ohakanu were giant cyclopean beings who were the embodiment of cruelty and brutality, and their appearance is remarkably like that of a fire giant, red-maned and massive, and they even sported one eye. Balor, the leader of the hulking Fomorians, was said to have had a single eye that, when opened, would cause untold destruction, highly reminiscent of the eye-opening scene in our battle with the fire giant. Not only is this interesting in understanding the likely myths that From Software drew inspiration from, but it also lends credence to the idea that these beings and their god really are ones of pure destruction, and therefore inherently evil, and I do think it gives us a greater understanding of what this fell god stands for, and why he is referred to as the fell god and an evil god. The fell god's visage would become symbolic of the fire monk's devotion to his flame of ruin as well, and we can see it ornamenting their chest piece. The description of it can tell us more about the god, as it reads: the grotesque face sculpted on the chest is said to depict the ancient corrupt god of the flame. Taboos transform into lasting obsessions by virtue of the fear that they inspire. Again, we have a negative term, corrupt, being used to describe this one-eyed being, as it was a being solely possessed of evil intent. Indeed, the only actions we see in game from this society are ones of destruction and brutality. For example, there's the fact that the fire giant we battle is only able to awaken his god by offering him a sacrifice, in this case his leg, and it is therefore implied that this was a god that demanded sacrifice. Aside from his destructive powers, his flame of ruin, and his evil intent, we don't know much, so let us surmise. This god, a one-eyed being, was a mighty god of fire. His chosen vessels were the fire giants, who he existed within, and also charged with keeping his ruinous flames forever. Despite existing in this esoteric fashion, he may well also have had a physical form. As we see from the one-eyed shield, it is implied that Marika slew a physical form of this one-eyed god. But even if that is true, the fell god still lurks within his fire giants and the ruinous flame. Yet despite the fire giants' destructive power, their reign would come to an end. A new age was dawning, and its origins would be bloody indeed. A star broke the atmosphere over the lands between, a golden star that would plummet towards the earth. This golden star would be bearing the Elden Beast, an event we learn about from the Elden Star's incantation. This incredible cosmic event would be the foundation for the world as we know it today, as it would bring the Elden Ring and the Erd Tree to the lands between. The Elden Beast, as we learn from its remembrance, is a vassal of the Greater Will, and a living embodiment of order. This beast would become the Elden Ring itself, and thus it would be the source of order that would control the forces of this world. Following this event, the Erd Tree would grow, a towering and powerful symbol of the Elden Ring's power. Yet the Erd Tree's dominion was far from automatic or guaranteed, and we know that those loyal to it had an uphill battle ahead of them. This is something that we learn from the protection of the Erd Tree incantation, which reads the following. In the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erd Tree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order. So despite the Erd Tree's overwhelming dominance in our current age, its early years would be marked by massive resistance from all corners. These enemies would of course include the Giants, later the Carians, and presumably the Stormlord. So given so much resistance, it would make sense that the Greater Will would need a vassal, a god, to enforce the Erd Tree's will and dominance over the lands between. Marika, a member of the Numen race, who came from another world to the lands between, was chosen as Empyrean to one day take the mantle of God, and we learn that she was an Empyrean from Malekith's remembrance, which reads, Malekith was a shadow-bound beast given to his Empyrean. So with Marika at the helm, the Erd Tree Crusade was poised to begin. Yet Marika would not wage this war alone, as she would take her first consort, who would go on to become the first Elden Lord, Hoarah-Loux, aka Godfrey, Lord of the Battlefield. A full history of Godfrey is a video in of itself, but his lore is of course intertwined with the wars with the Giants, and so we will explore him from this perspective. Prior to becoming Godfrey, Hoarah-Loux was essentially just a badass warrior chieftain who possessed immense bloodlust and power. No doubt Marika chose Godfrey for the express purpose of harnessing his martial prowess to destroy the enemies of the Erd Tree. He was the first Elden Lord because this era demanded a combative lord. The early wars of the Erd Tree are of course dominated by Godfrey and his warriors, and this is something we learn from his armor set, which reads as follows. The age of the Erd Tree began amongst conflict, when Godfrey was lord of the battlefield. He led the war against the Giants, faced the Stormlord alone, and then there came a moment when his last worthy enemy fell. So quite clearly it is put in black and white here. The age of the Erd Tree was purchased through a period of immense bloodshed. These efforts would be spearheaded by the Lord of the Battlefield himself, and it would be he who would lead the war against the Giants. It is made clear to us that the Giants were instant and mortal enemies of the Erd Tree, and more importantly posed a huge threat to its reign. And we learn this of course from the Roar Medallion, which mentions the fact they are mortal enemies, meaning that they were just enemies by the sake that they are on opposing sides of the forces of the world. Indeed, we know the giants' defeat was what established the reign of the Erdtree proper. And of course, it makes sense that the forces of the Erdtree would seek to make war on the fire giants as the guardians of the Flame of Ruin, as we learn from various sources and our own in-game experience that the Flame of Ruin poses a direct threat to the Erdtree. And one of the better sources of this, Surge O Flame, reads the following: "The giant's flame is the Flame of Ruin, capable of burning the Erdtree, and so, following the war against the giants, its ruinous blaze was sealed, and guardians were appointed to watch over it." What I find interesting is there does seem to be a prophecy that predicts that one day the Erdtree would burn, and we learn of said prophecy from the incantation called Sin's Deadly Flame, which reads the following: "Incantation originating from a deeply ominous prophecy. The prophet despaired, looking up at the Erdtree, for soon the kindling would burst into flame, bringing ruin. The burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin. That is not the domain of mere men." So it was sensed by perceptive individuals that the Flame of Ruin would have something to do with the Erdtree's eventual destruction. The act would become the first, and therefore most reviled, cardinal sin of the Erdtree faithful. Now, admittedly, this exact rendition in this item description of the prophecy may well be an example of a rendition of the prophecy in our time or closer to our time, rather than one that was seen at the time of these wars, because it says soon the kindling will burst into flame, in reference to Melena's sacrifice. But I do think it is clear that this prophecy has existed since the early days of the Erdtree. I think it is reinforced by the fact that this is the first cardinal sin. It was the first concern, the first sin to be established in the history of the Erdtree's rule. And of course it would give a reason for wanting to destroy the Flame of Ruin. In addition, we get further evidence that this prophecy is repeatedly witnessed by those in the faith. And we learn this from the description of the Catch Flame incantation, which reads the following: "Incantation originating from a sinister prophecy. The Flame of Ruin is anathema to the Erdtree, but prophets sometimes glimpse it within the faith all the same. Sadly, when this occurs, their sole reward is banishment." So this is a prophecy that will be seen and presented by many different prophets throughout time. And, by the way, if you choose the prophet starting class, it is heavily implied that you are one of these people who foresaw the burning of the Erdtree. For if we look at the prophet blindfold, it reads, "Blindfold of exiled prophets who foretold misfortune and were persecuted and driven from their homes as a result." So this really neatly ties up with the prophets mentioned in Catch Flame, which incidentally is an incantation that the prophet starts with. So again, it shows that these are people who have seen the prophecy of the flame and have been banished for it. What this prophecy shows is that the event of burning the Erdtree was destined to happen, and it was so deeply written into this timeline that it is seen by multiple people, and the Erdtree faith, not wanting to accept the truth or spread panic within the Erdtree faithful, simply have these prophets banished. So I do think that it is possible that even at this time, the people amongst the Erdtree faithful had heard or seen this prophecy. But that's just speculation. The result's the same, whether by prophecy, direct instruction from the greater will, or by a logical conclusion. The burgeoning ranks of the Erdtree faithful would see the Flame of Ruin as a threat, and they would turn their ire towards the fire giants, led by Marika and Godfrey themselves.
In Marika's own words, "Hark, brave warriors. Hark, my lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erdtree."
And so the epic war of legend would begin. The war that decided the fate of the Erdtree and the lands between. The fire giants are mighty, far more mighty to a man than those who would assault their mountain, besides Marika and Godfrey of course. Yet despite their apparent power, the forces of the Erdtree would be far more prepared and far more cunning in their approach to this conflict. First of all, the warriors of the Erdtree were equipped properly to face the threat of the giants, something we first of all learn from the smithing stone 7, which reads the following. Stone used to smith a variety of armaments, found in a polar region, thought to have been used to hone the weapons of the champions of the war against the giants at the birth of the Erdtree. So the weapons were specifically honed with stones found in cold polar regions to counteract the power of the fire giants. In addition, the warriors of this age bore incredible large hammers, clearly to smash the bones of these massive foes, and we learn this from the Giant Crusher hammer, which reads the following. A hammer made from boulder used in the war against the giants. After the giants were quelled and man turned against man in violence, this weapon was all but forgotten. Man was feeble in comparison to his forebears. And so it is also implied in this little bit of flavour text that human warriors were also more powerful and strong at this time of the birth of the Erdtree. It was not just their attack, however, that was strengthened and altered to face the giants, but also their defences, something we see from the description of the Flame Protect Me incantation, which reads the following. The most ancient of the Fire Monk's incantations. It is said that this incantation was used during the war against the giants long ago, during which it protected the champions of the Erdtree. So an incantation that would actually go on to be a founding incantation of the Fire Monks was devised at this time to give the soldiers of the Erdtree a greater defence against the fiery power of the giants. Both of these pieces of evidence in regards to the attack and defence of the warriors of the Erdtree is a testament to Marika's cunning, and combined with the raw strength and power of Godfrey, we can see that the Erdtree forces were well prepared to fight the fire giants. And yet the scales would tip even further in the Erdtree's favour when the Knights of Zamor, long bitter rivals of the giants, clearly jumped to the opportunity to finally destroy their age-old enemies and would join the Erdtree forces in destroying the giants here. We learn from their armour set that they would become decorated and celebrated heroes of this war, and one can only imagine that the powerful ice incantations of the Zamor would have been a great boon to Marika's arsenal. Even further adding to the balance of power were the fact that the giants were betrayed by their own kind, by those we now know to be as trolls, and it is something we learn about from the sword monument in the mountain tops of the giants, which reads as follows. The war against the giants, champions battle, trolls betray, fire vanquished, the era of the Erdtree begins. So the trolls betrayed the giants, the trolls being the large, hollowed-stomached enemies that we see around the games and pulling the carriages. However, it appears that the trolls were in fact once giants, something we learn from the Trolls Smithing Hammer item description, which reads the following. Trolls are descended from the giants, and these were supposedly once used as ceremonial smithing tools. I see them as a lesser form of giant that has devolved or descended from the giants that betrayed the Fell God over the years. They are even interchangeably referred to as giants in the item description of the Troll's Golden Sword, which reads, Sword given to the giants who fought for the Erdtree during the war against the giants long ago. So we can see that the trolls are former giants who chose to betray their fell god, took up golden swords, and sided with the Erdtree. It is at this point I do want to revisit the physiology, something I mentioned earlier. As I said earlier, I do find it interesting that the trolls, therefore the giants that betrayed the fell god, as we now know, have a massive cavity in the place where the fell god's face would sit on normal fire giants. And so my speculation is that when renouncing the fell god and their fire giant brethren, the presence of the fell god was either removed or disappeared when they renounced him. I would also further speculate that this disassociation with the fell god would be the cause of their devolution, into what we now know as trolls, having removed a core part of what made them fire giants in the first place. We see that the decision to betray the fell god may well not have been the greatest in the long term for the trolls. Firstly, they are now denigrate versions of the once proud and mighty giants, reduced to little more than pack mules for the human domains in the lands between. Indeed, the trolls' golden sword item description implies that they are losing their mind over time. They are becoming less sentient and more bestial over time. I think that this race of betrayers get their second best chance under the service of the Carians, as they at least get the dignity of serving as knights, something we learn of from the Great Blade Phalanx, which reads, "Used by the enchanted troll knights. They were comrades of young Renala, bound by oath." And incidentally, Renala, during her fight with us when she summons a troll, she calls them oath-sworn giants, again seeing that giants are interchangeably described as trolls, reinforcing the fact that these beings were in fact once proud giants. Another example of how giants are generally treated better by the Carians is of course Iji himself, who has been welcomed into the inner circle of Carian royalty, as he was Rani's childhood companion and war counsellor, a fairly revered position for this discarded race. And it would make sense that the Carian would treat trolls better, given they would not have the lingering distrust of giant kin that those of the Erdtree would have. Regardless, with all of this stacked against them, is it any wonder that the fire giants were utterly wiped out by Godfrey and Marika's forces? I do believe we can learn more of this conflict and specifics of the giants who were brought down if we examine the bodies of the giants themselves, which we see scattered throughout the mountain tops. I would preface this that the following is clearly my own interpretation and speculation from the environmental storytelling of this area, as we do not get specific in-game lore for what has happened to the giants. We can see that the fire giants are completely frozen solid, and while this clearly isn't the main cause of death, one could choose to see it as the effects of Xamor magic. Indeed, they are frozen to such a degree that there are icicles hanging off them, though I do admit this could quite easily just be a post-mortem effect of the environment they're in. However, the wounds upon the fire giant, the one that's alive that is, the blackened bits of skin around his legs, feet, and his forearms, look a little similar to the symptoms of frostbite in real life. However, that is of course quite speculative. But what is undeniable is that their cause of death is of course the massive thorny staffs that pierce their body that then grow into bushels of thorn and seemingly grow within their body and break it apart from the inside. The growth of these briars is so violent in some cases that the giants are literally losing limbs and having their bodies ripped open. So what are these thorny staffs and the associated growth of thorns? Much like the petrified people in Noxtella and Nokron, this is something you will need to make up your own mind with the environmental storytelling. However, I will give you my interpretation of what this is, having thought long and hard about what is going on here. I first considered if these were man-made staffs used in a sort of impaling ritual. As you can see, there is a guard that looks to be carved at the top of the staffs. However, you can see that these thorns quite clearly seem to be shooting up from beneath the earth. They are not staffs, they are growing from beneath the ground. So to me, this must be a form of powerful thorn sorcery. Thorns are important to the Order of Grace. In the Erdtree society, thorns are used to mark the guilty, and Radagon, a leading member of the Golden Order, manipulates the powers of thorns to seal off the Erdtree from all trespassers. We will talk more on the thorn magics and the specifics of the thorn sorcerers and their origins, but I do believe these staffs to be kin to these sorceries. Indeed, the Briars of Punishment spell likewise pierces from below the ground. Further evidence linking these to the thorn sorcerers is the fact that not only are these thorny stakes found in the battlegrounds of the giants, but they also are found in Liurnia, in the camps of the fire monks, where the thorn sorcerers are present. Given these camps are far more recent than the battlegrounds of the giants, having been erected by the fire monks in the hunt for Adan, it leads us to conclude that it has to be the work of sorcerers, because they are present at both these unique locations where these thorn sorcerers are as well. An opposing theory that I often see mentioned is that these thorns are deathblight, and I would first of all like to disprove this before moving on. Straight up, this is not deathblight, it's something I considered as well. For one, deathblight would not have existed at this stage, as it is symptomatic of Godwyn's murder, which has not happened at the time of the battle with the giants. Secondly, and probably more convincingly, these thorns simply do not look the same as those associated with the Deathblight. If you examine the thorns of Deathblight closely, you will note that fittingly, the thorns on Deathblight are actually fly wings, very in keeping with the morbidity of Deathblight and the Prince of Death. Yet the thorns of the guilty, which are shooting through these giants, are clearly more traditional thorns. And given that thorns are used to punish the guilty in the Erdtree society, perhaps it is fitting that these heretical giants were killed in this manner, and perhaps it was the origin for such symbolic punishment. But again, my speculation. However, when it comes to the thorns, their relevance and their origins, we will come back and discuss it in full when we reach the section on the thorn sorcerers to avoid repetition. But for now, let us turn to the last giant who is not impaled by these great thorns, the fire giant that we do battle with. Whatever the cause of their actual death, the giants were utterly defeated and put to the sword. And, according to the one-eyed shield, Marika even slew the one-eyed god itself. So this may be a mythology constructed by the victors to present a myth of complete victory to the rest of the world. However, whether she did kill a physical form of the god itself, we know either way that the fell god was not entirely destroyed, given the lore we have previously discussed, where we know the fell god exists within the fire giants, its incantations, and the flame of ruin, which would not be put out. We know that the fell god is not an ordinary being who exists in one place. So even if Marika did slay a physical form, the result was the same. The fell god's power and threat would still exist within the flame of ruin. Marika would come to realise this terrible truth, and that her victory would never be complete, and we see her reaction to this in the remembrance of the fire giant, which reads as follows. The fire giant is a survivor of the war against the giants. Upon realising the flames of their forge would never die, Queen Marika marked him with a curse. O trifling giant, mayst thou tend thy flame for eternity. Now this item description is interesting for a number of reasons. The first bit of interest for me is the term upon realising, which reinforces the idea that Marika and her followers believed they could utterly destroy the flame of ruin by destroying the giants and the physical form of the fell god, and that the flame would die. And yet at the war's close, it clearly became clear that the ruinous flame would never stop smouldering, and so a new plan on dealing with its threat became one of containment. The fire giant we fight is the sole surviving member of his race, and we can see that he is wounded and battered, and we even end up taking advantage of his leg injury to bring him down. It was upon realising that the flame would never die that Marika chose to spare this giant, and would mark him with a curse, quote unquote. The reason she spares this giant is there's no point in killing him because it wouldn't achieve her goal, and so many of the fire giants have been destroyed by this point that their race will never again pose a threat directly. It is only the flame of ruin that will cause a threat. I see the point of him being spared as twofold. Marika first of all wants to spare him out of spite. She refers to the giant as trifling, and we know from their curse, the fire giant's curse, that by sparing him, she is in fact condemning this fire giant to tend to the flame for eternity. Think about it. Despite being the last of his kind and alone, he is still standing there, years after the war with the giants, tending to this flame. What a miserable fate. And then of course, by sparing him, we can see it is completely to Marika's benefit when sealing off the Flame of Ruin, because when we try to access it, we now need to fight this guardian. So by sparing this being that no longer poses a threat to her, she instead gains a free, powerful prison guard. And this of course works because as soon as we approach the flame, he is obligated to attack us, for he is its guardian. This is a horrifically sad story, if you think about it. This fire giant has been left to stand here, tending to a smouldering flame, watching over the dead bodies of his brethren, alone for all these years, wounded. And finally, we put him out of his misery and free him from his curse. Yet the legacy of the fell god does not end here, as the fire giant would not be the only measure that Marika would leave in place to secure her interests. Now would come the Order of the Fire Monks, an order that would act as both prison guards and worshippers of the Flame of Ruin, and in a lot of ways they are the inheritors of the fire giants, and so it is to them we turn to next. The end of the War of the Giants would mark the start of the Age of the Erd Tree, and it is also marked by the building of the first church of Marika ever on the slopes of the mountain tops. However, Marika and her people would then depart and go to build Leyndell around the foundations of their new Erd Tree. Yet, as we know, the Flame of Ruin would always pose a danger, and so these lands were declared forbidden, with Malekith commanding his followers, the Vulgar Militia, and the Blackblade Kindred to guard this forbidden route against any who were too interested in what lay beyond the pass. And on the mountain itself would be established an entire religious order, dedicated to containing the flame at its source. We learn of this new order from the Surge O Flame incantation, which reads as follows. The giant's flame is the flame of ruin, capable of burning the Erd Tree, and so following the war against the giants, its ruinous blaze was sealed, and guardians were appointed to watch over it. These guardians are an order of monks, who we now know to be the Fire Monks. The title of monk itself tells us that this is a position of sole purpose and focus. For monks are people of religion who live ascetic lives in order to focus on their religious duties, separating themselves from the rest of society and its distractions. These fire monks are also a militant faction. Each monk is a stoic and powerful warrior, well armed, trained, and well versed in powerful fire incantations. The reach of this organisation is also very broad for one that is not connected to one of the demigods or regions in the lands between, and we can see they possess various strongholds, such as the Guardian's garrison below the forge itself, and given its important position and the fact the Chief Guardian is also located here, we can assume that this is their main base of operations. However, they also have the giant conquering hero's grave, which seems to be a fully functioning stronghold for the monks. And finally, there's the newly conquered Fort Lade in the Altus Plateau, and we will get to that later. This is an order dedicated to the containment of fire, and at the beginning I'm sure this was their sole motivation, especially if we consider one of their most ancient incantations, Flame Protect Me, an incantation dedicated to the repelling the power of flame, not harnessing it. So at this early stage, we can imagine these fire monks were very different from the monks we see now, which blend guardianship with worship. We imagine at this point the fire monks were adherents of the Erd Tree, fearful of the fire's power, and dedicated to containing and repelling it. If you have any doubt about the Order's commitment and connection to the Erd Tree Order, then you only need look at the banners within the Fire Monk stronghold at Giant Conquering Hero's grave. These banners quite clearly have the symbol of the two fingers upon them. The training and spiritual fortitude of these monks, as well as the immense challenges that they faced, is well summarised by the Fire Monk Ashes, which read as follows. Spirit of a stout monk who monitored the giant's flame, versed in flame incantations, and himself steeled against fire. Though he was charged with keeping watch over flame, after many years of solemn duty, he has succumbed to its allure. We learn in time that the original methodology and belief system would clearly not last, and it would blend what's described in the item description I just read, a combination of being steeled against fire, but also wielding it. And we learn more about this from the incantation Whirl o' Flame, which reads, "Fire beguiles those who look upon it. Those who would guard the flame would also come to worship it." The very power within the flame, whilst causing fear, would also come to mesmerise them. And the current state in which we see them, the modern flame monks, is partway between veneration and containment. We can see the worship of the flame would become so central to their identity that they would even take the visage of the fell god himself upon their armour. And indeed, the item description for this armour is useful in describing their dual relationship with flame, for it reads, "Taboos transform into lasting obsessions by virtue of the fear that they inspire." So through fear, the monks have come to respect and worship the flame. And from a psychological perspective, fear is often one of the greatest tools for inspiring awe. And it is no wonder that after some time, these monks would come to venerate its power, incorporating it into their symbolism and structure. And thus we see the fire monks as they are today, their robes covered in the flame of ruin imagery, their weapons are shaped like flames, and they have fashioned fearsome flame chariots that take on the visage of giants. If you're confused at how we know these flame chariots are creations of the fire monks, then you need only read the hint note of the flame chariots themselves, which name them as a fire monk invention. As these devices show, the monks clearly respected the power of the fallen giants, and no doubt saw themselves as their successors in a way. For the fire giants once tended to the flame, and is that not now a role undertaken by these monks? It is therefore not surprising that the fire monks have taken on the appearance of the fire giants. With their dyed orange beards and hair, and the fell god's visage upon their abdomens, do we not see that these are trying to emulate the very appearance of the fire giants? However, I do think it should be made clear that while they venerate the power of the fire and see themselves as the new fire giants guarding the flame, they are very much still wanting to contain it, despite some falling to its allure. In general, the Order respects the fact that the flame is very much something to be feared and contained, with those who have the responsibility to understand its power. I think that this balance is well illustrated by the description of the incantation Flame Cleanse Me, which reads as follows. One of the incantations of the fire monks creates a fire that burns away toxins, alleviates poison and scarlet rot buildup, and cures these ailments. This incantation leaves the caster with subtle burns, a reminder that they must fear the flame. So this incantation is a manifestation of the monk's belief system and philosophies. If one uses the power of the fell flame, one should not walk away unscathed, lest the monks forget the reason behind their duty and the fearful power they are trying to contain. Indeed, this is why the focus granted by the aesthetic life of a monk is needed, for their very duty is to walk this fine line, to never forget the danger and cost of their charge, and so incantations such as Flame Grant Me Strength are strictly forbidden by their order, as we learn from its description, which reads, "This incantation does not burn the caster, and so is considered forbidden by the guardians of the flame." So we can see here that the incantations ratified by this order are only those which damage the wielder of the incantations, as this fits within their philosophy of balancing power with fear. To that end, it is the duty of the upper echelons of this order to safeguard the greater secrets and manifestations of the fell god, considered too dangerous even for the greater population of the flame monk order. These leaders are the mighty prelates, prelate being a real-world term for a bishop or abbot, and this is suitable as they are not only incredible warriors, but also the most devoted, stoic, and stalwart members of the order. We learn the basics of the prelates from their armour set, description, which reads as follows. The weighty frames of the prelates symbolise the onus of their grave vows as guardians of the flame. To me, prelates are the most accomplished, stalwart and stoic members of this order, and are the only ones who are responsible enough to accept the greater burden of the fell god's greater secrets, a responsibility that they wear upon their shoulders. A lot of symbolism, therefore, associated with the prelates is weight and gravity, to symbolise the weight of their burden and the importance of their duty, such as their literal bulky weight and bulky armour. This is also reinforced by the weighty hammers that they wield, the description of which reads, "Colossal hammer with the appearance of roiling flames, weapon of the prelates who lead the fire monks. Its heft represents the weight of their guardianship." So again, the symbolism of the prelates is all about the gravity of their duty. They are the most stoic and steady of their brethren, and thus they know the greater secrets of the flame, but through the weight of their armour and armaments, they are never allowed to forget the burdens of their duty. One needs only look at the story of Barak to see how devoted these members are to their duty, and the important role in which the prelates play in making sure the order remembers this duty of guardianship, lest they get lazy. We learn of this interesting prelate from the cranial vessel candlestand, and its description reads as follows. Candlestand used in worship of Barak, the most hallowed monk prelate of the Giant's Flame. Concerned over the lazy arrogance with which the monks treated the flame, Barak severed his own head as a lesson to others, intending it to be used as a candlestand. So this prelate, Barak, was so concerned with his brethren's lack of diligence that he beheaded himself. This type of arrogance is what we touched on previously, where monks may be prone to getting carried away with the power that they wield as guardians of the flame, and forgetting why they are guardians in the first place, and how important a role it is, and almost a religious responsibility for these prelates. And Barak literally has taken his own head to show how devoted these prelates can be, and indeed the candlestand is his own head, as you can see his ginger beard poking out from beneath the helmet if you look carefully. So let's look closer at the helmets of the prelates by reading the description of one. It reads the following. It is said the cauldron perched upon the head was originally furnished with embers, and it would surge into flames when the wearer's faith reached its zenith. The fire of this cauldron has long since died out. So this helmet describes the devotion and power of the prelates. The prelates are so unwavering in their faith and so powerful in their knowledge of flame incantations that they can literally cause the embers in this cauldron, clearly designed to be a copy of the forge, to explode from their head just from their faith alone. And this is why if we own the helmet, we simply do not possess those years of faith and devotion and cannot replicate the results. Yet despite the best intentions of the order and their stalwart prelates, the power of the flame is so bewitching that it can easily cause one to be enraptured, even the stoic trained monks of this order.
I had to do
To a
some
degree,
bot
all monks
cleanup.
venerate it, but as
And
we've
them boys
said,
were
it's a
chilling
fine
in
line
here.
between maintaining that respect for the flame alongside your fear of it. But we
But
get
good morning,
examples of vampires
gamers.
who completely forget the duty and fear, and instead become singularly obsessed with the power that flame can grant.
Good
in general.
morning.
This concept is explained
I just banned
through the
like
advent of the subgroup known as the Black
20
Flame
people.
monks. The Black Flame monk set reads the following. The Black Flame monks, enthralled by the god-slaying Black Flame, became traitors, abandoning their posts as guardians. The seduction of a taboo is never easily spurned. The seduction of power is too much for some flame monks to handle, and they abandoned their guardianship and instead went to this new power, the Black Flame. Seeing the power of the flame being able to slay the gods and cause fear in Marika's order, they were so easily bewitched by its power, converting themselves to Black Flame monks, changing their armour and appearance to venerate this new flame, the first of their number being Ammon. And it shows that instead of venerating their duty and the flame of ruin itself, They are more interested in the power that a
Wait,
flame
I think I
can grant,
missed some.
and in this case, they saw the new power of the Black Flame. It is this type of fall that the
Let me
prelates
get to
foresee
Bannon.
and try to stop. Through their stoicism and commitment, they seek to keep their brother monks in line. And in fact, I think this idea of religious shepherding and enforcement is reinforced by another weapon that some of them wield, the Thorned Whip. The item description of this fearsome device reads as follows: hefty whip covered in crimson thorns, weapon of prelates who lead the fire monks, a device of fearsome religious encouragement. It is fashioned in the image of the briars of sin. Being described as an instrument of religious encouragement, I believe it means that this is a tool of dominance, to make sure the monk and the guilty never forget their charge. It is a whip to hold over their head, and possibly use if they get out of line and break the tenets of this order. Having these whips formed in the shape of the briars of sin is no mistake, given it is another symbol of this order. And again, we will talk on that more in the next chapter. It is the vision and clarity of these prelates that also give them access to darker and more dangerous secrets of the fell god. These are the incantations that draw directly from the power of the fire giants, the fire giant incantations, rather than the derivative fire monk incantations. These incantations draw directly from the fell god, one such incantation being flame fall upon them. The description of this incantation.
One sec, I'll be back and then we can get to gaming in a bit. I'm just gotta hit the bathroom and shit. BRB.
Fire giants. There's no record of this incantation in common prayer books. Only a few prelates know of its existence. So the spells that draw directly from the fire giants that unleash the full unadulterated power of the fell god are not trusted to the hoi polloi of the order. Only prelates are grounded enough to comprehend the knowledge and use it responsibly. And again, we see this from the prayer book of the fire giants, that seems to be something that isn't seen by regular monks, and in fact is actually guarded by the chief guardian himself. Indeed, the greatest of these incantations is the flame of the fell god, in which is thought to reside the fell god himself when it is cast. Indeed, in our battle with the fire giant, we can see this truly is one of their incantations, as he uses it against us in our battle. This incantation is so dangerous that this is guarded by the leader of the Fire Monks organization, Chief Guardian Arganthe, and this is something we learn about from the item description of the incantation itself. We also learn from this incantation that in a dramatic turn of events, this powerful incantation was stolen by someone known as Adan. Adan is called the Thief of Fire, aptly named for someone who has taken the flame of the fell god right from under the chief guardian's nose. Interestingly, when we find them, they are partially wearing prelate armor, suggesting he was either a prelate himself or disguised himself as one. I personally like to go with the latter because the armor just looks so ill-fitting on him, and I find it comic to a degree that he walked in this massive armor and just stole the spell. It is of course speculation, but regardless of who he is and why he did it, he took this spell and fled to the lands of Liurnia, although it seems by our time that we come across him, he has already been imprisoned in an Everjail by someone else. Yet the fire monks clearly don't know his location or that he's already been imprisoned, for there's a large contingent of fire monks that have invaded Liurnia, and this is something we learn about from the monk's Flameblade, which reads the following. The monks came to the land of Liurnia in pursuit of a fugitive who stole their fire. For any in doubt about how seriously the vast majority of the order take their duty, should take note of the resources they commit to recovering this lost relic of theirs, a danger to society if fallen into the wrong hands. They have even attacked a capital fort.
Alright, Elden Ring lore, you can chill. Let me just tweet and shit, then I'm back gaming. Forgot to do that yesterday. Ugh. Okay. What's good, Zach? Imagine sleeping. I had to, bro. I am freshly woke. But good morning, bro. I'm just tweeting and sending out the alerts and shit. Cause how long have we been live now? 43 hours, dude. 43-hour stream. Also went through and banned a fuckload of bot accounts this morning that have made their way in, and I think I got them all out. Other than like the bots that I use, like Stream Elements and Nightbot and stuff. But there were a fuckload of bots in here. They weren't like boosting numbers or anything. They were just like sitting in the viewer list, gathering my data. Can't have that. Cannot have that. Alright. I have tweeted, I have posted in Discord. Now I'm just scrolling on Twitter. Looking at the art. It's too good. I've been slacking, bro. I've been gaming. I haven't really done anything else other than game. I miss Twitter, bro. And the art is stacked up. Okay. It's time to game. Let me do this. Let me shrink. Actually, let me update the title. Since today's the last day. Alright. We are 43 hours in. The stream is ending today. I'll probably end it around like 12 or 1. Depends on how deep we are into the game. If I'm having fun, I'll just keep playing, but I need some chill time today. I haven't done Star Rail in like since fucking Thursday, bro. Haven't done Genshin either. The last time I streamed Genshin and Star Rail was the last time I actually played the games, bro. My resin is fucking stacked up. All because of P3. Of course, we gotta watch the intro. I was hating on the new OSTs, but I actually fuck with them hard. I had to talk to this chick, Chihiro, like 40 times before she would hang out because she's scared of me. You wanna know something crazy, bro? I'll show you in a second once we get in. I don't know something crazy about Chihiro. We already done with that bitch. We held hands, we hugged, and now we're dating. She's my girlfriend now, bro. Easy. Also maxed out the bookstore already, and Maiko already. We've been grinding. Now, I don't have anyone else that high. Not even close. I don't really like hanging out with the classmates like Kaz and Kenji and fucking Bebe or Keisuke. I'm good on that. I'll hang out with Yuko, but I haven't been seeing her lately. I've also tried to start the social link with Tanaka, but he wants 10,000 bucks from me before he'll talk to me. I don't have the courage to hit up Fook yet. My stats, I pretty much just need to get them all maxed now before I can do any more social links. But I think academics and courage will be our next ones up because I've been trying really hard. I don't think you need charm maxed yet for anything, so I haven't really been fucking with that one. It'll rank up when it's ready. Okay, let's hang out with Kaz. Where's my class? I have them all 3 right now. Bro, the fucking Wild Duck Burger gives you 2. Wild Duck Burger gives you 2 points towards courage, and Wakatsu Kitchen gives you 2 to academics. What gives you? I'm trying to think. I haven't found anything that gives like 2 charm yet. I think I've gotten all my charm just off of answering the shit in school. Also, I guess it's home. Fallen. Okay, what's the move? Wait, is Aegis available for Tartarus? Let's go see. I mean, if I... Everyone can go. Shit. And Tartarus is opened up. We do have to grind it, because we have not touched it yet since the last operation. Yeah, I think I'm too poor to do anything, like money-wise. Like, it's time for me to pay up. Meet me in front of Iwatodai Station. Oh shit! I almost missed that.
Yeah. Yes.
Huge.
All right. This time let's have a nice meal as we talk about our future battles.
Or do you not care as long as you're the one who gets to do the fighting?
Our future battles, huh? It's fine. Don't worry about it. First things first. Let's get some food.
Hey, what's going on? Should we call
That's
somebody?
Jeremy Lee. I know that voice anywhere.
Oh, you're the guys from before.
Turns out you're pretty famous, huh? An up-and-coming boxer, that it?
Bro brought backup with him this time? What a fucking loser.
Kicking your ass is gonna do wonders for
Aki Cup, you don't uppercut this man.
Champ or not, look at our numbers. You ain't got a chance.
Take him one-on-one, pussy.
Boxers are tough, ain't they? What? You can't handle a challenge?
You're welcome to join him, though, Pipsqueak. See? We're reasonable, right?
You said beating me would do wonders for your rep. I thought this was about testing each other's strength.
You idiot. I'm just gonna have fun kicking your ass because you're full of yourself. And who the hell cares about any of that as long as you win? Isn't that how you roll too?
These guys are pussies. It's like a fight is going to break out. I have to do something. Nah, let them fight.
So,
fuck them.
Wanna go first or what?
They're talking all that shit.
Get back.
Look out. Fuck it. I ain't snitch. Oh my god. I snitched anyway.
Runs away from us.
Bruh. I wanted them to whoop ass.
Running away is easy enough. It's losing them that's the hard part. Still, made for a good workout, right?
Guess.
Some quick thinking, by the way. Just what I'd expect from our leader.
That was close, bruh. Oh, my package is
I don't
here.
exactly like turning my back to an opponent. But it doesn't matter in the end if I can't protect the ones beside me. And being outnumbered increases our risk of injury or damaging our surroundings. What I mean is, you made the right call. I owe you one.
Is this not my package?
It's addressed to me.
Bruh.
Says it contains fruits, snacks, and beverages. Looks like it's from my parents.
Actually
I'll
baited.
take it to my room later. Yeah, my foster parents that adopted me. I haven't kept in touch lately since I'm so busy. But it sounds like they're doing well. I appreciate how much they care, but this is a little too generous. Want to take some of it off my hands? And again, you'll hardly make a dent in this either.
Let's call everyone.
Good idea. Would you mind gathering everyone up?
Oh my, very intriguing. Everything is such high
But I love
quality.
seeing Igus here.
I can tell just by looking. Your parents must really care about you.
At least you know how to behave in front of your parents, Akihiko.
Don't you ever have anything nice to say about me? My parents have been good to me. I obviously haven't told them about what we do here, though.
Wow! When it comes to being considerate of others, you're a heavyweight. Glad to have you in our corner, Senpai.
There he goes again. He sure looked good, though. Thanks for sharing, Sonata-senpai.
Take whatever you want.
Hey, Kirija-senpai.
Really good.
What's that?
Going for that one, huh? You get that?
You have my thanks.
That took care of most of it. I'm surprised they were so happy. I've really got to show my gratitude. To my parents and to everyone here. Well,
We smashed
all
it.
this talk about my parents reminded me of some things from the past. Like why I'm here right now. I guess I feel like I remember my reason for fighting.
Glad to hear it, bro.
Well, don't mind me. Let's just say I've got a lot of room to grow. The dorm's gotten so much busier. The orphanage used to be something like this too. We all lived under the same roof.
I didn't know he was an
Just
orphan.
having casual conversations.
I've done 2 playthroughs and
Forgotten what it was like, but it wasn't so bad.
first time I'm hearing
I
of
remembered
this.
after you suggested we share with everyone.
Let's do it again sometime.
Tell that to my parents. I've really got to repay you in particular, though, or we'll never be squared away. All right, it's pretty late now. I guess we should clean up and call it a night.
Something mixed in here. It's a letter and some sort of handcrafted object. Looks like a gold medal that's made of cardboard.
What? Is there something there? This is...
Is it also a gift?
No, this is mine. You won't understand what it means, but it's from a long time ago. Do you mind if I ask you something? You take on the role of our leader, and you're stronger than anyone else in your own right. That's more than just being talented. Where do you get that strength from?
It's the bonds I have. Social links go crazy.
Oh, I see. You mean you feel motivated because you have people in your corner? Bonds with others, huh? That might be something I'm missing. Well, whatever it is, you've clearly got something that I don't. But being jealous or trying to copy you isn't gonna help me. That strength is yours alone. I'm going to get stronger, but I'll do it my way. Sorry, we were supposed to be cleaning up. I'll take care of the rest. Things got so busy that I missed out on my chance to thank you again. Hopefully the food was enough for today. I'll invite you out again some other time.
Ooh. Appreciate you. I love free loot. Took Sonata's gesture of appreciation and returned to my room. I feel like my charm has improved. Nice. I hung out with Junpei once, and I haven't seen him ever again. Summer break starts tomorrow. It's prime time for a little beachside romance. You know, I bet the other guys would kill to be in our shoes. After all, we're staying in the same dorm as 3 super cute girls. You think so too, right? Yeah, totally, bruh. But if you want to be more than friends, you've got a lot of work ahead of you. Kirijo Senpai is top of the class and student council president. You have to be an uber nerd for her to even give you the time of day. Yukatan's pretty popular too. You gotta be as styling as she is to be a good match. Fuka is, well, soft-spoken and kind of hard to grasp, so you might need to take the initiative with her, I guess. Anyways, keep this hush-hush between us. So, do I gotta have, like, max stats to talk to any of the girls to start the social link? I don't remember that being the case. If that's like I've been slacking on my my stats apparently.
Since you just transferred, you probably haven't heard about the Miyoo Cup, right? Well, let me tell you. On August 2nd, there's a major competition for track and field.
Ooh.
There's this guy named Hayase. Total speed demon. We can't let him trounce us this year. Got high hopes for you, so get ready to train hard. I'm gonna need you to show up from July 27th to August 1st. Don't go skipping school.
Damn.
Got a special training regimen in mind for you. ISA won't stand a chance.
I was taking up all my fucking time.
Let's do this thing.
Today marks the end of the first term. Summer break begins tomorrow. Ooh, Yukari?
Hey there. Yeah.
Yeah, bro, I need more charm. Fuck. We're gonna be late on starting these. Man. Let's hang out with Yuko.
Oh.
It's been a while. Oh, we're heading to Polonia. My PC's about to lag.
Oh yeah. Have you been training to strengthen
Yep.
your core?
There
It's a
it
good
is.
idea if you want to shorten your run time. You're less likely to injure yourself too. I was talking with Kaz about putting it in the first year's practice routine, actually. Do you mind if we continue talking in the cafe? I'm a little hungry. Ow!
I'm a fucking kid again.
You again.
Oh, man.
You know, it's dangerous to be running around a place like this. You're lucky it's just me. But what if you bumped into a scary man, huh? If you want to play, do it at your schoolyard.
We can't play there. The 6th graders are always hogging everything by playing soccer. They said they'll move if we can beat them in a race, but we're only 4th graders. There's no way we could win. That's why we had to play tag here instead, Auntie Yuko.
We'll let the ante slide this time, but only because I feel sorry for you. All right, come with me.
Her new voice actor's low-key one of the best. It's really good.
This field is so big. Wow, high school is amazing.
They said it's fine for us to use the schoolyard for a bit. Normally, you wouldn't be allowed in here. Understand? So don't touch anything you're not supposed to, and if something happens, let us know immediately. Can you promise that?
We promise.
Good. Then practice until the big hand on that clock reaches 12. And don't go inside the school building.
All right, let's do this.
Wait, come here for a second. You need to pump your arms more. And don't lift your legs so high, or you might pull a muscle. Go on, give it a try.
Teaching him how to run.
You just gotta believe in yourself.
No.
Check this out.
Bro is gone.
Henchon, you're so fast. Hey, big sis. You should be our coach.
Oh, I'm a real sucker when kids look at me that way. But I've
Be able to
never
start a
tried
link with any of the
before.
team
What do you
before the
think I should
Fuka
do?
arc? No one wants to speak to me. I don't think so. I think I just unlocked everyone after we came back from the beach, but you have to have max social stats to talk to any of them.
Well, it isn't a decision to make lightly. All right, I'll your coach. But I'm not gonna go easy on you guys. And no one's allowed to quit halfway either. Got it?
Got it, Coach Hugo. Hey, is he gonna teach us too?
It's so dumb. Yeah, I didn't remember it being that way. I'm not a fan of it. Because in like any other, like 4 and 5, like when the team was available, you just hung out with them. But they make you work for it in this shit.
Okay.
Once they started calling me coach, I couldn't resist. Hey, I was wondering, would you maybe want to do this coaching thing together? I know I'm asking a lot, but I don't know much about
coach the
racing.
kids?
And plus, you're really athletic too. So if you'd coach them with me, I'd really appreciate it.
Huge.
I mean, why not, right? Please? Honestly, I don't think I can handle it on my own.
Sure.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm sure those kids will be happy too. Thanks.
Seems like Yuko is counting on me.
I know that I keep asking you for favors, but I'll make it up to you one day.
I still think it's weird that bro's walking around with an MP3 player, like, on a lanyard around his neck. Did shit really used to be like that? I don't think I ever did that.
Good evening.
Just kept that shit in my pocket.
I'm pleased to see that you're well.
Your pills.
Your perkies.
I noticed once again that a new ally has been added to the ranks. Well, I suppose it's more of a pet than an ally.
Makes no difference to me.
It seems what you told us of their intentions is true. How terribly lamentable. Now we have no choice but to intervene.
Fucking revolver
It is up to
Jesus.
the individual how to use the strength they are granted. But to erase the Dark Hour would be denying the very power they possess. And that is the one thing we cannot permit.
Fine. Do whatever you want.
Hold up a sec. What's your role in all this? We know they asked you to come back.
You know, you're really starting to piss me off, nosy little shit.
Yeah? Well, they're going down. You hear me? And if you're on their side,
But he's not
you're
tough.
going down too. Got that?
I already told you, I'm done with them.
Bro's hiding behind Takaya. Yo, Ken! Oh, what's good, Ken? I'll be staying here for a while. Try not to be a bother, so please don't mind me. Fucking Ken. Let me go see if there's any videos to watch. Seems to be a new recording. Ooh, red. Oh fuck, I remember this one. It's Fook.
I wonder if I should have gone for the one-piece suit instead. These halter-top bikinis look almost like underwear. It feels a little weird to have my belly button exposed.
Belly buttons go hard.
Now that I think
Don't
about
worry.
it, this is the first time I've chosen my own swimsuit, but there wasn't much of a selection for the one-pieces. I wonder if I should ask Yukari-chan again what she thinks. Although, I don't really exercise, so I probably wouldn't look very good standing next to her. Oh, right! I have just the thing! The low-frequency waist slimmer pad I bought from Tanaka's TV show.
Oh
It
god.
said online it was very effective for its price, so maybe it could do some help before the trip. Now let's see.
How do I turn this on? No! This... it tickles! What do I do? Why won't it come off? No!
Yamagishi, do you have a moment?
It's Kirito-senpai! I have to get the door!
Mitsuru, go save her, bro.
I'll be right there!
Oh, am I interrupting anything?
No, not at all!
No.
Not at all!
It's not that important. Never
What's
mind.
going on? Why did it look like she's on camera? Because she is. This is a recording from her room. She's... Hold on.
What it means to train your ass.
She has this like waist slimming like belt because she was wearing a swimsuit. She wanted it to like work out her abs for the swimsuit, and she put it on and it started vibrating and it tickled and she couldn't handle it. But yeah, there's if you go up to the command room and you go to the console here, there will be new recordings to watch every now and then. There's not like they don't do anything really. It's just like a little cutscene type of thing. It's nothing too crazy, but it's cool. I like them. People are going into Tartarus. Yeah, fuck it. I'll go to Tartarus. Let's get some action.
Yes.
Junpei's really underleveled. I haven't brought his ass in so long.
As of today, I will be joining in the operations to explore Tartarus. I am ready for deployment.
Let's go.
I have also been equipped with a number of combat functions, in addition to the ability to summon a persona. I will provide more details later, but suffice to say, you won't want to miss it.
Looking forward to it. Ask her, can
When
she
the time
transform?
comes, prepare to have your mind blown, as they say. Our current objective is the elimination of the large shadows that appear during a full moon. In order to accomplish this, it will be crucial to gather combat data in Tartarus. Please
It
make
will be
efficient
crucial
use of
to
my
grind.
facilities so that we may achieve our goal.
Orgia mode. Oh, that's her theurgy? Once Orgia mode is activated, Aigis will automatically attack during her turn for 3 rounds unprompted. During Orgia mode, her attack and defense will increase significantly. Keep in mind that once Orgia mode ends, she will overheat, rendering her immobile for her next turn. Okay. And we got the other card. Level of your currently equipped persona will increase by 1. Cool.
I've been waiting for you. If I may say so.
While awaiting your arrival, I sense something shifting within Tartarus. A number of strange doors have appeared there. These doors lead, whether this bodes ill or well, even I do not have that knowledge. However, I believe you have the wherewithal to find out. Take the leap, you may discover something useful. I think those are the floors where you grind at. Like you get a lot of XP or something. Those who challenge the unknown, choosing risk over comfort, often achieve greatness. I believe such challenges necessarily facilitate some form of growth. Your courage will lead to your betterment. I sincerely hope you continue to act on it. Something weird's going on in Tartarus. These doors. Should I investigate? Yes. Where are them hoes? I need to fuse some shit. It has been a minute. We still have level 1 skills and I need something better. ASAP.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. Is overriding acceptable? I've completed registration.
Ah, please choose the well then.
Let's see, we're 26.
Shall we take a look?
This would be a wise choice.
My boy, ugly as fuck.
This persona is powerful. What do you wish to inherit?
It appears it will receive a good...
A new power emerges.
Doing a little bit of labbing. Damn, he went to 29. Huge.
This power might be too much for you. This power might be too much for you.
Can't even see that
Can't
one.
control this one. This would be a wise choice. This would be a wise choice.
Ooh, this will be good.
What do you wish to inherit?
These skills from these are kind of ass.
It appears it will receive...
Bro's gonna get an insane amount of levels. Just max this man. Revolution is kind of shit. Yeah, bro, he's maxed out already. Huge.
You can't control this one yet.
Medbee? Is that a typo?
You can't control this one yet.
I think that's a typo. Her name's Queen Mab. Unless they changed it to that, but that's literally never like that.
This would be a wise choice. What do you wish to inherit?
Let's see. Give me goddamn... I don't think I need her. For real. I'll give her Bufu just in case, but I don't really need that.
It appears it will receive... Why, this is exciting.
We'll just replace some stuff. I need a really good ice demon. Oh shit, she has the heart. What's she gonna give us? Soul Seed Driblet. Pop.
You can't control this one yet. This persona, yes?
This persona is powerful.
Ooh, he's eyes. I'm at the grip. Oh, fuck, I'd have to trade in the one I just made. Actually, that wouldn't be so bad. TBH.
What do you
Fuck
wish
it.
to inherit?
Damn, bro, look at all these fucking passives he has. God damn. What's good, Knight? This 9-hour shift got me dead. How long have you been there already? Wait, did they have you miss church? Give me that. Give me that. And then fucking... Fuck it, give me that. I get another one. Give me that.
It appears it will receive an immense amount of power.
Bro's
Well
about to be
then,
up. He might be
shall we
max.
begin?
Any sign of Cleo? Not yet. Not yet, bro. When I see her, I will be screaming. No church. Gotcha. Bro's gotta worship on his own time.
Is this acceptable? This persona, yes?
Have you all the...
This persona
We
is
can make
powerful.
our sin.
It is a special persona you desire, is it not?
Please take a look.
Let me see. Can I get level 26? Johanna?
This persona, yes?
I'm gonna.
So you'll be made through your inner strength. Are you finished? We look...
Cleo? No Cleo. Not yet. It's been 3 hours. I don't like going to church solo. Like, that's not really church, if you know what I mean. I get you. Kinda. I mean, whenever I went to church, it was always with my fam.
Yes.
Akihiko, I fuck with you, but get out of my party. This is my A team. Where are those other blocks? The new ones that she was talking about. Let me see if she can tell me where they are.
Good. Here are my requests. Come to think of it. Oh my.
Nope. We just gotta find them
Very well.
bitches. This is about to be a really good session in Tartarus. My sword looks pretty cool. I got a fucking scimitar. I hope this is a new Tartarus design. It should be. We've been in here for like fucking 40 floors.
Okay. Hope
It
we don't run
is.
into any creeps here.
New OST.
This is our opportunity. What's the plan here? I'll show you. I have to do this. Ew.
Oof.
I'll show you my power.
I guess.
It is time.
is optimal.
Ooh, she's got fuck.
I am Iris, the last of the anti-shadow suppression weapons. Preparing to
I like how it gives him like a little cutscene when you first use him. Hell yeah.
Maximum firepower. Enemy signal destroyed.
Oh, she's in. Let's go, I guess.
Mission complete.
My
That
robot
was a
queen.
spectacular finish.
Damn, it's just kind of intricate.
Oh, hey. Looks like you're the only guy on the team tonight.
I see. So this is what you would call a harem, correct? According to my data, every
Bro.
single man in the world fantasizes of having one.
Wait, is that what you're angling for?
Well,
Bro.
ulterior motives aside, I've no problems. After all, this team is strategically sound.
She just called me out. She just called me out. That's funny. I guess. I love you already, bro. I mean, I loved you anyway, but that was kind of out of pocket. She said, is this what they call a harem? Fucking I guess, bro. Damn, this shit is complex. All these tight corridors.
There's a treasure chest. What should we do?
Fucking I guess, bro. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? This shit looks wild.
How are you?
Hmm. Oh,
There's a shadow.
I see.
This is our opportunity.
I'll hit them where it hurts.
Persona!
Now's the time.
Hey, bro, Tartarus is... It's fun now. I mean, Tartarus was never not fun. I mean... It was a grind, but it was never not fun. But this shit, like, it doesn't feel like a grind, and it's fun. I fucking love it. Maybe it's just the design, or maybe it's the music.
We beat
Who
them
knows?
to a pulp, as they say.
But I am enjoying the fuck out of it. Is that it?
Excellent. Looks like we can head out.
Great.
I want to find those doors that Elizabeth was yapping about. Looks better than Mementos. They do. Mementos is ass. Royal Mementos is kind of cool. P3 hard, spitting. Love this fucking game.
Victory shall be ours. That's a win for the team. Good job, everyone.
I would do anything for Aegis.
Resuming exploration.
Got him.
I won't miss my chance.
Do your best to take it down.
Focus.
I comprehend.
Huge. Oh, we're critting. No, we're not. It's like a half crit. Got a couple extra licks in. Fuck. Oh, nice.
Good work out there.
Almost 4K XP. Bro, what level is Aegis? She's probably like 30. 27. Oh, bro, she's right on level.
We found the stairs. Let's go.
Nani? Oh shit, the door! We're going in.
Leader.
Reading I'm getting from it is similar to the one from the entrance. Shape is similar as well. Could it be a portal leading somewhere else? I better take a closer look. Hell yeah. And this took us up. Is this clock maybe like the one on the first floor? There's a booklet in front of the clock. The title on the cover reads Great Clock Manual. For those who seek to gain greater power from a common experience, to activate the Great Clock, a prerequisite quantity of Twilight Fragments is required. After an offering is made and the hand strike 12, then the Great Clock can be used. The observer shall then reach for the pendulum while picturing a recipient of the clock's hour. Last day of the month, actively verified. The document seems to be from 10 years ago. The clock's hands are already pointing at 12. Might as well follow the instructions and picture one of my teammates. If you use a Twilight Fragment in Tartarus, an entrance to a special dimension with a Great Clock may appear. The Great Clock grants a large experience boost to a teammate of your choosing, although you can only choose allies at a lower level than bonus. The greater the level difference, the bigger the bonus. Remember, the entrance will only appear after you use your Twilight Fragment, so don't be shy about using them. However, entrances to the Great Clock will vanish if you move to another floor. Okay, shit, so this is to make up for people who you don't take in. Okay, yeah, let's get Junpei up. We get this one all for free, I believe. Since I didn't have to use any fragments or whatever. Unless me opening that chest counted. I thought I had to use a fragment to get in. But that's a fucking sick mechanic. Because there's no XP share in this game for people you don't take in. I've got tons of energy right now. Want to put me in the party? No, I don't. Sit your ass on the bench, bro. I'm going back in. That is huge. Bro, this game, bro, they did something.
There's a shadow.
We have the advantage.
Shall I move to strike?
How about crit?
What's next? I won't lose.
Nicely
Hurry,
done,
knock
Takiba.
one down. Leader, go for it.
What to do?
If I punch a bitch. What are these weak
I'm
to?
still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
Let's test. You can kind of look at an enemy sometimes and tell what they're going to be weak to. Ooh. Baby girl's about to be foddered. Recon. Yeah, get rid of Dia.
That was a spectacular
Huge res.
Careful, the enemy's nearby.
I could do that in SMT. P5 that was bonkers. Yeah, because in P5 you were just fighting like other personas. Wait. I mean you were in SMT too.
I'll go with.
Were you? Yes. I'm forgetting. Johanna? Makoto was with us? God damn! Johanna kinda hard, I guess. Holy shit.
I am ready to move out at any time. Awaiting orders.
Too many boys without weaknesses. Real shit.
I have to study hard too.
They've gotta change, I feel like they've gotta change Persona combat a little bit to be more like SMT. To make it more challenging. Like, I get that this game isn't supposed to be like that. Like, it's more casual. But, like, that's what made SMT so good, was the fucking, the combat system and everything you could do with it. That shit hit.
Now's the time.
Not that there's anything wrong with... Damn. Not that there's anything wrong with Persona combat. It's just kind of easy sometimes.
Keep an eye on your health.
You know?
Do it.
Like, they might have a lot of HP, but, like, they're not necessarily hard. They just be spongy. You can get away with the most unga bunga stuff in P5. Dead ass. Bucket. Megidola. And just eat.
Crushing victory. Let's do the same thing for our next fight. There's a treasure chest. Prepare yourselves. Just stay right there.
I'm still setting up. It'll
I've
take
fought
a
these
little more
before.
time. Situation.
They're just slightly different or something. They're probably weak to ice.
I'll hit them where it hurts.
Ooh, weak to fire, maybe? Fierce?
I'll get it next time. This time. That's the last one. I think it's done. That about does it. No shadows detected.
Persona combat has a lot of utility to us players, but like no reason to use any of it because it feels like everything works so well and so easily. I don't think they have to add anything to us players, but give us something to manage and look out for other than HP and MP. Yeah. They just need, like, I don't know. SMT5 was just too good, bro. Like, it's really hard.
Now then, let's get back to work.
Like, I feel like it's gonna be really hard to have any combat in the press turn system that's gonna beat that.
Found the stairs. Wanna head up?
I really liked how poison was a element type and not just an ailment. And like how the ailments actually hit, like a boss would be weak to an ailment type shit, like seal or whatever the other ones were, but they had just as many ailments as they had like types.
In this situation,
But in Persona, those shits, like, they never hit half the time, so like why the fuck would you even use them? I don't ever use them. Like, whenever, like, look, these two that I have on Mitsuru, Marin Karen and Eerie Sound, bro, as soon as I get like a buff or an attack skill to replace them, I am replacing them. They do not work on bosses. I'm not gonna build my kit to fight normal niggas. That shit's dumb. What the fuck I look like out here charming people? Miss me with that. Like, sure, they're handy, but like I said, they don't work on the most important enemies in the game. Bitches never hit. Can you please fucking hit, bro? My god. So many bosses in Persona are straight immune to CC and debuffs. Legit. It's just straight hands. Not that there's anything wrong. No, yes, there is something wrong with that. Like, what's the point of even having all this shit if you can't use it? They're probably just putting them in at this point because they've been in the games forever.
in this situation.
Like, these are staple moves, but they work well in SMT, but they don't work well in Persona. SMT, everything felt viable if you played your cards. Deadass. Like, there were even those battles that you had to do when, I forget what it was, but there was one where there were like 6 enemies. And you couldn't kill them unless you poisoned them and let them kill themselves. But like, it didn't tell you that. But Persona, there's never anything like that. The boss, you just punch him until he's dead. Every time.
That teleporter can take us to the entrance. Try to remember where it is.
I still love the games, but like, the story is where it's at on Personas. But this though, this remake, the combat is like fantastic. So I'm kind of here for the combat and story on this. It's not SMT level, but it's damn close.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
Ooh.
Oh, hold up. Yes.
Have you gotten used to dorm life?
Let him bring me back.
The enemy looks tough.
Couldn't strong arm your way through every issue? Nope. fucking physical build MC got completely shut down sometimes.
In this situation,
Shit was buns. Persona combat isn't bad. This game right here is the best it has ever been. Genuinely. I'm gonna try Orgia mode. Might wait till we get to a boss for that though.
damage inflicted. You dodged it. That's our leader. Okay.
Weak to lightning.
Ice doesn't seem to have any effect. And again.
Great, bro. Oh yeah.
I think I can use it now.
Shall I move to strike? This should work.
It was purely mementos that kind of soured the experience in combat. Mementos souring the entire game.
It's my turn.
It was really bad in base game.
This will do the trick.
It was so bad.
I'll show you my power.
Royal made it a little better just because they changed. Have you been to Mementos since Royal? You got to Royal?
Just hold on until you warm up.
They changed it up a bit. It ain't terrible. Nah, I'm 99. I ain't going back. Oh, you're going back, whether you like it or not. You're locked in. It's part of the game now.
I have to do this. In this situation,
And bro's kind of tanky.
operation unsustainable.
This will do the trick.
That shit was tough.
The time is right.
Thank you very much. I'll show you my power. I've already scanned this one. It is time. Persona!
I'll go in. Come!
Should be done. Overworld of SMT was peak. Dead ass! This nigga's not dead. Hold up. Weave! I'm doing Aegis Theurgy. I wanna see that shit. Does it only activate Orgia? Does she attack off it? She does. Nice.
Good job, everyone.
Good job, Aegis. No, these are big cards. The next physical attack you do in the next battle will do more than double damage. Okay. If we could get a Persona embracing that aspect to replace Mementos, it'd be perfect. Tartarus looks pretty fun. This Tartarus is fun. But yeah, I would love an open world, or I mean, SMT wasn't open world, but like the big ass open maps for like each area that they had they were alright. Sometimes traversal was fucking stupid, but overall, once you learned your way around it, it wasn't nothing crazy. I remember sometimes that shit had me tweaking trying to navigate somewhere. Like, you would think you'd have the whole map open, and then you see like the flower like way up top on a mountain or something, and there's no visible way to it. It's like, bro, what the fuck how am I supposed to get here? And then it turns out you have to start from on the opposite side of the map and go through a cave that loops around across the entire map to get you up on that mountain.
I trust you're not tired.
That shit had me tight. I hated that shit.
Is that treasure?
Open instance type. Fuck it. Give us a multiplayer co-op SMT. SMT had an MMO at one point.
Shadow detected nearby.
It's just long gone though.
Oh, stairs.
Not gonna lie, that was kind of fun looking for those spots because there were a ton of hidden areas. Fun for you. Sometimes I was just over traversal. Like, I just wanted to go where I wanted, go where I needed to go. I did like the maps though. Plus, they had it to where you could slide down sand on some near shit.
Recommended course of action: identifying the contents of that treasure chest.
Fuck, I thought I beat them. I was min-maxing. We did all that loot. Real. We eat those. Alright, we're about to fuck. Wait. Sand sliding was peak after near. Oh god. I feel like sand sliding should just be a mechanic now in all games with sand. Damn, Yukari's leveling up fast as fuck. She's higher than me. Bro, Yukari's higher than me. Why the fuck is Yukari higher than me? Tripping. Leveled baby girl up once at the little the clock, and now she's just up.
A one-way teleporter is nearby. Will you return to the entrance?
No, sir, I will not.
Careful, the enemy's nearby.
A shadow.
This area is cool. It's pretty complex. It's got some shit going on. There should be no excuse for games not to have snow and sand sliding. I'm looking at you, Genshin. Imagine how hard Dragon Spine would have went if we could slide around. Can you fucking imagine that? Fucking snowboarding from the top of Dragon Spine, bro. That shit would be so fun.
Go for an electric shock. In this situation, I won't lose.
Samara's empty ass desert. Real shit.
Ice doesn't seem to have any effect.
What's the plan here?
But instead, we're forced to run and use those little tether thingies. But if we could slide, it'd be a fucking game changer. See, if Genshin just made slight changes like that, it wouldn't make playing the game and traversing so taxing. Like, whenever I realize that I have to go walk or run somewhere or climb something, I'm so fucking over it. I'm like, damn, bro, y'all don't make running around fun. This shit sucks. But mounts? On God! Let me fucking ride Paimon or something. Make that bitch actually useful. Cause all she does is yap.
Multiple system failures. Oh no, this doesn't look good. In this situation.
I mean, this shit kinda hurt her.
Thank you.
This will do the trick.
2-2-2-2. Ooh, all those bitches hit.
What to do?
Color joint's convenient, but there isn't anything interesting or fun about it. They're not frequent enough. Like, they're just scattered around randomly. If there was more of them, it wouldn't be so bad, but they're just only sometimes there.
Excellent. We found the stairs.
If they made it to where you can, like, summon your own, like, if they give you an item to run across Sumeru with, that would let you... Sylphid Aura? Oh, yeah, I remember this. We're gonna use that. I need to go back home, though. But if Sumeru gave you an item to carry around that would let you summon them, that would be really hard, I think. It's called a mount. Yeah, that'd fix it too.
Hello. Yes.
Free Fook buff. Let's go. I want to play Grand Blue. I'm excited because I know that after I beat this game, Grand Blue is waiting on us. Because sometimes I'll be getting kind of sad whenever
In this situation.
I'm about to finish a game. Because like it's like, what am I gonna play now? But I know what I'm gonna play now. Fucking Grand Blue. Can't wait. Oh, they're all weak to ice? Y'all are fucked.
This is our chance. Let's wipe them out.
No, fuck all that. Can only do it to one? Smoke. Ooh. I'm buying it tomorrow? Let's go. Envy didn't stream? Of course his bitch ass didn't. Fucking pussy. You know that nigga's crying. He had to take a mental health day, you fucking crybaby. Let me stop. But nah, dead ass. Dead ass. Like, bro, come on. Guess who is streaming now? Tecto. That nigga live right now. Bro's, he's milking it. Also, guess who isn't live? Fucking Atsu. The people who did nothing wrong yesterday are live. The people who fucked up yesterday are not live, and that's just how it is. Tripping, bro. They fucked up. Especially Envy, bro. If I was him, I'd be embarrassed to stream. He delivered the lowest of low blows. He should seriously be fucking embarrassed. Where's Goose at? Shit. He's probably on the tech tone. Look at the gear. Let me see.
Using item. Well executed, Aya. Striking fear into you. Someone might run.
Let me cure you. Oh shit, I think I used them all in that. Wait, now here we go.
This will be effective.
Yesterday was so dumb. It really was. I can't believe I sat there and watched Asmon. It was so pointless. Oh, bro, Atsu deleted his fucking thread about, whatever the fuck he was crying about. He deleted his thread and started crying and was like, people started going after his wife. He was like, what the fuck did he say? It was like, it's okay to make me be the bad guy, but please leave my wife out of it. Why didn't y'all show that same respect to Tectone? That's all I'm saying, bro. They can't handle when people go back low at them.
Yes.
Soft as fuck. Can't stand that shit.
In the interest of everyone's safety, I will initiate contact with the enemy.
While I command.
Bro was defending Envy. They both look stupid. Losers, bro. Sore fucking losers. Envy didn't even have to say anything is the thing, bro. Bro could be streaming right now, but he wanted to just pop in and try and make Tectone look shitty for something completely unrelated. While yes, it was shitty, it wasn't relevant to what the fuck was going on. Remember this all started over? I saw them saying that it started over the free ratio. It was either the free ratio or the three anniversary polls. It's like stimming from that Ziox shit from like a week ago.
It's a lot harder to pull off in practice.
Physical evasion. Oh.
There's There's no room for carelessness. Stay alert.
There's a free ratio. Bro! Come on! You're joking. They're dead ass, bruh. They're dead ass!
What's the plan here? Go for it! That's a layup!
The real content is the content creators crying. The Genshin fans were coping for something good like a skin selector. We ain't getting no fucking skin selector, bro. Those are all premium currency. Unless you get them hosts from an event. They're not giving no fucking skin selector. They want you to pay 30 beans for that.
That was a spectacular finish.
They're probably gonna be more stingy with those than
Scary, is it? Yeah.
they're gonna be more stingy with those than they are with the poles.
This will do the trick. Too late for you now.
I'm not gonna lie, it was fun watching Atsu make a fool of himself. That was the best part. Just laughing at his dumb ass. Just everyone pointing and laughing. And fucking, this. The fucking caught emote. They were on his ass.
Crushing victory.
I might go rewatch the Asmon VOD so I can see his reaction and how it ended, because I so desperately wanted to see him say like, yeah, I fucked up, I'm sorry, but his pride and ego isn't gonna let him do that. But I would love it if it did.
Oh, stairs! We gotta keep moving. Didn't we just pass this area earlier? It's so confusing. It's getting on my nerves.
No point. Asmon's definitely making a video on it. Maybe peeping that. Ooh, I need to subscribe to him on YouTube. I don't ever watch his stuff.
There's a shadow.
Not that there's anything wrong with it. I just don't.
We found the stairs.
That's kind of how I was with Charlie too, and Ludwig.
Yes, precisely.
But they make good videos about like current topics and stuff, so I like watching them. Nice to see what's going on the internet.
Recommended course of action. Identify.
Gasp, the enemy. Hey, yo.
This is...
What is this?
Uh-huh.
Mysterious reading. Could this be the door Elizabeth was talking about? Should check it out. Since shadows beyond the door as well. Ooh, let's go. That's a cool door. Ooh. We're in mementos. No mini-map. That's a fucking boss in there.
Yes.
This is exciting.
Leader.
I watch Charlie sometimes. Ludwig is a master hyper. Asmon doesn't care and will say what he thinks and is immune to getting one guide. That was like his whole shit, like last week or the week before with that whole Power World shit. Like, bro didn't care. At all. I think he was wrong. Because I do fuck with the, I stand with the artists on Twitter. That's pretty insensitive to say. It was just like an out of touch ass take. Like, bro doesn't really know what's going on, I don't think. I don't have any more poison. Yeah, it's Jover.
This will do the trick. I'll show you.
I'm not saying he doesn't have absolute shit takes, but he doesn't take his point and ram it down people's throats saying others are wrong or anything. Yeah.
Poison detected. I'll show you my
Poison is detected. We're hurting right now. Ooh, crit. Nice. We're done. Poison is fucking eating right now. Weak to fire. Yeah, that was an out of touch take. Very out of touch. I mean, it's fine. I guess bro just didn't know, but I feel like he could have changed his stance if he would have taken the time to look into what the artists were feeling like. But he's a busy individual. I don't think he's gonna do that. Shit on. Easy. Those cards are all kind of shit. Something welled up within me even more than usual during the battle.
Okay.
When we get loot. Easy. That was a pretty cool little mini boss floor with some loot on it. Most people usually, once they have a stance, won't change it. He doesn't come off as a person to me who can/will change stances. I get that vibe too. He is strong in his opinion.
What?
Not that there's anything wrong with that. Actually, no, I think there is something wrong with that. That's pretty ignorant. You should always be willing to, like, hear other shit. Yeah, I think it's pretty stubborn. Pretty stubborn to just be like, no, this is where I stand, no, sorry, no, you're not changing me, no. It's very inconsiderate. Sometimes a monad door. Your arcana appear more frequently. Beating the enemy will also reveal the layout of the current floor and the floor directly above it. Oh, cool. A free map.
Is that treasure?
We don't see that kind of
My
chest often.
fucking tummy
Let's
hurts.
not pass.
I don't know if I'm hungry or what. I don't feel hungry. Oh, they're stopping me? Insane. Nothing wrong, IMO. It's when you start preaching it like gospel. I have an issue in forcing everybody else to choke down your beliefs. Yeah, that's annoying as shit. Fuka and the others are talking about the door from earlier.
If I may say so.
Bonus, may I borrow you for a moment? Dude, fuck my stomach. My stomach. Hold on, Elizabeth. Maybe eating pizza and Snickers is not good for me. And Baja Blast. Hold on. My fucking tummy hurt, bro. It's not like a I got a shit hurt. It's like just a pain, like I don't know. Let me go get some water. BRB. I didn't get a bottle for me yet this morning. I'm back with water. My tummy already feels kind of better somehow. Just from getting up and walking. Dehydrated type shit. I'm about to cancel my Crunchyroll subscription. This shit just hit my bank account. I don't be using that shit. Fuck it, stretch. You're right, let me stand up. Should I do a VR stream soon? Some fucking Beat Saber with song requests? Whew. And that stretch was pretty good. I think I stretched too hard. I feel kind of lightheaded. Or I stood up so fast. Got a little dizzy. You hit 400 Lego, then Beat Saber so we can see you schmoove. True. I gotta get all my Beat Saber mods back. I uninstalled all them bitches. And I uninstalled the game. I was pretty good at Beat Saber, bro. Let me see how many hours I put into it. I put in like 80 at least. Yeah, I have 89 hours of Beat Saber. All of those are on modded songs. Base game Beat Saber is so ass. Mods saved that game. Alright. Door connecting to the tunnel, which was created within Tartarus. Perhaps an appropriate name for it would be the Monad Door. The shadows that congregate past such doors will prove to be a valuable means of accelerating your growth. Dude, they're cutting down the Tartarus grinding, bro. They're being so considerate of my time. 80? 89 hours. I must know how you fared. Did your enemies provide you with a challenge? It went down easy.
Marvelous.
Excellent. I am pleased to hear that. I believe challenging more daunting foes will act as sort of a shortcut in your development. I love you guys. On another note, I've detected some sort of structure on the 91st floor. It emanates an energy not dissimilar to the door you entered. The dimensions of the structure resemble a tunnel. One might call it a monad passage. Entering the passage may provide you with another opportunity to test your mettle. For the time being, I will log that investigation as a personal request. Say less.
Very well, then.
Yeah, Tartarus is good. This is like the only place in the game type shit. Like, Tartarus is the plot, so it's not unimportant, you know. And that's why I like it. Mementos could absolutely not. Mementos was bad, very bad. Where are the stairs? Oh, I see.
Shadow sighted. Initializing combat mode.
I'm out this bitch. The cat don't like you. Matter of fact, give her to me. Let me see if she'll fuck with me. Put her on my lap. Hey, cat.
She don't like you.
Like, get your ass out of my... Okay, bye, I guess.
Look at that.
She jumped down immediately. She put her ass in my face and then dipped. I don't like cats. they don't love like a dog does. Like Lou lays with me. They gave us double XP, like, bro, I was still dancing in the trenches for hours. Real shit. The gatekeeper on the next floor.
Oh, there's a treasure
About
chest.
time. Said everyone's average level was 30. I'm gonna hit goddamn, or average level 29. I'm gonna go higher.
What's the plan here?
Just because I like being in Tartarus. I don't mind grinding.
Hey.
Huh?
Somebody raided me yesterday.
When? Oh, during the day? Huge. Did y'all chat? Huge. That's funny. Uni raided Bree yesterday. Huh? Huh? She probably followed you like months ago. But she's cool. That's the homie. Gigantic fish. Damn.
I'll hit them where it hurts.
Let's see. What is bro weak to? Probably lightning or fire. Let's test. You know what? We can just figure it out. Curse? Boy, what the hell? I feel like that's something to be... Like, that's rare to be weak to.
A victory
That
well
shit, that's the insta-kill shit.
Oh, hello.
There's a shadow.
Fuck 'em.
Hey, there's a treasure chest. Ooh, maybe there's something.
Getsu A. Blue Tweak Chronicles Day 2.
Powerful enemy spotted. Please be careful.
Again, there's nothing outside to be barked at. We're at Fort 82. Holy fuck, we've been moving today. We back, gonna charge my phone. Say less, bro. We will be gaming. Oh god, it's the fucking floating eyes one. Ew.
Leader.
When bro attacks, it like shows his face. This shit's ugly. Wait, what does her theurgy do? Fuck it. I think it's above.
You're my friends.
Alright? Yes.
Pull the trigger.
Oh, damn, they're all different. Okay. Gotta lock in. I think I know their weaknesses already.
That's a weakness. Nice, you Karin-chan. Damage inflicted.
That was ugly as hell.
You dodged the attack. Nice one.
I think this one's weak to lightning. Shit, apparently ice too. The dude in the middle is gonna be weak to fire.
This will do the trick.
You hit a weakness. Great work as always, Kirito-senpai. Abnormality detected.
Ice resistance, no. That's such a dog shit attack. I remember these bosses being way harder. He might be weak to lightning. Let me test. Do I not have any lightning gems? Insane.
Now's the time. Come. Nicely done, Takeba. One down. What next?
Fuck it, again.
One enemy eliminated.
We got our theurgy for Agus and Picard. I need to analyze, bro. Oh, she's out of fucking SP.
Shall I move to strike? How about
You hit a weakness. Great work as always, Kirito-senpai.
Oh shit, it's AoE. Agus, hard as usual.
One enemy eliminated.
Let's see what to do.
Let me test lightning. What the fuck is bro weak to?
Wind isn't good on this one. You'll have to try something else.
There's no way he's weak to ice.
Now's the time. I'll hit them where it hurts.
Alright. I'll try this. Just to test. Okay. Do I have any curse on me? I don't. We could try Mama. Or no, it's Instico. That's just not gonna work. What's good, Nick? My day's pretty good. I just woke up not too long ago. But we are 45 hours into the stream. How are you, bro? Hope you've been good. Alright, theurgy, this might kill, bro. Bye-bye.
Right about this. No shadows detected.
Blue silhouette guy is me? What do you mean? You probably like this game. It's as edgy as you are. Wouldn't break his ass.
I've learned a new skill.
I have learned a new skill.
Balance types. Grab the treasure, then I'll go back down and save. On the menu you were on before the fight, the guy had a gun to his head. Oh yeah, everyone in this game, to activate their skills, they shoot themselves in the head. This game is edgy. Me too. This game gives like a warning when you first boot it up. It's like this game depicts acts of suicide and self-harm. Please be careful when you play. Oh, let's leave. Only difference, I got no superpowers. You're just doing this shit to do it. That's fucked. that's fucked up. Do you like Persona, Nick? What do you play other than Star Rail? I don't think I've ever asked you that. What do you be gaming on? Star Rail and Genshin.
The higher we go, the stronger.
Excellent. We have the advantage.
Pull the trigger.
What's the plan here? Go for it!
It is time. Persona, engage!
Never played it. Can't play anything other than Gen shit and Star Rail. Like mobile games. I'm poor and broke, can't afford a PC or console. Got you. What the fuck did he just do? Magic barrier? We don't need it.
Enemy defeated. You're doing great, Yukari-chan.
Hey bro, after you get out of school, you're gonna be gaming. Trust.
That about does it. It's over. No shadows detected.
Goodbye.
Oh, bye, I guess. This shit was sudden.
Ooh, maybe there's something nice inside.
That's a rare shadow. Don't let it escape.
Oh no, we're down a man. Get the fuck back here. I don't know if we'll be able to kill it. We don't have our whole team.
It's a rare shadow. Do your best to take it down.
Sorry.
What's the plan here?
I'll go with.
Fuck off. Gaming or gaming the ground? One or the other? You'll be good, bro. Speaking of, did you finish your exams and shit? I remember you said you were working on them soon. How'd you do on them hoes? Oh, good damage. It's too late though. He's about to run. Yep. I'm about to run too. How the fuck do I run?
Let's stay focused.
Understood. I'll look for an opening.
Oh, we don't need to escape. They're at. Yeah, done. I think I passed them all, but results gonna take a while. Good shit, bro. You locked in and got the job done.
This isn't over.
I could have killed them. They weren't shit. I'm going backwards. I need Aegis back.
Hello there.
Ooh, thank you.
Hope we don't run into any creeps here.
I left you in charge of our supplies. You've done a fine job.
Thanks for all you've done. If there's anything I
This
can
floor
do to
is
help,
short.
just let me know.
Careful, the enemy's nearby.
I don't want to fight. Oh shit, he went up the stairs. They usually don't go up the stairs.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
Makara Khan is crazy. That's fine. Okay, MC. Lock in, bro. Hit your shots.
I don't have it in me to scan right
The one ugly unicycle, it is. There's like a lion strapped to it. Oh shit, that hurt. That was kind of tanky. Oh, we're critting.
What is optimal? Persona, engage.
Easy. Bye bye. Need to heal though. We're down bad. Level 30. That's what I wanted. Now I just want to make it to the top. You know, 12 personas at once. Huge. How do I leave?
We found the stairs. Let's go.
Oh, another monad door. Monad? Where is this hoe?
You never know.
So persona's like a stand? Yeah, pretty much. We shoot ourselves in the head to summon it. But yeah, it's literally the same thing. Oh, I just saw the door.
We have discovered a door. Will you enter?
Boss fight time. Let me see, can I refill Fuka's SP? I can. Alright, let's whoop ass, gang. A persona would be me but dead. Bro, believe it or not, someone actually has a persona that is that. Kinda. What the fuck was that?
I'll hit them where it hurts. Go for it.
A lot of the personas are like just mythical beings and shit. Like urban legend stuff. Type shit.
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time. Should I scan on this enemy?
Week 2 win, huge. Let's go. These bosses are pretty easy in these doors. Unless I'm just over leveled. This is gonna be pretty good damage. Ooh, freeze? Oh, he's dead as shit. Easy peasy. And an XP boost. We gotta get this one.
They are finished.
Guess that chick likes the taste of gun smoke. She does.
Oh, hello.
You'd probably like this game if you played it, low-key. Persona's really good. It's my favorite JRPG series, next to like Xenoblade and Nier. And they're also coming out with a Persona 5 gacha game. It's out in beta in China right now, but we're gonna get it at some point. I tried so hard to hack my way into that beta, bro. You have no fucking idea. I had it on an emulator on my PC, but you need a fucking Chinese person's like identification stuff. Like you need like their fucking birth records to be able to sign up for the fucking beta, bro. I was so pissed. Like, bruh, why is it so locked down? I just want to play. Because I was able to get into Genshin's China beta because they had like a list of registered people. It was like a document. They had a list of registered people, and all you had to do was put in their info, just copy and paste it from that spreadsheet into Genshin. And I did that, and I got in that way, but the Persona one was way more locked down. You fucking pussy!
Here is so different compared to the beginning.
Oh my god. It was breaking my ankles. When I can afford playing anything other than Star Rail. It's because of the China law that limits game time or something. They limit game time? Hell no. People in China can't do shit, bro. It's so unfortunate. Like, sometimes the versions of the games that they have are just completely fucking different, too. No, bro, I needed that to hit.
What to do?
Huge. That's a spreadsheet of Genshin beta accounts. Not beta accounts, but I mean it's worse. It's like Chinese people's fucking like personal info, like name, date of birth, like any IDs that were tied to their name, like social security numbers if they have those, like a bunch of different kind of personal identifiers were on that spreadsheet.
We found the stakes.
It was so fucked up, bro. But hey, I was playing the Genshin beta off that shit.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
I think limiting game time to 2 hours a day is good for Pit. Fuck that.
The 88th floor.
You can't do shit in
It sounds like
2 hours.
Progress, but I get the feeling.
That's like no time at all. That's like you log on to do Star Rail dailies and shit. You do your dailies and then all of a sudden you get kicked off because time's up. Or not dailies, but like if it's like a reset day with like MOC, simulated dailies, event, like there's no time. You're gonna split that shit up. Depending on how good you are, like You can't beat MOC first try. You're gonna be in that bitch for a minute. This bitch just threw away my money.
What's the plan here?
Why?
I'll show no mercy.
That's 3 down.
Shall I move to strike?
This shit don't grow on trees, but I'm working for this shit.
You hit a weakness. Blade Quirk is only done
Tripping.
Now,
Carlo Davis take 5 minutes. 2 hours a day is good enough. For who? 2 hours a day won't get me. That won't satisfy me at all. I need to game for way longer. I mean, I don't need to, but like,
There's a treasure chest.
gaming is my escape. Gaming is what I look forward to.
Doesn't that one look pretty tough?
Fuck off! This is gonna hurt. Hey look, it's your average Genshin Impact player.
detected. I guess your attack powers declined. Radiant light of life.
China is like 10 times worse. 3 hours a week? Oh hell no. That's kind of awful. I'm crying. See, 2 hours a day don't sound so bad now. But 3 hours a week is crazy. Two hours a day and a whole Saturday, but I ain't giving any more slack. Hey, we can work with that. Yeah, actually, I can work with that. That's not bad. Because sometimes on Sundays, I don't want to game anyway. Sundays are for chilling. I mean, I'm gaming today just because, like, it's a special occasion for Persona. Which I do plan on ending relatively early today, like probably around like 2 or 3 p.m. Just so I can have time to chill since I've been streaming all fucking weekend. Damn, that was huge. I guess went off. Deals heavy damage. Oh, yes. Absolutely. That's our first heavy attack.
A shadow.
Where's the exit? He's on my ass.
3 enemies. They've taken the initiative.
I'm freezing.
Pre-install for Star Rail is out? Ooh, sick. I need to do that. When does the patch come out? Tuesday? I don't think I don't know if I'm gonna have enough luck to get Black Swan day 1. I only have like 15 pulls. Knowing my luck, they're not gonna give me shit.
I got my second wind, as they say. I'll show you my power.
You best believe I'm gonna try. What little pulls I got.
I'll go with.
At 35s with hopes and prayers, bro, good luck. The game has to do us right. Which, it doesn't ever do me right. Like, let's see. Last person I pulled for was Ruan May. So I'm on 50-50 again. I don't know how. Yeah, it's gonna be tough for sure. I'm definitely gonna use all my pulls, but I'm gonna use all my pulls, but I don't think I'll get her. I'm on 50-52, but bro, you can't see me right now, but I'm saluting. Good luck, brother. We gonna need it. I always hate being on 50-50, bro. Shit's ass. There's always, like, I know I'm gonna lose. I never win them. Ever. Always take my ass to, like, full pity.
Now then, let's get back to work.
Stairs.
A shadow. What will you do?
There we go. Also, they released stats for the new free cones. I'll have to peep those. I wish we were able to pre-farm for Ruan May. Because, I mean, that's one good thing about losing on day one. But, like, let's say if I were to win 50-50, right? And get her with the limited amount of pulls that I got. Because they're not releasing her mats and shit until with her, or until she drops. Like, we're not going to be able to max her out day one. And I hate that. Whenever I get a character, I like getting them built as fast as possible. Hey, Lou, relax. Your box are vibrating my head. The currency from MOC store, I've saved enough for 4 new cones. Same! We're gonna be so good on that. I haven't bought one of them shits in months, dude. I'm gonna buy them all, just to buy them.
Follow my lead. What next?
We're gonna be chilling.
Detected.
I'm ready.
Let's see what these bosses got for me. Oh shit.
Your attack power's been lowered.
Get that shit off me. Yep. What's goody TV? Appreciate the follow, bro. Welcome in. Got like 800 of the things. Good shit, bro. You're gonna be good. Just gotta attempt that. Have to attempt it.
In this situation, it's a strong one. Be on your guard. Pull the trigger.
These things probably don't have any weaknesses.
Detected. Your speed's been lowered.
What's the plan?
Careful.
I'll show you.
Bro, he is gassing up.
What is optimal? This is my
Analyze her.
I don't have it in me to scan right now.
She's 1 SP away from scan. I'm gonna be sick. I'm gonna be sick. Apparently one of them is amazing on Blade, not that it matters to me. Do you have Blade? Do you not have Blade? I thought you had him. Are you liking P3 Reloaded? Bro, I'm having a blast. It is so fun. Such a good game.
Shall I move to strike? What's the plan here?
Dude, he's so buff.
Let's stay focused.
It's not even funny.
We came prepared.
Hahaha. Dude, he's still going. Wait, no, that didn't cancel his charge. This is gonna hurt so fucking bad. I'm just waiting. Oh my god! You motherfucker. Okay, bro.
Here we go.
I knew that shit was gonna hurt. Holy shit. Hell yeah, I was thinking about grabbing it, but Tekken is the only thing on my mind right now. Bro, I've been playing Tekken too. I was playing Tekken right before this. Tekken is amazing, bro. I can't wait to get back to it. I'm almost Vanquisher rank with Reina. Who are you maining in Tekken? This Tekken's my first one. So I'm still learning a lot, but it's so fun. Okay, bro. These shits have to die. Not being able to... Come on, bro. Not being able to scan sucks.
Senpai, your attack power's been lowered.
She speared me on him. And Kuma? Okay.
Just one more. Take that.
King is tough for me. I don't know how to tech grabs efficiently yet. Sometimes I just mash and get lucky. But once he gets me in that chain grab, bro, I'm as good as dead. Yoshi? Ooh, he's fun. The quirky guy. Let's see. Let's try fire. I doubt this guy has any weaknesses. He tried almost everything. Let's see. Not weak.
You're in bad shape. You need to recover before you get hit.
Whatever. He's about to fucking kill us again.
Taken serious damage. She needs to recover.
Using item.
Guess I should just prepare for him to whoop my ass. He's gonna block. Or I'm gonna magic mirror me. Or attack mirror me. Sorry team, y'all might be fucked.
Now's the time.
Thank you for your support.
This will do the trick.
I'll show you.
That's tanky as fuck. Oh god. Oh god. Let me see, are we debuffed? Spent like 3 hours just customizing my hits. King looking like Luffy? Oh no. Customization's fun. I've seen some diabolical creations. Also, every time I fight like a Victor or a Kazuya or a Jack, they always come out looking like Drake. Why do they have to keep giving these niggas fades and making them light skinned? I don't understand, but that shit's funny. Come out with a clean ass fade and a tan. It's like not even the same character anymore. He killed everyone. But that attack mirror came in clutch. About killed his ass. Free. The low taper. Oh god. That shit be cracking me up. Come on, looking clean. Let's go his ass. Get rid of it. Resist, pierce. We'll use that. Dude, he resists all physical attacks. That's really good.
Not bad.
Alright. Let me go. Let me heal. Oh, I need to get the treasure, and then I'll go back down and save.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
Are you like a Persona fan? Or is this gonna be like your first Persona you're gonna play type shit? What the fuck? Where's the teleporter at? I can't go down? Insane. Might be close to the top. Oh, another set of bosses? You're tripping, bro. With no teleporter either. Hell no. I'm gonna get Fuka. Some more SP.
How are you?
We'll start with this.
Yes.
How much SP does she got now? 110. Yeah, that's enough for 2 scans.
Leader.
First time playing the series? Got you. This is a good one to start with, I think. It's really good. I would also say, I mean, as like cliche as it is to say, Persona 5 is a really good one to start with. It's really good. Familiar with the gameplay though? Got you. Yeah, I think this would be a good one to start with, TBH. Although it might let you down, or the game's not gonna let you down, but this game has some really good systems in it, combat-wise, that the other ones don't.
Shall I move to strike? I'll show you.
So when you go play the other one, you're gonna be missing it. Fuck off. Magic mirror using bitches. Why does he block everything? Oh my god. This is about to make me mad.
I see. So this is what we're up against.
Okay. I'm gonna have to do this. It's gonna hurt, but I need to get rid of that mirror. I'll trust your word, I'm gonna grab both. Hell yeah. Can't go wrong. I've been playing these shits for a minute. Like, I've played Persona 5 3 times. Played the OG Persona 3, Persona 3 Portable, Persona 4 Golden, Persona 5 Strikers. I tried the Persona games I had on Nintendo DS, but I wasn't really feeling it. They were good, but I just wasn't feeling it. Also, the Persona 4 fighting game was decent. The rhythm games they had, believe it or not, were also decent. I love those. Shit's bang. Some of the best songs in the series are on those dancing games. Oh, you pussy.
What's the plan here? I'll show you.
Get rid of that magic mirror. When I get bored with Tekken, real. I'm glad this game came along when it did. Because it gives me a little break from Tekken. I wasn't even close to bored with it yet. I was playing it all week. Up until Friday. I'm still trying to learn the just inputs for Reina's electric attacks. That shit's tough, bro. That shit is so tough. I don't know why. I can get it, but I have to think about it. I cannot get that hoe consistently. No. Okay, cool. Thought it was about to heal itself. Good shit, I guess. She's going off. She's going crazy. He's blocking that. Oh my, he's not. Yo, I guess is whooping ass right now. What the fuck? Baby girl is eating. OST, Persona OSTs are... She's wicked. She really is. People were telling me that like I'm gonna have a tough time with her since like it's my first time playing Tekken. She's like a really like execution heavy character with like the just input stuff, and like all her stances, but I've got the hang of like the stances and everything. I also struggle with the fact that her lows are complete dog shit. Like, you're not comboing off of them. You can get in some free damage, but you're not getting any big combos off of those. Love Tekken, man, they don't dumb down the game like MK1. Bro, don't get me started on MK1, bro. I bought the fucking collector's edition for that shit, played it a week early, and then by the time the full release came out, I was already bored of it. I'd never even played it after full release. That shit was so ass. It was so ass. We just need to go back to MKX, bro. MKX was so good. Or fucking Injustice. Loved Injustice. Do you play Street Fighter at all? Street Fighter 6? A door? Huge. Let's see. Is there no treasure? Oh, here it is.
Hey, does it?
I have none of the items to open those. Cool. I refunded my shit. I don't blame you. If I wasn't too far in, I would have refunded that bitch too. Used to? I played Streets a good amount. I got to like gold 5 ranked, and then I started running into only modern players, like modern Luke, modern Ken, modern Jury, modern Honda, modern Zangief. Like, I couldn't do it anymore, bro. It's too much.
What?
Monad Passage. Monad Passage is a type of monad door leading to the depths of Tartarus. There's only one monad passage per block, and each opens in response to a major arcana card. A formidable shadow resides in the innermost area, and beyond it lies a treasure chest holding a valuable item. The entrance to the monad passage will remain permanently on the same floor in the same location, even after the turn of a new day. Ooh. Let's go try it. Is this like a full floor type shit? Ooh, let's go. I feel you, bro. Fuck Honda. Fuck. And like the like rapid like palm strikes that he did. I'm about to start punching air right now thinking about that shit. And I swear, bro, all the modern players just played like pussies. Like they wouldn't even like do anything. They would just sit back, let you do everything, and then fucking like DP. Like you run in, they DP. You jump in, they DP. You approach, level 3. Like, stop. You knock him down, wake up, grab. Like, get the fuck out of here. I'm back. Welcome back, bro. How's work going? Mash auto attack off rip. Some bullshit, bro. They were tripping. Modern players on Streets always tripping. You remember how mad I was getting at that shit? Like after fighting those pussies, like it had me like reflecting on life and shit. Like, what am I doing wrong, bro? What can I do to improve? Maybe I'm not cut out for this shit. Maybe it's just too much, bro.
Let's do this.
You were having a blast on Tekken? Absolutely. Even when I was getting my ass beat, I was having fun on Tekken.
I'm ready anytime.
Fuck. Off rip. You're not wrong, pathetic as fuck. That's like the bread and butter of modern players. And the thing is, bro, modern was carrying them so fucking high. Like my homie, he was in master rank, still getting modern players, bro. It's fucking nuts. Like you're never gonna be able to escape them. Remember rethinking life choices? Dead ass. I was butthurt. Bro, weak too. We are out of SP, no animals. We got a raw dog. Maggie, get the fuck on. I hate when they just start spamming Almighty. That's just gonna make me mad. I'm fighting Blade right now in Tekken. What's that? I hate that it works. It works so good. Fucking you can't really combat someone who doesn't even know what they're gonna do. You know, like, they have no game plan. They bought the game to press buttons. They legit are just out there mashing shit. And winning.
In this situation,
Must be nice. See, I went into the games with like a game plan that I wanted to do, but it didn't fucking matter.
the enemy's frozen. Now's your chance.
We're about to get a crit. And all out. Bro's kinda tanky.
What's next?
I feel like we should block. I don't know what he's gonna do. I have an idea. Nope, he's gonna fucking Megiddo. God damn it.
What to do?
He 100% is.
Now's the time.
Yeah, learn having a game plan will get you killed in lower ranks. Yeah, bro, you just gotta be random. You just gotta press buttons. Man, that's some piss and Kari. It's a Raven I'm fighting. Luffy versus Blade. Oh, Blade, like the fucking vampire guy. Oh shit. That's funny. I've only fought one Raven, and he fucked me up. He was nice. Jaguar D. Luffy. Breed. You can't win against him if you go in with your brain turned on. Now I'd be hitting absolutely I'd be getting absolutely railed by Smurfs with skills. But hey, we don't count those. Nah, they're cheating. Definitely cheating. I have no respect for Smurfs. Dude, this game is so fucking good. Ice Saber, huge. Mitsuru, that's for you.
Thank you.
Memoir number 2. Even shadows have unique traits. The more hostile ones display great strength, but can't be controlled in our current facility. We've developed a cathedral of time to avoid disposal of such unique specimens. Some lore. Gekukan jersey. Ooh. I think that's the like the gym uniform. Yeah, it is. Nice. Take that shit off, but I'm glad I have it. Can't wait to slide on Tekken. Bro, you're gonna love it. Like, even though I'm new, I'm still having fun. Because it's all the learning experience. Like, even when you lose, like, you learn something about the matchup, you know? And Tekken has really good learning tools. Like, you can replay your previous match that you lost, and it'll give you like, you can like pause and rewind the match and stuff, and it'll show you like when the enemy or your opponent does a string on you and you block it, it tells you what you can punish with, and it lets you practice that in the replay. It's so fucking good. I don't know any game that's doing that shit.
What's the plan here?
Oh no. Let me try some fire.
I'll show you my power. Persona.
Is Tekken better than Streets? It might be, bro. It might be, bro. I'm not gonna lie. One thing Tekken doesn't have that Streets does have is Cammy ass. So Tekken just needs a caked up character, and I'll be even more in than I already am. Need me some Cammy cheeks. Lewis tweaking. Damn. 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 We can recover.
Here we go.
Just better. It's a dead ass, bro. Tekken is a great fucking game. Luna's tweaking today. She's been tweaking all weekend. I think my neighbors are outside, like, doing work outside, because I've heard occasionally, like, someone hammering or, like, using a saw or some shit. It don't take much for her to start barking about shit that's going on outside. It does not take much.
Thank you for your support.
Shall I move to strike? What's the plan here?
I wish I had my analyze. Get off my dick with that, please. Oh my god.
Multiple system failures.
My brother in Christ. This whole weekend been off a perk. Dead ass, bro. Hey, you killed yourself! I'm over it. See, this is when they start trying to stop physical builds. But it's fine. We move. Let me see. Either team-wide heal, that's kind of good. Umugi Watcher. Not the perks. Where is she? Yeah, she's laying down behind me, like looking out the door, just waiting to bark.
What to do?
Like, quite literally bugging. Oh, we can do this now. How? Bro, when I need shit to hit, it just fails me. Bro, I hate these niggas in the Discord. Ren is telling me that I should have pinged. I did ping! I pinged at 9:39 a.m. I pinged yesterday and today when I woke up.
Pull the trigger.
I'm not trying to hear that shit.
Found something useful.
That helps. What's the plan here?
Okay. God, these niggas annoying. I'm gonna leave that magic mirror on him, bro. Can you start dodging something? We haven't dodged anything ever. Huge damage. No way they're weak to blunt. Insane. Okay. Hold up. We're cooking. Figured it out a little late, but that's okay.
Direct hit on a weakness. Amazing, I guess.
Bro, y'all are fucking with me at this point. You know I ping Knight. Y'all are fucking with me.
Let's finish this.
One enemy eliminated.
This will do the trick.
Ain't no way. Tekken OST bussin'. You got the jukebox going? One of my homies hooked me up with some OSTs to swap around. It's been pretty good. $5,000 XP. And wait, what level did it say? Did it say I was 36? No fucking way. Oh my god, I'm 36. Everyone's 32. Bro, we have blown past the fucking level that everyone else was.
Oh, hello.
Treasure chest isn't locked. Open it as is. get it. It's on Spotify? Got you, okay. There's a Temperance Major Arcana can now appear during shuffle time. Next time you do a daily activity, your academics, courage, and charm. Oh! Yo! This shit helps me outside of Tartarus too? Wait, I kind of want to go back in, but yeah, I'm going back in. I need to heal and save. I don't know how deep that goes. It may be endless. Low key.
Good. Here are my. Let's hear the result. Let's hear the result. Wonderful. I will await a report of success.
Okay.
Very
Shit.
well.
I'm at the Velvet Room. Dude, we've gained like 10 levels in this one run.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. Registering is overwriting acceptable. Is overwriting acceptable. I've completed registration. Now then, let's
Please choose the will.
Cleo?
You can't control this one yet. Is this acceptable? This persona, yes?
Ooh, she kinda bad. Hold up. Oh, yeah. I'm getting.
Is this acceptable?
Look at the way she's moving.
Please choose what skills to inherit.
Bro, what are her stats? She's not physical for real.
What do you wish to
We're
inherit?
gonna get it though.
It seems you have been blessed with well.
This bitch, she's gonna level up even higher. Fire mommy? Real shit. Look at her go, swinging them hips and shit. We're in. What did she used to look like? She was in the other personas. What the fuck was her design like? It definitely wasn't this. Let me look. Or did she? Okay, I might be tripping. She did look like this. It wasn't as detailed with the fire, but yeah, she's always looked like this. And she gave us a gift. Mothman. Goat.
Is this acceptable?
Okay, let me cook.
Are you satisfied with this?
He's pretty good. Oh, we're not fusing Sati though. Got me fucked up.
Are you satisfied with this?
I could do
Please
this.
choose what skills to inherit.
Bro, nose long as fuck. It is.
It appears it will
Fuck it,
receive
I'll
a
give him
fate.
these.
So it begins.
His nose is touching his hands.
This persona, yeah. What do you wish to inherit?
Let's see. Let me get Patra. Goddamn. Was this Shaw? Actually, no. Adaraki Kaja.
It seems no new powers. Well then, shall we begin?
He got no extra XP. Wait. A skill is on the verge of change? Yeah, do it. Multi-target boost? Increases power of attacks. Yo! He doesn't have any multi-target shit right now, but when I get them to him, he is going to bust.
This power might be. This persona is powerful.
I need this. I'm fusing him.
Please choose what skills to inherit.
Do I have multi-target boost? Yeah, give me that shit. He is about to. Oh, bro. Genuinely.
It seems no new power.
He's about to be a multi-target.
Why, this is exciting,
beast.
isn't it?
Gargamel looking ass, dead ass. We fuck with Igor though. Long nose aside, he's pretty cool. Wait, what's changing? Shock boost? Nah. We need that on him. Melody? Oh, that's Haru's.
This persona is powerful. This persona, yes? Is this acceptable? This persona, yes? This persona, yes? This persona is powerful. This would be a
And they want
wise
me to
choice.
give up the ones that I just
This
made.
would be a wise choice.
I wish this had reverse compendium fusion.
It is a special.
This persona is powerful. Please take a look.
See if I can get any of my DLC ones. At 36 now. You get Kaguya.
Yes.
She has Meteorama. Fuck it, give me.
So you'll be. May it be your inner strength.
You get Cendrillon, Robin Hood.
Please take a look. This persona, yes? This persona, yes?
Yeah, fuck it, give me
Is
Cendrillon.
this accept? May it be your
He's
inner
free.
strength. Are you finished? We look.
Bro, what's good? Off for work, take it easy. Say less, bro. Have a good day at work. I appreciate you pulling up.
Are you accepting a request? Wonderful. I will await a report of success.
Your stream wouldn't pull up on my list? Do I need to restart it? Because I've heard that Twitch gets funky when you do a marathon. Like, because whenever other streamers do like a subathon and shit, they restart it every day. gonna leave Tartarus.
Oh, hello.
Let me save.
Oh,
That was a good ass Tartarus sesh. It's there now? Huge. Maybe I should have pinged. Summer vacation. Bitches. Yuko? Babe, fuck off my phone. Why are men texting me bright and early on a Sunday morning? It's almost time for the home shopping show. Let's see.
Good, good.
Brand wallet.
Not bad.
Perfume. Nah.
Thanks.
I gotta go to the mall. I've got some shit to sell.
Oh yeah.
Japanese summer vacation is 2 weeks. What the hell? Bro, our summer vacation was like 3 months. I think we got out in May. We went back in August. So yeah, somewhere around there. Who wakes up and off-rip messages men? Beats me, bro. Them niggas are sus.
Wanna? All right, I'll take that. All done here. Come back soon.
That reminds me. Yes. Creating equipment. So, what will it be? You've come at a good time. There
Dude,
are
we can
new
get some
items
really
you
good
can
weapons from
pre-sell.
her.
What will it be? What would you like? So,
The
what will it be?
bracers. Oh, those are my shit.
What would you like?
They switch years in spring. I think the period is called Golden Week or something. Japan is weird.
So, what will it be? Are you sure? Here, it's all yours. What would you like?
Magic plus 5.
Here, it's all yours.
Plus 30 SP. You'd be taking an L with those.
So, what will it be?
I do need the bracers.
Is that all you need? Come again.
Do I get my weapons and shit off rip? Because I believe in the last game you had to just wait. Oh, we do get it immediately. Right, no, Fuka doesn't need this. What do I only equip? Just put on her base model shit. She doesn't need anything. I didn't give her a fucking accessory.
slippy. Got some new things in stock. Check it out if you've got the time. What are you looking for? That what you want? Great. It's all yours. What are you looking for? Great. It's all yours.
I'm about to make the mistake of spending all my fucking money again. No, I'm not. We're good. Bless you. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Take as long as you need.
I'm not buying anything else.
You finished?
I'm gonna just save. I mean, I plan on doing another Tartarus run. Everyone's average level 30. Tartarus floors explored 77. I don't know if I made it that high. Maya's on. Ooh. Alright, what's the vibes? Is the fucking dude at the park available yet? Is it? Where the fuck is bro? I don't know when he starts coming up. Let me get these for Elizabeth. God damn! Oh my god. That's so much money. That was so much money. Wait.
Right. We've got some new
I need
stuff.
cat food.
Take your time, browse. Which one? Thanks for coming. Done already? Come again, yeah?
That's my third time feeding this man. How many times do I have to feed this shitter? Someone come get their cat, bro.
Good day. Are you accepting a wonderful? If I may, I will await a report of success.
Mysterious person's autograph. Get an autograph from President Tanaka? Beacon.
I shall.
Can we go out? Oh, I gotta wait.
Very well then.
Okay. Ba 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 ba. I should probably buy more cat food. Junpei, what the fuck you doing out here, bro? Go home. I'm gonna go hang out with Maya. See what she's yapping about today. I'm in Shinagawa Dungeon. I'd hope Tatsuya gets here soon. Maya's walking nearby. Luna is tweaking. I'm not even complaining today or anything. So rare. But I have to tell Tatsu because he's my MMO partner. I'll be brave. I'm so lame. I'm blushing for reals. Oh noes. Now I'm starting to get sweaty. Hurry up and tell me.
Oh.
She liked that. That was bossy. Oh, hey Tatsuya. Hee 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 hee. Maya seems to be having fun. Wanted to tell you last time, but I chickened out. Maya seems to be embarrassed. I'm kind of interested in someone from school. He's kind of a student, though. OMG, I said it. This bitch is grooming! None of the male teachers are even in my league, so I give up looking for BFs at work. I never thought I'd fall for a student. It's kind of crazy, even for me. You're going to jail. You gonna ask him out? I know there's an age difference, and he doesn't have a job or anything. Maya seems conflicted. Sometimes stuff sounds better in your head than it is in real life. Maybe it's a bad idea. It is. He's one of my own students, actually. He lives in a dorm because his parents passed away. He transferred in this year. Maybe I can pull some strings to talk to him one-on-one. I am his homeroom teacher. Oh, by the way, you don't need to be jealous. It's just a little crush, okay? Tatsuya is the only game partner for Maya. No worries. You can tell Maya cares about me. Feel like we're growing closer. She is talking about me. I haven't made my appointment yet, but I'm gonna go to a salon. Room-kun will be head over heels for me the next time he sees me. She just spilled it. Alright, Tatsuya, I gotta go. Let's think positive. She just exposed it. Room-kun. That's me. Lou. I'm Room-kun. She stuck her head up in between my legs. She's just looking at me. Lou. Lou-kun. Lou-chan. What are you doing? What is it? Why are you barking? Why are you barking all the time? She wants you. She can have me. We're getting groomed today, boys. Is she bad? She's pretty cute. I won't be able to show you her until I go to school. Yeah, she's pretty cute. You're asking for too much bread. Fuck off me. Wait, who wants to chill? They probably want to read. It's true.
Oh. Excellent.
We're about to read together. Doesn't it boost my academics?
I didn't put a lot of thought into what books I brought.
Better than Kawakami?
Caught
Yes.
my attention.
Wait.
I apologize. I should have asked what your preferences were beforehand.
Maybe.
If you don't mind my asking now, what kinds of books do you usually
Hmm.
read?
We have to impress Mitsuru. I read novels.
Oh, do you now? I'm partial to historical fiction myself.
She doesn't
I
fuck with
actually read a
manga.
lot of it. I'm rather fond of novels. All you have to do is turn the page to experience another person's life. And that reminds me, Yamagishi mentioned liking novels as well. I never inquired further, but maybe she'd make for a good reading partner. Incidentally, the books I brought
This nigga
today
don't
are
read.
things like biographies and history books.
You're not wrong.
I can attest that they're all worthwhile reads. They're accessible ones too. I hope you find them to your liking.
We should kiss.
Oh my, you're really tearing through the pages. I'm impressed by your focus.
1 point. Better than studying, I guess.
It's nice to spend some time reading quietly together like this.
Yeah, it is nice.
That made for a relaxing evening. Well then, it's about time we return to our rooms. Good night.
Good night, room. She said return to her room. Shit, that's me. Shit, baby girl, you ain't gotta do nothing. You ain't gotta go nowhere. When can we Riz? When did I max my fucking academics? Special training for track. Oh my god, I forgot they were on my dick. They're pulling me away for like a week to do a track and field tournament. I'm not rizzing shit. Bro, I'm eating my Snickers. We trained all day to prepare for the competition August 2nd.
Hey, no slacking. Put your heart into it. You'll never beat Hayase with that attitude.
Welcome back.
Ooh.
Yes.
Mitsuru.
Thank you.
We're chilling with Mitsuru again. Me personally, I would have maxed it already. I've been trying. It's taken a lot.
That said, I'm not terribly well versed in the art of cuisine, so I'm hoping to make some simple karumeyaki. Did your teachers ever show you how to make it?
I don't remember.
Well, you take baking soda, also known as sodium bicarbonate,
She
and
in
when
the
it undergoes
apron
thermal decomposition,
with the hair up.
actually, it would be faster to show you while we work. Let's get started. Temperature control is key. We want to turn off the heat right before it hits 130 degrees Celsius. Oh, we should keep things moving. Let's put the sugar in the ladle first.
130 degrees Celsius. Whoa. That's hot.
What a nostalgic flavor. It may not require hours in the kitchen, and the taste isn't particularly complex, but I'm quite fond of these. And more than anything, it's nice that we can make it ourselves. You know, when I saw this for the first time, I thought it was like magic. I've tried making it myself a number of times, but I ended up burning it on every attempt. I guess you could call it a bittersweet memory. But I didn't give up. I continued practicing. And that's finally led to our success today. What do you think?
So inspiring.
Hearing you say that makes me glad to have shared it. Back home, there were plenty of opportunities to host formal dinners and tea parties, but I never considered it particularly admirable to have someone else prepare the extravagant dishes. Doing the cooking myself also allows me to talk with you like this. And isn't that sort of familiarity the key to understanding each other better? I think
we can't Riz
might
yet.
have been what I was missing.
We're not smart
Instead
enough.
of complaining about being difficult to approach, I needed to create an opportunity for change.
By cooking this nostalgic dish, Mitsuru seems to have learned something new about herself. When weakening enemies, ailment burst increases critical rate on foes with ailments. Ugh.
It's
Ass.
fascinating the kind of things
I
you
don't
learn
use
by
those.
simply inviting someone over for
They
dinner.
don't work on
Thank you.
bosses.
I hope we can talk again like this sometime. Oh, right. I had a favor to ask. There's still some sugar and baking soda left. Do you think you could help me make another batch? Karameyaki keeps for a long time.
Baby girl, I can help you
This
make
could be a
anything.
good chance to make some for the others.
Baby girl, we can make anything you want. Yeah, but that skill was pretty bad. I finished my Snickers now. I'm all out. Now I'm sad. Yep, back to training. Woo! Huge. Taking up my entire summer break. My body feels light, but my time wasn't that good. If I didn't join the track team, I'd probably be able to chill.
Oh, it's you.
Wait a minute. Oh. We study. Knowing she's doing all this yapping and we ain't laying no bricks is blowing me. Patience is key, my friend. Well, fast forward this shit. I don't care about the track arc. My balls are blue. Whatever happened to Chihiro? We finished our social link. We're done with her. We could hang out with her at school, but there's literally no point. No point at all.
Sorry to wake you.
Oh, we're getting active?
I'm detecting a shadow. Please come to the 4th floor quickly.
What's going on?
There's a shadow in the city. Yamagishi found it unexpectedly.
What? But the moon isn't full yet.
It seems to be just a regular shadow, but there usually
Lou,
isn't any normal shadow activity
there's nothing,
outside
bro.
of
There was
Tartarus.
never anything. There never
It's
will
near
be
Naganaki
anything.
Shrine. Akihiko was already in the
Chill.
area, so he went ahead. I'm sure he can
Come
handle
here.
it alone, but we should be ready just in case.
Gotcha.
Yes, this is Yamagishi.
I'm here. Sorry, but I think you guys better come quick.
Lou, we have
What's
to go
wrong?
quick.
Are you in trouble?
Akihiko's in trouble.
The Shadow's been defeated. Or rather, it was already defeated when I got here.
What happened?
This little fella took a hit for me. I want to save him if we can.
Took a hit? Who's he talking about?
Don't ask me.
And Luna
At any
tweet
rate,
counter.
let's move out.
I'll add one. I'll do that shit right now. Luna bark counter. Luna has barked this many times. Alright, it's exclamation point bark. Koromaru!
Koro-chan! Are you okay, Koro-chan?
You know this dog?
Koro is him.
Everyone around here does. We've got to help him, quick!
First, we need to stop the bleeding.
Man, he's one tough fighter. He defeated that shadow all by himself.
Luna could never.
Wait, does that mean this dog's a persona user?
Yes, sir.
He says, this is a place of peace, so I protected it. There are flowers over there.
Those flowers... They must be for the priest who died in the accident here.
So he really was guarding this place.
Okay.
Hold on, you don't know that? Yes, I do.
Don't tell me you can translate dog language too.
She's soft as fuck.
Canines do not have their own language. However, speech is not the only means of communication.
This
She's
fella really is a
she's
rare
a
breed.
bitch, bro. She's so soft.
Correct.
Luna might have that dog. Boo!
Let's report to the chairman so we can conclude this mission. As for a vet, submit.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man?
But I think I can arrange something.
Oh shit.
Good job, boy. You're one amazing dog.
I gotta do 7 more damage of close.
Bring him back to the house. Get him on the squad.
Down here, I think it's actual people.
Yep, back to the track shit today. Woo! Taking up my time. School is ass.
Welcome back.
Bruh. See if we can eat ramen again. Why does this shit take so long? And there's like no indicator on when you're about to be finished. Like, I hate that.
Good evening. Things are really starting to liven up around here. So, how are you getting along with everyone?
Not bad.
Oh, that's good to hear. Just to remind you, the next full moon will be in 1 week. Are you ready? I actually haven't been too worried about you lately, but you should still be careful. I'll see you again.
Is that her? Is she barking? Is she?
Like,
Lou.
but it's more like...
Lou.
Oh, it's more like...
Come here.
Like, it's in a package and you just put water in it.
Were you in that whole barking, Lou? Come here. Did she? I didn't hear anything. I was too locked in.
Oh, welcome back.
Be ramen again. This is like a rice bowl with shrimp.
She's all the way here?
Intelligent? Yeah, I need to have maxed Oh my god, bro. Fuck. I need to be a genius to be able to talk to Mitsuru.
Actually, oh, I wasted that.
No, there's one more after it apparently. I thought 5 was gonna be max.
I see your bet.
Tripping.
In that case,
Yeah, bro, I'm
do you
mad.
ever feel encouraged
I thought that was gonna be
reading about
max.
influential figures of the past?
Pretty cheeks.
Even leaders who forged great nations faced the challenges of interpersonal relationships. Yes, it becomes easier to bear when you consider it something everyone has to go through. Or is it presumptuous of me to relate to such illustrious figures? Sorry, I didn't mean to distract from our reading. Shall we get back to it? Oh, look at the time. I think that's enough for today. That was a pleasant time together.
I'm
hearing
academic
nothing but the sound of
maxing.
each other's pages.
Yeah, 6 is max. Damn. I need max stats to talk to Yukari, Fuka, and Mitsuru. I just looked it up. Bruh. I don't know, bro. That's tough. You're not going to be able to touch them until way later. Because it takes forever to do these shits.
Yeah.
And a lot of money to get efficient stats. Because if you do this shit just one by one, it's going to take forever.
Outstanding sportsmanship. May the best runner win.
Hey, you're almost up.
How are you feeling? Think you got
We
this?
gotta lock in. We gotta bring home the gold medal. Don't forget to cheer for me.
You got it. Leave the cheering to me. Oh yeah. Here, take this.
Room
It shall get
cooler.
you energized for the race.
Special drink.
Since this is your first big event, let me give you some advice. All you have to do is give it your all. Remember, mind over matter. And the biggest enemy out there is yourself.
Focus on what's in front of you. Mitsuru is in reach. She is. You just gotta be patient. Keep putting in the work. It'll pay off.
I'm smarter. I'm better. I am better.
I'm winning.
Man, you killed it! Looks like all your hard work paid off.
Still a bummer though. Even with your incredible performance, that guy still won.
You mean Hayase, right? They say he blows everyone out of the water in every competition. I thought people were exaggerating? Jeez, he's insane. Could sure use someone like him on our team.
Oh, I didn't win.
Damn it! We'll get him next time for sure.
Hey, wait. Isn't that him?
Yo, you were pretty fast.
They've been training.
Must have been some training.
The circle of winners we have with the
Hey, I know this is weird all of a sudden, but would you want to hang out sometime?
Why?
You still need to work on your technique, but I feel like you've got potential. Maybe you could help push me to test my limits. That's why.
I hate.
I usually grab a bite to eat at the strip mall in Iwatodai after school. Stop by sometime.
I need you for my training.
Mamoru Hayase. Well, I'll see you around.
Boom, boom,
Wow.
boom.
Hayase must really see you as a worthy rival.
You see him again? Tell him this.
Next time I'll kick your ass!
Shut up, Kaz.
Calm down, Cause.
This is
By
why
the
I
way,
don't hang
wasn't
out with
that
you.
Mura guy from Third High supposed to be pretty good too? He never showed.
Yeah, I was talking to some of the guys from his school. Apparently they couldn't get a hold of him. They even went out to check his house, but he wasn't there.
So he's gone missing. Did he run away from home? Maybe he was afraid of going up against Hayase. Or wait, do you think it's because of that apathy syndrome thing?
Ooh.
No
W
idea.
competitor. He's a nice guy.
Shows up again soon in One Piece.
Yeah. Anyway, now's not the time to get down in the dumps. Our school did great today, after all. Good job out there.
All right, let's get out of here.
Decided to head back with my team. Ba 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 ba.
Oh, it's you.
Mitsuru welcoming me back.
No.
This is what I've dreamed of.
Yeah.
I still need to go to Tartarus. I didn't reach the top yet. I was on side quests. Let's go plant, I guess. Need to spend some time with you.
Oh, very puzzling. The plants seem much livelier than they did when we started. Do you suppose they're happy that you are tending to them?
I think so.
Fascinating. There's no data on this, but it seems like you understand them. Hello, plants. I will be tending to you as well this time. Don't worry, I'll make sure to decrease my pressure output. But if anything starts hurting, just raise your left hand. Or rather, your left leaf. I had some prior knowledge of
She's
plants,
cute.
but this was my
I
first
love
time
her.
observing them
I guess is the
directly.
best.
These little seeds and buds in the earth can morph and change so quickly. Is this proof that they are living as well? How fascinating. I would like to watch these plants grow and document this experience for my records. I will tend to them with my full power. This took more time than I'd anticipated. I will need to run more simulations to ensure there are no delays next time.
Thanks for the care we put in. It looks like this will be a big harvest.
It's gotten late. We should head back now.
Didn't we have here?
Am I done with the fucking track team? I am.
Good morning. This is Elizabeth. I am calling to inform you that more humans have wandered into this time,
Ooh,
I
this
believe.
is good.
Goodbye now.
I need to go back in anyway. Cause I guess if we get a new fit, yeah. She starts coming to school with us, so she gets a school uniform. Let's see. Fuck. Forgot to buy cat food. I'm too poor. God damn it. Fuck, bruh. Shit.
Yeah.
It's okay.
What do you got?
I can fix this. Wah, 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 wah.
How many are you selling? Sure now. All right. I'll take that. I'm at your sure. It's a deal. I'm sure. All right. I'm at your sure. I'm at your sure. I'm at sure. It's a deal. All right. I'm at all right. I'm at sure. I'm at your all right.
I don't need this old shit.
I'm at your sure. It's a deal.
Trying to get on the train. Are you on the fence about Aegis?
I'm at your sure. It's a deal. How many? You're in. All right. I'll take that. All done here? All done here? Be seeing you.
Come on in. Well, so thanks for coming. You got everything you need? Thanks.
Alright, got the cat food. Let's go feed this fucking cat.
Pretty far, eh? Like that last
It'll be okay without me feeding it anymore. Let's go. That's what I needed. Tired of that.
Marvel. I'm looking.
Oh, yeah.
Here are my. Let's hear the that is.
Male summer garb. Well, that's a swimsuit. You can get the ones for the girls too. Kinda, her fit, it looks a little funky. Well, actually,
Very well.
she doesn't have a fit. That's just her base form. She's literally naked. I've been meaning to do this. I don't think there's any drinking machines out here. No, okay.
Good day. I shall be waiting then.
Would you be able to collect 5 more?
I shall be waiting then.
Where are the other drinks at?
Very well.
I genuinely don't know. 7 more different drink variants? I'm gonna check everywhere. I've already checked there, checked there, checked here. They got any drink machines in this bitch? I've legit bought shit from every single vending machine I've seen. I mean, the windier, the onesie and bow. Oh, yeah. She abandons that fit. When she starts coming to school with us, she will, just start wearing the school outfit. Academic maxing. I need to go to Tartarus. I got some shit to do. But Mitsuru wants to cook. We have time.
Salut.
Wait, no, there's no point anymore.
I see.
Yeah, I've already got her shit. There's no point anymore. Smudge. I don't like how she always has her fucking like alert right there. It's pissing me off. Cause it's like never ending. Alright. Tartarus time. Go save these bitches and reach the top.
Yes.
Tartarus. Lou, we're going to Tartarus.
Oh.
Floor 72. Gotcha.
Good day. I can sense
78 and 81.
Oh,
The
yes.
first- Little feline, curious, and mute andered. They're rated floor 72. I gotta rescue a cat. Let's start at 68. Get the cat. Come back.
Okay, let's get to it.
Enemies on the run. Oh yeah. When we're over leveled, the enemies start running from us. They used to make the most annoying sound.
The decor has completely changed. Now then,
Hopefully it's different.
what are we going to find? A shadow. What will you
No, they still make it. Ew. They couldn't have updated that shit. I hate that noise. Back in the day, they legit would just sit around you and just squeak like that.
There's a treasure chest.
And they wouldn't stop doing it until you left.
This place is incredible. It's like a three-dimensional labyrinth.
It's so hard to tell where to go. My head's killing me.
Bum, bum, bum.
A staircase.
Alright, 72. There he is. Good kitty.
Okay. All right, let's get going.
Careful, the enemy's nearby.
Casually drove past each other.
It's like a shadow. What will you do?
Life signs detected.
Oh, here's a cat. Bro, he's so small.
What?
The cat looks nonchalant.
Yes.
Bro is just chilling in here.
Welcome back.
Alright. Let's go get the other person.
Good day. I can sense
7881.
very well.
I think about how I should fight in my head, but it's a lot
Where
harder
the
to pull off
enemies
in
at?
practice.
I trust you're not tired? Then let's be off.
We'll fight these. I did the fortune to get the higher level enemies in this bitch. Or the farm XP.
Ice doesn't seem to have any effect.
Get ready.
Oh, huge damage.
There's a person in front of me.
I'll go.
You suck at this.
Wait, let me look at Aegis. Did she get a new bit? Yeah, she's got the new armband on, so I guess it is her like new upgraded uniform.
We don't
This
need
shit
that
is
motorcycle.
still the same as before.
That teleporter can take us to the entrance. Try to remember where it is.
We go up. Oh, they're right here. I wonder if the cat was the person they were talking about getting lost, or if it's two humans. Fuck. I don't know why I just sat there and let it do that shit to me. 2 more hours? If you weren't streaming, I didn't care what I do for these 9 hours. I got you, bro. This has been such a good weekend. I love doing these long ass streams. And it's even better when I'm playing a game like this. I might keep playing off stream, like do Tartarus grinding off stream. Then when I get back, we just do story on stream. I love grinding it in these games off stream. got like a YouTube video up on the side and I'm just chilling. Do a bunch of labbing in the velvet room. Ain't nothing like it. Can Google stuff. Get OP ass fusions. It's fun. How's work going though? Any lore, or is it just dead? Where's that bitch at?
Stairs located. Updating data records.
Where she go? Grinding off stream hits so hard. It's very fun. Alright, do we get them all?
Good day. I can sense
83 and 89. Okay, so there was 3 technically.
Very well.
2 humans plus cat. Wait, fuck, I didn't
hope we don't
want to come back. Or we can just go up. Bored? My coworker's literally listening to music and doing homework. Easy. Are they cool? You work with cool people? No shitters so far?
You're currently on the 80th floor. No building in this country has that many floors.
I don't like the idea that this tower has broken some kind of record. We found the stairs.
Fuck it, I'm gonna just keep running.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
Ooh, dead ahead.
Don't burn yourself out. We all need to take a breather sometime.
Mad chill, super chill. Fuck yeah.
Shall we
That job sounds perfect. Like, what more could you want from it, type shit.
That chest doesn't look like the...
Slugger's jacket. Not here for the door this time.
I'm detecting a surge of power. Be careful.
Sati. Damn, this man's kind of strong. I'm not complaining. I'm bored. That's a good thing. That ass is easy. Easy bag. Could not ask for more.
I'll hit them where it hurts.
Hurry-chan, your attack power's been reduced. This is mine.
Get that debuff off me. Miss. Y'all are holding. That did a lot of fucking damage.
It is time.
Sit in a chair and watch Twitch streams all day. Domino's had me in the trenches in comparison. How you doing? Fucking slaving away over pizza. Dick in hand. Sometimes literally. Ooh, this is new.
They are finished.
Perfect. Just what we hoped for.
Enemy spotted. Awaiting orders.
Alright, the person who's on the next floor, I believe.
We found the stairs. All right, let's continue exploring.
That was easy. He was right in front of us. Got them all. Elizabeth, are we clear? We are clear.
Very well.
Alright, let's get to the top. It's time. 91. Not gonna lie, after working there for 4 years, you don't like eating there at a certain point? Well shit, you knew what y'all did to the pizza. I'm scared to eat there, bro. I'm a Papa John's main now. Oh, this is the top. That researcher came to try and convince me. I was surprised. He was my old mentor. Whenever I remember his timid smile, my resolve wavers. Alright. Top reach. That was, pretty easy. I got lore on Papa John's. I'm not trying to hear it. I'm not trying to hear it, bro. Save it. Let me enjoy Papa John's, bro. Who's on my line? Yuko. Guess who's bored? No school and no track? Guess that means we gotta go somewhere fun. Let's hang out. Fuck it, come on. One of my homies from Domino's moved there and spilled the merch. Believe it or not, the lore's actually good. Oh shit, let me hear it then. Was this a filler arc? Oh, it is.
Alright. So I had my other... I had like...
Wah, 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 wah. Hanging out on the weekends, don't do shit. Sup, dude? People are dead ass going to sleep. Insane. I'm going to eat. Oh wait, Tanaka, you think? I have the money for him. Dickhead. Fucker. Basically, them boys have robots do pretty much everything? Oh shit. I wasn't expecting all that. All they really do is some of the toppings and boxing. It's very automated and clean. Cleaner than Domino's. Damn, Domino's is lacking. Come on now. I'm not hanging out with men. Stop texting me. Alright, what's the move today? That track team guy's available. They even have bots pick up the phone and take your order. Meanwhile, Domino's half the phones don't work. Man. Yeah, Domino's is lacking like shit.
Good day. Here are my requests. Wonderful.
40K. You wanna hang out? Oh man.
I shall be waiting then. Very well. Good. I shall. I've been waiting for you.
Dude, I just asked. Oh, Elizabeth, you're funny.
Flowing stairs that pose an obstacle to those who dare to reach another floor. So, this is an escalator. A simple contraption at first glance. But one false step will leave one mired in an exhausting ordeal.
To all customers, for your own safety and the safety of others, please do not move in the opposite direction of the escalators. Thank you.
Oh my. It seems that these customers may come to harm. We'd best exercise caution ourselves.
She was talking about you.
And what is this? Please watch your step. There is a pitfall just ahead.
I don't see one. Oh.
Why, it's right over here. There, in the center of this fenced-off area, it's marked with eye-catching signs proclaiming in bold print, "Do not enter." Humans are frequently drawn to what has been forbidden. This is a crafty snare, one that defies the common notion that pitfalls must be hidden. Flowing stairways, pitfalls employing high-level psychological tactics. Human authorities truly go to great lengths in their quest to preserve the town's law and order. I'm very moved by their dedication to the cause. Let us carry on. Our thoughts with the unsung heroes who give their love and lives to this town. Oh, this tantalizing fragrance. Can it be?
She wants takoyaki.
You can figure out our secret ingredient with just a whiff? I guess you got a funky sense of smell to go with your funky sense of style, lady. Well, there ain't a law saying takoyaki shops can't cook other stuff besides octopus. So, how about it? Wanna buy some? I swear my takoyaki's so good it'll make your jaw drop.
Cuisine so scrumptious that one's jaw can drop off? I imagine that would warrant urgent medical care, realistically speaking. But I would very much like a taste. Unfortunately, this is all I have on me at the moment. I do hope this is sufficient.
You're buying that many?
I have yet to see someone who has actually lost their jaw. That must mean that the ordinary citizen cannot easily afford these.
She called us poor.
Upon closer inspection, a single serving is only 400 yen. Oh, well then, 2 orders of your finest takoyaki, please.
Thanks. Here you go. And come again.
Distinct
Takoyaki looks so yummy.
firm, chewy skin. There's no doubt about it. I must say, I'm surprised to see this used as a cooking ingredient.
How's your jaw?
It has yet to even unhinge. But for the better, I suppose. There are many other delicacies I must try. It wouldn't do to lose my jaw before sampling each and every one of them. There appear to be several dining establishments around here. We must simply visit all of them. My first priority is to go to something called a net cafe, or what may use something called a soda fountain. This apparatus allows for an infinite combination of flavors by mixing various solutions. Just thinking about it gives me a sort of electric tingle across
She's
my
never
tongue.
had a soda before.
I see.
I do like her more than the twins. She's one of my favorite Velvet Room attendants.
Oh, how
Or
intriguing.
she may be my number one. I love her. Margaret from Persona 4 is cuter, but Elizabeth is much more likable.
Exhausted every dining option in this area. Oh dear, is something the matter? Now that I think about it, you haven't eaten much since our 7th meal. In any event, I must thank you for your delightful company. I shall certainly
7th
savor
meal.
this experience. If you don't mind, I'd very much appreciate it if you were to escort me again sometime. Here are my requests. Wonderful. Mark?
Book of the Ancients. Canalfuse Thoth.
I shall. Very well.
Let me see something. Maybe I didn't buy all the drinks from the dorm. Have those. Have those.
Oh, it's invisible.
Yep, here it is. I still need more, but those are two that I didn't have before. The other ones have to be in the school or something. Should we eat? I think we should eat. The ramen's too busy during the day. Can I eat here? Get +2 to our courage. 'Cause we need that for Fook. We're about to get some plot. Banana. Banana. Set up the ramen. Not ramen, but the fucking rice bowl. Alright. It's lore time, boys. I'm kind of hungry. I haven't eaten anything all morning. It'll be a full moon tonight. Powerful shadow will appear. I could stay home today. I should stay home today and conserve my strength. Ass. I'm going right tonight. We didn't do shit during the day.
Well, here we are. A full moon once again.
Any luck, Yamagishi?
Yes, I can sense it. There's a shadow reading tonight, as expected.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's located by the deserted houses in the northern part of Iwatodai, but there's
Something strange.
Okay.
The reading is coming from underground. Almost 10 meters.
Maybe it's in some kind of basement?
According to the records for the Northern Harbor, there are no structures that match that criteria. However, there once was an underground facility used by the military.
The military? Is that true?
Oh, I remember this boss. It's like the
The
tank.
architectural and geographical data for the area was uploaded into her memory. Then again, the information hasn't been updated in 10 years.
Correct. The data is 10 years old.
Shouldn't someone fix that?
So how exactly do we proceed?
Is the facility still there?
We won't know more until we actually get there.
Old relics of war. It seems the situation is still unclear at this time. With that in mind, we'll wait until we arrive before we decide who should be deployed.
Agreed.
Understood.
All right, let's go.
Ubutodai Northern Harbor, underground facility entrance.
I didn't know there was a place like this so close by.
Target should be around here somewhere.
Oh, well done.
That's Akaya. Hey, we're meeting the big bad for the first time.
Who are they? Lucia couldn't sense them at all until now.
It's so nice to finally meet you in person. My name is Takaya. This is Jin. We are known to some as Strega. Now then, we've been keeping an eye on your activities for some time. From what we hear, you've undertaken a righteous battle to save the world. Unfortunately, we've come here tonight to put an end to that.
What did you
Hey
say?
yo, what's good?
You've gained many new allies in such a short time. No doubt because this land crawls with sin. Ah, Tartarus is towering as beautifully as always.
You know about Tartarus?
You know...
Wait, why the hell would you want to stop us?
It ain't rocket science. If shadows in the dark hour disappear, we could lose our power. And that's not something we can abide by. Get it?
Power
Are
hungry.
you saying you're Persona users too?
I implore you to think more carefully. Do you really want to lose your abilities? Not just anyone can wield the power of a persona. The Dark Hour is a frontier that is ours alone to explore. And the same goes for the Tower of Demise.
That's your reason for stopping us? Then you're the ones who need to think. Who knows what might happen if we don't do something?
A catastrophe brought on by the shadows. What
Main
difference
antagonists?
does it make,
Yep,
really?
these are the big bad.
Disasters will always
Their little
exist.
group with Chidori in
Humans
it.
will always destroy
Smoj.
each other, regardless of what the shadows do. Either way, no one can predict what misfortunes will befall who. But more importantly, it's time you accepted the truth. Surely you will acknowledge the sense of fulfillment the Dark Hour has given you.
You're wrong. Let's see.
Do you think I like this?
Is it not so? How about the rest of you? Do you also wish to return to your pathetic, ordinary lives?
Huh?
These guys just aren't shit during the day.
Whatever. You all got your own selfish reasons for fighting. That so-called justice of yours ain't nothing but an excuse. There's nothing righteous about any of you. You're all just hypocrites. Like hell you chumps are gonna stop us.
That guy is such a bitch. He's so soft.
Have fun in there.
It was a trap.
Damn it!
There is no need to panic. Instead of wasting resources, I recommend we prioritize the shadow first.
And then on this one, he says,
Right. If we freak out, then we're just giving them what they want.
Shadow's moving. I think it's noticed us.
All right, let's focus on our original goal. We can look for a way out after we've won. Go ahead and select your team. Everyone, prepare for battle.
My team moving forward is always going to be Mitsuru, Yukari, I guess. Yukari may get swapped around for Koromaru when the time comes, but fuck everyone else. Chiori bad? Bags.
I sense the target 2 blocks ahead of you. It seems to be moving slowly downward. Don't let it get away.
It seems this facility was in use during wartime.
This place. It seems it was some kind of armory during the war.
These tread marks, they're new.
I wonder.
Might belong to our target. Let's keep an eye out. Why was that the only one not voiced? A revival bead? What are all these documents? In the hopes that this message will reach my loved ones, I have sealed this journal for its protection. We few survivors have ensured the completion of our goal. So many of our cohorts will never know our success. I pray their spirits find rest in the wake of this turmoil. For my mother, my wife, and my children, please do not think that I have abandoned you. If securing your futures means giving my life, then I will have done so happily. Honor my memory by living. Sheesh.
Those persona users just now. Better exercise caution around them.
Lucia couldn't sense them at all. Sorry, I'll concentrate on the shadow. The target's gaining speed. It's continuing down the tunnel.
Bro's hauling ass.
Hurry and chase it down. The target stopped. It turned around. It's waiting for us 1 block down. Target's up ahead.
Here we go. Let's get it.
This is the source of the tread marks? It looks like the shadow is using the Tangus armor. Get ready, everyone. Here it comes.
I like the boss fight OST for these main shadows in the story.
No, wait. It's Chariot? What?
It's 2 different
I only
shadows.
see one enemy, but I'm sensing 2 of them. I've never seen a shadow like this before.
What to do?
Pull the trigger.
Bro's resisting all my shit. Alright, bro. I get it. Tough.
In bad shape.
Yo, she's almost dead already? What the fuck? It's legit resisting everything.
I have to do this. Did I stand on this enemy? Okay.
It literally resists everything. Cool.
Pull the trigger.
That's sick.
Much obliged. I'll hit them where it hurts.
I love that. That's very annoying. Starting Yukari. My demons are kind of shit. We'll just use magic. In TBH, they all seem to do the same kind of damage.
We've already scanned this one.
This will do the trick. Go
Oh.
for it.
It is time.
God, this buff you Kari since she's getting targeted. Holy fuck, yeah, that would have killed her. That would have 100% killed her. Sachi seems pretty good for this fight.
That has the point. Pull the trigger.
Might just have to kill this man with theurgy. Wait, I have an idea. We can use items that do the set amount of damage to get a little more in. Also, theurgy will ignore their resistances, I believe. Yeah, that still hit like piss though.
I see now. The turret is Justice, and the larger one is Chariot. The smaller one seems to have less stamina. Now we can defeat them individually.
Leave good shit, Mitsuru. Yeah, he's doing insta kill shit. He's gotta die now.
Could I scan on this enemy?
Weak to nothing.
Analysis complete.
Weak to nothing. But he's. They're just opposites, so we just physical this man to death. Oh yeah, that's good damage.
Shall I move to strike? Go for
Oh, I guess it's fucking him up. Orgia mode is so good in this game. You pussy.
It looks like both enemies.
You did all that for nothing. Shout out Homunculus. We are in, okay. Take him out at the same time. Use this on him. The Urgy's coming in so clutch. Me. I guess might kill them most. Fuck! Orgia mode is going too hard. Do not. Oh, brother.
Tank's armor. If only we could sever their link with a stronger attack.
What do you mean?
What next? We've already scanned this one.
Dude, they're OP when they're together. That's nuts.
What's the plan here? How about this?
Is our Guillermo done? Nope. She's still going in. Now she's done.
He did.
Your car is scammed.
I'll go with. Not that.
Yeah. We need you. Let's sever them with a big attack. Does that mean energy or what?
I'm ready. Persona!
Sorry, lock in, bro. You might be fucked. Yeah, fuck it, guard. Or you fuck out and die.
I'll show you.
Sorry for the wait.
Or baby girl's
What
back.
is optimal?
Huge.
What to do? Persona.
9 damage!
I have to do this.
Bro.
I'll hit them where it hurts. Hit this a letter.
Activating.
I'm about to let Mitsuru eat. Buff us, debuff him. Mitsuru is going to absolutely fucking but oh my god. He might buff. I'm about to fuck him. Hopefully.
Now's the time. I won't lose.
Let's go, Mitsuru. Bring us home. Time to separate.
They've separated again, but our damage is split equally between them. It is time.
I gotta kill them both at the same time. Or in one turn. That should kill him. Stop! You pussy! How the fuck am I supposed to kill both of them then? If you're gonna be on bullshit. Okay. You just decide not to res him that time? Easy.
This I can fight even better.
Ooh, we made Patra? Yes. Give me.
My persona has a new power.
Ice break. Delete it.
I have learned a new skill.
Yeah, AoE got the job done.
Yes, I'm here.
It was weird though because it was like he was reviving him.
Neutralize the target.
Like I thought.
Ah, good work. Come on back.
I was thinking like, or what it looked like was, even if we did AoE and I only killed one of them, bro was just gonna res anyway. So they were never gonna be at like, because one of them was strong against physical, so it'd be tough to kill him with the same like physical AoE. But fuck it, we got it done. No, I didn't mean to fast forward. I'm tripping.
Yes, I'm here.
This is Mitsuru. We've neutralized the target.
Ah, good work. Come on back.
Actually, there's been a complication. We ran into some interference during the mission. It seems they were Persona users.
Persona user?
Yes, more than one. They appeared during the dark hour and seemed to know who we were.
Did they say anything that might give us a hint to who they are?
Now that you mention it, I believe they called themselves Strega.
Strega? All right, I'll see what I can find out.
Damn, I pressed fast forward instead of auto.
Thank you.
Hey, Lou, back up.
There's one other thing I have to report.
Just sitting around my power strip where all my shit's plugged in. If you were to shut down stream, Lou, I would have screamed.
Ah, I see. Since the threat has been eliminated, I'll send someone over as soon as I can.
I'm sorry for the trouble. We'll be waiting.
And then get that like, I don't know, like 30 bucks.
Other Persona users.
The plot thickens. An unexpected enemy has emerged. They seem to be Persona users as well. But we still succeeded in defeating the Shadow this month. There should be fewer victims for a while. I'm exhausted. I can't wait to get some rest. Same, brother. Same. Got a few messages. Both men. Next. I'm by the station. Is Maya available? Maya ain't on. Mama. Let's see. Let's go eat. See, I don't. Can I eat at this place during the day? You can. Am I rich now, Loki?
But like, and I think Taiga Inu isn't taken.
Oh, welcome back.
I forget Ken is in this hall. Let's hang out with Yukari. We haven't cooked with her before. Let's see what we got. We can get her theurgy skill up.
I picked up the ingredients to make chicken sauté today, but I might have bought too much. I think my eyes are bigger than my stomach. I always end up having leftovers. What about you? You say you're a big eater?
Are you? Depends on the taste.
Come on, you're worried before I even make it? I'm sure it helps if it tastes good, but don't set your expectations too high. Let me just apologize in advance. Well, either way, it'll be packed full of nutrients, so don't worry about that. They say your health is your most valuable asset, you know? I figured we should think about what we're putting into our bodies.
Okay, boys. We're approaching the time of 48 hours. I think there's like 15 more minutes or so. And I think I'm gonna end there.
And if I could lose
some weight while we're at it, I'd kill two birds with one stone.
I am hungry
But
as
let's put that aside
fuck.
for now. Anyway, why don't we start with veggies? Can you cut the tomatoes for me?
We streamed for so long. I think, is this longer than I went for Xenoblade? Or was it like equal about amount of
I chose
time?
breast meat because it was cheap and I heard it's good for a diet, but it's kind of dry.
Hey, chicken breast is
Very
good.
dry.
You're tripping, you car.
I
Chicken
can
breast go
barely chew
crazy.
through it. And that was unexpected.
That's a skill
I usually
issue if
mess
it's
up this
dry.
kind of thing.
You just don't know how to
You're
cook it.
doubting me, aren't you? I'm serious. I'll make up for it next time. So let's cook together again when you get the chance. It'll be so delicious. You can't help saying yum.
But that's like a common thing. Even I do it. Chicken is a dangerous meat to undercook. So sometimes, or every time, I always overcook my chicken just to be safe.
Hi, how are you doing?
I don't have like a meat thermometer
I
to
remembered a little more.
check if it's the appropriate temperature to stop
Won't
it
be
before it
brought
gets
about
too
by any
dry.
one person in particular. It's going to happen because there are many who wish for it, almost as if it was decided from the beginning.
I'd rather eat dry chicken than get
Isn't it
salmonella.
strange that there are those who would wish to bring about the end?
It's strange that there. No one wants that.
You really think so? What about the ones who just want their suffering to end, so they can be at peace? Well, enough of that for now. There was one more thing I wanted to
Bro
tell
woke
you
me up
today.
at midnight talking about
Soon,
some bullshit.
the flowers of poison will bloom. 3 in the rival garden, and 1 in your own. I don't know if this has anything to do with the end, but you should be careful.
But I don't have a garden. Thanks for the warning, bro.
I'm happy to hear you say that. I'll let you know if I find out anything else. That's what friends are for, right?
Just like, oh, these are the skirts so that, like, when she moves a certain way, like, see it.
Mysterious boy.
Well then, good night.
Oh, I can't wait. But I might have it so that the sweater comes off because she does have like little gloves underneath.
Bitches?
Hello, this is
Ooh, is Tartarus opened up?
Oh, I gotta message her.
I'm calling in. It seems that a
That's
path that had been blocked
perfect.
off is now
Bro,
I thought it prudent to inform you.
this means
I wish you a safe journey.
after stream, I can just go in Tartarus now because it's wide the fuck open again. The perfect timing. I'm about to grind my ass off.
It's me.
Mitsuru? In my room?
Do you have a moment?
Come in. I'm coming right now.
Good morning. There's actually something I need to tell everyone, but I think it would be best if you saw it for yourself. So I'd like for all of us to meet in the command room tonight. I'll see you then.
Sounds important. The plot is not done. Elizabeth texted me? Number of requests has increased. Well, let's go. Let's get him before I miss him.
Marvelous. I'm looking for.
I shall be waiting then.
I need 3 more drinks.
Here are my requests. Oh my.
Space badge.
Oh my.
Dude, she's loading this up.
I will await a report. You must. I will await a report. Of course. By all means. By all means.
I have a persona that's level 38 or higher. That's easy. Bring what you get after bartering items. I have to figure out what the fuck that means.
A shame. Very well.
What's here? Have to hang out or talk to someone? What the fuck is this? Oh, he wanted bandages. Appreciate it. Return that in. Oh, then there's more? Okay, now we can turn it in. Or not. Alright. Let's go eat again. If we can. Alright, after this plot, should be about time to end, I think. Yeah.
I don't know, but the alarm's not ringing.
Huh?
Koro's joining! Huge!
Koro-chan! Are your wounds healed up? Huh? Where'd you get this collar?
That collar is designed to help control his persona. Basically,
Dude, I bet they're
it's an
gonna give him
evoker
a
for dogs.
Morgana skin or some shit.
Wait, does that
They
mean
better not
Koromaru
disrespect
is
him
going
like
to fight
that.
with us?
I honestly wasn't expecting this either, but the test results show it's quite possible. In fact, it was actually a request from the chairman. We'll be looking after him here in the dorm.
Koro-chan, is this what you want?
Koro wants to box.
He says, I'm returning the favor.
Man, you're one loyal dog.
Did you get like a shitless socks?
Hey, sounds good to me. I, for one, welcome him with open arms. The more the merrier, right? Who cares if you're a dog?
Good to have you, boy. Let me pet him.
All right, I'll take him for a walk. And it's the perfect time, because it's summer break.
Yes, it is. You're free to enjoy your vacation, but don't forget about your schoolwork. Summer classes start next week, so don't lose focus just because we have a lot of time off.
Summer... Wait, what'd you say?
Summer classes.
Tough.
Did you not hear about them? We're going to be taking supplemental courses. I've already applied for all of us. I know how difficult it's been to balance both school and our late-night excursions. I'm sure you haven't had much time to study, so I apologize for that. The chairman agreed it was a good idea as well. I could have sworn I told Takeba and Yamagishi.
You serious? First I've heard of it.
Oh, sorry. I completely forgot to mention it.
No way!
Hey, you're the one with the worst grades here. Why are you so surprised?
Come on! I want to hear it. It sucks. Don't you think?
I don't mind. Mitsuru's right.
Well, it's only for a few weeks, so let's do our best.
At any rate, we've gained a new ally. Koromaru is a loyal companion who will fight valiantly for his master. As a team leader, I must properly support her. Let's go. I love Koromaru. Got 45k on me. Look at him chilling. Dude, we're picking up. We've done so much shit. We're 24 hours in. I think that's pretty good. Pretty good progress. Now, I'm gonna go grind. I'm gonna quit. I'm not gonna play it like right now though. I'll do it a little later. I need to do my gacha shits. Need to do gacha, eat, and I'm gonna chill before I hop back in.
Yeah, like, at 1 a.m. yesterday because I was so late then.
In game.